Our story opens on a
descends.
grim
In
prophecy.
exactly 10 years,
In just 10
once
years,
mighty
the
and
prosperous
glorious
Federation Kingdom of the East
will
is
face
doomed to
absolute
perish.
annihilation.
The cause
The
of
root
this
of this
apocalyptic
doom,
future?
A
group of
faction of
5 legendary
disasters
calamities,
feared
known
only
only as the 5 great sins. These aren't
are
your
no mere
average
villains.
villains.
They are
They
natural
are
disasters,
forces of nature,
demonic beings
beings
boasting
of immense power
cultivation
destined
power
to bring
destined to
ruin
crush
to
everyone.
all. Wrath, greed,
sloth,
pride, and obsession. Once they
moment they
appear,
awaken,
everything is fated to burn. And this entire kingdom,
realm,
every
mortal
city, and every life within it will be reduced to rubble and ash. But one man knows this future, and to prevent it, he's made a desperate, perhaps insane decision. He has become the patron of the very villains who are destined to destroy the world. Looking back, he thinks to himself, I wasn't expecting this to become such a big deal. You see, in his past life, our protagonist was just an ordinary wage slave, ground down by a grueling 78-hour work week. Then the isekai truck hit, and he found himself reborn as a noble in a lush fantasy world. Sounds like a dream come true, right? Well, there's a catch. He can't read a single word. His new butler has to point out, you're holding it upside down. On top of that, he's completely powerless. Still, being the useless young master of a count's family has its perks. He's treated to a feast that could feed a small army. After stuffing his face, one of the maids asks, "Are you done? I'll help with your bath before bed." He's pampered and washed by beautiful maids. Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade from his last life. He soaks it in, thinking, this is the life. But as he's relaxing, a maid casually mentions, the young masters will be returning tomorrow, so please sleep early tonight. He asks who she's talking about, and she replies, young masters Leo Antonio. Why do you speak as if you don't know your own family? The name is ominously familiar. His lazy, content expression freezes, a scar on his face suddenly looking much more sinister. The luxurious dream turns into a full-blown nightmare. He lurches forward in the tub, sending water everywhere as the maids cry out his name in alarm. His mind screams in terror. Wait, am I in psychedelia? He knows that name. It's the title of a notoriously difficult turn-based RPG. He used to grind constantly to escape his miserable life. He remembers sinking countless hours into the game, fighting monsters and exploring the world, because he remembers the game's brutal main quest. No matter which route you take, the moment the 5 great sins appear, everything goes to hell. The kingdom, the nobility, the cities, they all begin their irreversible downfall. And at the very beginning of that downfall, before the main story even kicks off, is one particular noble family of troublemakers, the House of Palacio, his new family. His oldest brother, Leo, is the king of prostitutes. And the second son, Tonio, is the king of drugs. He drops to his knees, the weight of his new reality crashing down. He knows this family. They're not just villains. They're the starter villains. The first side quest in the game is to investigate their criminal organization, Avalon. They're the first domino to fall, the very first casualty when the 5 great sins begin their rampage. And he is the extra villain, the useless third son who gets wiped out with the rest of them, Alan Palacio. Lying in bed that night, he's filled with utter despair. He cries, wishing he could go back to being a 78-hour-a-week wage slave. What's the point of luxury if he's just going to die in 10 years? How come I possessed a fantasy character with no powers? The other guys get all kinds of things, he laments. This has to be the worst isekai luck in history. But then, an idea sparks in the darkness of his despair. Weight powers? Knowing what happens in 10 years. That's a power in itself. It's like being a prophet. A new resolve forms in his eyes. Then why don't I just remove the causes of this world's downfall? And so, for the sake of his own peaceful, noble life, he decides to reform the 5 great sins. He figures it should be possible, since at this point in the timeline, they're all still just kids. 2 months later, Alan's grand plan is underway. He sits in his study, listening the report from his newly hired knight, a man with an eye patch named Evan. He
My
explains,
Lord, we
rescued the orphans of
surviving
the
test
East's
subjects from the Eastern Demonic
human
Laboratory.
testing center
The safe
and
house
left the
falls
management
under
of the orphanage to a
young
girl named
authority.
Utia.
Alan praised
He
his loyal
compliments
subordinates'
Evan's
martial
skills,
prowess.
saying, "My eyes are
judgment is
precise.
absolute.
You really
Your
are
blade is
skilled."
truly
He
peerless.
gives a hilariously
He forced a
forced,
painfully
creepy
unnatural,
smile
chilling grin.
to Evan.
Evan blinked
Evan
in
is
sheer
clearly
bewilderment.
confused, asks,
Sire, was
"Right,
that intended
that is a
as
compliment,
praise?
right?
Your
I
killing
can't
intent
really
seems
tell
quite
from your
high."
facial expression."
Alan inwardly
Alan thinks
cursed
about
this
how the
vessel's
original
previous
owner of this
That
body
fool
was an
wore his
open
fragile
book.
emotions
His
completely
emotions always
bare
on
for enemies to
display.
strike.
Now he
Now,
has to physically
manifesting a
manipulate
single
his
human
own
emotion
face
required
just to make a
intense
simple
physical
expression.
cultivation. It
I
seemed
feel
his
like
soul's
my
possession
possession
had
of this
fiercely
body
rejected
stopped at the
vessel's
face.
facial meridians.
This is Evan,
Yet this was
a
Evan,
rare, honest,
a
and loyal
hopelessly honorable
character from the
warrior
game
original
Psychedelia.
psychedelia lore.
In a world
endless
full of
backstabbing
betrayal,
sex,
a
his
man
pure
like
loyalty
him
was
is a
an invaluable
priceless asset,
treasure.
which is
Naturally,
why Alan
had
hired him
bound by
immediately.
contract.
Evan cuts
Evan
to the
pressed forward.
chase.
You
said this was to save the girl named Utia, right? He says that even with his extensive experience as a mercenary, he could tell Utia was no ordinary kid. He remembers the sight of the children in the testing facility, broken and terrified. But Utia, she was different. Chained and imprisoned, she radiated a quiet, terrifying power. Evan couldn't understand why someone so strong would simply allow herself to be locked up. So he asks the obvious question, why didn't you bring her here? There's no benefit in keeping her there. Alan's expression turns deadly serious. It might look like he's neglecting her, but he assures Evan, leaving her like that is a part of my plan, because he knows her true identity, Utia Blutia, a non-human destined to make a contract with an otherworldly being for its power and become Wrath, one of the 5 great sins. The Bloody Queen, fated to kill hundreds of thousands of people. But if she's allowed to grow up in peace, she should never awaken as Wrath. With that, Alan thinks he's finally taken care of one of the ticking time bombs threatening his future. He clears his throat, preparing to give his knight the real mission. He looks at Evan and says cryptically, "It's not yet time." Evan is utterly perplexed. "It's not yet time?" Alan lays out his instructions. "Make sure nobody talks of this. Sponsor them with enough funds too." And then he hands him a sealed letter. "And give this to Utia." Evan takes the letter, confused. "A letter? Is it important?" Alan plays it cool, claiming it's just a letter of reassurance since she's been through a lot. With his orders, Evan mounts his horse and rides off to the orphanage. Alan watches him from the window, his calm demeanor hiding the massive gamble he's just made. Because the real purpose of the letter wasn't just reassurance. It was to include a specific quote he'd heard dozens of times during the Archbishop's attempt to calm the fully awakened sin of wrath in the game. The Archbishop would chant a spell, "Sin of wrath, calm thyself." The incantation was always the same. Agony of the dark, impassivity of the bright, belonging with the fall. In the game, this scene would play out under a blood-red moon, as Wrath unleashed her full, horrifying power. By then, it was always too late. The spell would fail, and the player would be thrown into a brutal boss battle. But now, it might not be too late. The girl is still a child, before her descent into madness. Alan stretches, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. One future calamity down, 4 to go. He knows it sounds crazy, trying to befriend a future monster with a single quote from a game. But since these non-humans are like fanatics who worship some otherworldly god, he figures it's a gamble worth taking. Meanwhile, Evan arrives and delivers the letter to a small, white-haired girl, Utia. Evan can feel the unbelievable amount of mana rolling off her. She's a strange child, almost completely devoid of emotion. He delivers the letter, and she stands before him, an unnerving, doll-like figure. But when Utia confirms that Mr. Allen sent the letter, her emotionless facade cracks. An absolutely terrifying aura explodes from her small frame. "Why didn't he want me by his side?" she asks, her voice dripping with rage. Evan breaks out in a cold sweat. Her mana is physically manifesting as blood-red tendrils. That kind of power is only possible for someone who has reached the Master Realm. Her eyes, now burning crimson, lock onto him with pure killing intent. Suddenly, Alan's strange words, "It's not yet time," make perfect, terrifying sense. This was a warning. Just as Evan prepares for the worst, Utia's eyes fall upon the contents of the letter. She reads the strange passage aloud. As the words leave her lips, the murderous aura around her vanishes in an instant. A faint blush appears on her cheeks. This is a promise that only Master would know, she whispers to herself. I get it. Evan can only stare in disbelief. As the suffocating pressure recedes, he finally understands what Alan meant by timing. The word was a message, the code only Utia would understand. The harbinger of wrath, the future bloody queen, now happily hugs the letter to her chest, her devotion to Alan Absolute. Back at the mansion, Alan sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the life-or-death drama that just unfolded. As Alan sifts through a mountain of books, his frustration grows. He mutters to himself, "Man, tisk, is it not here after all?" Finding clues about the third boss is giving me a headache. Just then, his loyal knight Evan enters the library. "Young master, we have rescued the second child you've mentioned." Startled, Alan scrambles to his feet. "Have you? Did you make sure to treat the child very kindly?" Evan flashes back to his mission. Of course, after saving the child from the illegal slave market, but his report is cut short by an unwelcome voice. Dang, if it isn't Alan, a hulking figure with a condescending sneer strides into the room. It's Tonio Palacio, Alan's second brother, and the resident king of drugs. He slings an arm around Alan, his voice dripping with mockery. "Why is an illiterate guy like you holding a book?" "Ah, right. I heard you've been studying recently." He squeezes Alan's head. "Hey, answer this brother of yours." Alan freezes. Internally, he's cursing his luck. He's always such a bother. How did the original Alan take this? I'd like to strike back, but he knows he's powerless against his gangster brother. Feigning politeness, Alan bows. "It seems you want to use the library, so I'll take my leave." But Tonio isn't having it. With a smug grin, Tonio kicks Alan to the ground and plants his boot firmly on his head. "You know your place, eh?" But before he can do more, a dagger whistles through the air and embeds itself in the wall just inches from his face. Tonio's cocky expression vanishes. He whips his head around, his face pale with shock. Standing in the doorway is a man who exudes an even more dangerous aura. It's the eldest son, Leo Palacio, the prostitution king. He glares at Tonio and warns, "Brother, I told you to drop your shallow attitude when entering the library. You reek of drugs. Get lost while you can." The two brothers face off, daggers drawn, a murderous tension filling the room. While they're distracted, Alan sees his chance and crawls away like his life depends on it. Because it does. Alan remembers the game's first subquest, investigate the Palacio County, a den of vice that sells drugs and runs the prostitution ring, Avalon. This family was meant to be the player's first taste of the world's corruption. But their power is greater than I thought, he thinks. The whole family dynamic is a ticking time bomb. At the heart of it all is a brutal succession war between the two scummy brothers. Leo, the huge figure of the underworld, the prostitution king, and Tonio, the manager of a large-scale drug cartel, the drug king. They're constantly at each other's throats. Alan shudders. "I can't mess with these two for the sake of my sweet life." He has no intention of getting caught in their crossfire. The force of their confrontation sends a shockwave through the library. Alan's only thought is escape. Evan quickly helps his young master to his feet, shielding him from the fallout. He collapses onto a nearby couch. "You RRRK." Evan looks on as his master completely deflates. Though the second child didn't seem ordinary either. Evan reports, trying to change the subject. Alan doesn't respond, just letting out a soft groan. Evan stands there, a silent statue of confusion. Evan can't help but wonder, looking at Alan, how did someone like young Master find out about the illegal slave market and secret bio-experiments happening in a different region? Just how? Watching Alan's soul practically leak out of his body from exhaustion, Evan concludes, it seems he has a hard time keeping himself together. Later, Alan has recovered slightly. lounging on the couch.
Sofa.
Evan continues his
reporting.
report. Young master,
Young master,
you're
your
quite
actions baffle me.
strange.
You sent
the
that
child to
cursed
the
child
orphanage.
Alan just
Alan
hummed
simply
calmly.
hums in agreement.
Evan's words echoed
echo
loudly
in his mind. Did he say that the
boy had a
child didn't
mysterious
seem
aura?
ordinary?
Naturally,
Of course he isn't.
wasn't mortal.
Alan knows
Alan knew
exactly
whose
who
fate
they
altered.
save.
He
He's
wasn't
not
merely
just
special.
unordinary.
He possessed
He's of a
a
cataclysmic
heaven-defying
scale.
destiny.
Because within the
Great
United
Alliance,
Kingdom,
the central
the
empire
central
is
nation is the
the
Kalian
Kalian
Kingdom, and the
and that
child they
boy
rescued from the slave
blood
market
was none
other than the
future
second
demon
boss of
overlord,
psychedelia,
Deus Macallion,
Deus
but lurking
Macallion.
nearby.
In the game,
In the
Deus
original
was a
timeline,
tragic figure,
Deus was a
sold into
tragic
slavery
soul
and
sold into
brutally
brutal
abused
slavery.
as he was
He
passed
suffered under
from
countless
one
vicious
cruel
masters.
master to
That
another.
endless cycle of brutal
The
torment
endless
forced his
torment
parental
caused his latent
Torment
powers
poured
to
shatter.
awaken, transforming
awakened as
him
one
into
of the
one of the
five
five
great
great sins,
sins,
the sin of sloth. His
bloody
awakening was a
unleashed absolute
prelude to
despair,
pure horror.
consumed by
In a
blinding
fit of
fury
rage and
endless
despair,
grief.
he unleashed his
explosive
powers,
aura obliterated
annihilating entire
immortal
kingdoms in the most gruesome
devastating
ways imaginable. It was a
massacre
part of
so
the story
horrific,
so
countless
cruel,
players logged off
it
forever.
made many
Alan
players
shivers,
quit.
recalling
Alan
those bloody
shudders
memories.
at the graphic
Ironically,
memories.
despite carrying the
Contrary to
terrifying
his
title of
epithet,
sloth,
sin of sloth,
Deus
he was noted
relentlessly
as a very
repaid every
hard-working
single favor and
individual
grudge
who
tenfold.
repaid
It
both
was
debts
pure
and
karma.
disservices several
That is
times over.
exactly why I
Hence
ordered
why I
Evans to
emphasized to
teach him.
Evan to treat
Treat Deus
Deus
with
very
absolute
kindly.
respect.
He takes a sip
Alan
of
sips
tea,
his tea
his
calmly,
expression
masking the
calm
incredibly
despite the
terrifying
horrifying
future he
knowledge he
knows.
carries.
Evan nervously
Evan
asks,
asks,
So,
so
was
is
that
the
secret
letter
letter
you
to
sent to Utia is
that
about
second
the
kid?
second child?
Well, obviously,
Well,
Alan
yeah,
replies,
Alan says,
flashing a
looking
suspiciously
surprisingly
innocent smile.
I just told her
I
to
just
take
told
care
her
of
to
this
heal the
slightly
frail
sick
boy
child
I
I sent
sent,
her way,
adding some
with some
casual
small
chatter.
talk, too.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
back
at the
bustling
orphanage, the other children
kids
play
play
cheerfully.
happily.
But
But
one
Deus
boy,
stands completely
Deus,
alone,
stands alone,
chained by his
isolated
deep
by his trauma.
past trauma.
That night,
Later
under the
that night,
moonlight,
beneath
he's
the
still
cold
alone.
moonlight, the
A broken
shattered boy
figure
waits,
in a tattered
ragged
gown.
shirt.
Suddenly, a
elegant
pair of
footsteps
elegant
echo through the
shoes
silence.
steps into view.
Utia gracefully
Utia approaches him.
the shadows.
You
are
You're
utterly
broken. Her crimson eyes scan
pierce
him,
his soul,
seeing things no normal
the hidden
person
demonic
could.
Traces.
Those are
His frail
traces
hands
of that.
twitch,
His
covered in
hand
horrific
twitches,
scars from
scarred and thin
endless
from
torture.
years of abuse.
Utia instantly
Utia
recognizes
recognizes
the
the
dark
signs
cultivation marks.
immediately.
It was
the
first
black goat,
right?
wasn't
A
it?
chilling,
A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips.
Yet
Yet the great moon
has
still has
chosen your
chosen
fate.
you.
Congratulations.
Her
Her
own
overwhelming
power
spiritual
begins
pressure
to swirl
violently
around
swirls
them.
around them.
So feel the
Embrace this
power you're
divine
bestowed
power,
with,
and let your
potential
monstrous
be
potential
unleashed.
explode.
If you stay
Swear
loyal
absolute
and
loyalty
follow
to
his
his
order,
commands,
she
she
offers,
whispers,
her
her
voice
seductive
attempting
voice
whisper
floating
under
under
the
the
night
starry
sky.
sky.
You
And you
shall
will taste
have
sweet
your
revenge.
revenge. In
Instantly,
response, a
a
torrent of
catastrophic
purple
torrent of
energy
purple aura
erupts from
erupts from the
Deus's
boy.
small body.
His
dormant
legendary
power
dormant power
finally
is finally
being
unleashed
released
without limits.
unrestrained.
Utia,
Utia, now
smiling
in
fiercely,
control, holds
grips Alan's
Alan's
sacred
letter. She
She
thinks to
thinks,
herself,
Now
now
then,
then,
it is time to
I
send
should
my
send my
very
first
first
reply.
She
Then
glances
she
at
reads
Alan's
the
words.
Alan's
The
letter.
message is
The
ridiculously
letter is simple and friendly. Utia,
Utia,
how are you
how are
doing?
things?
I'm
I'm
doing
fine.
fine.
My abusive
My
second brother
brother
treated me
used
like
me as a chair
footstool
today.
Hilarious,
Haha,
right?
funny,
Etc.
right?
One full
And
year
so
of
on.
cultivation
A
passes.
year passes.
Evan violently kicks
bursts
open
into the
the
library,
doors.
looking frantic.
Master,
Big
huge
trouble!
crisis. That
The
total
scum! No, I mean the second young master. Alan looks up from his books,
ancient
a
scrolls.
single word
heavy
hanging
tension
in the
fills the
air.
room.
What?
Speak.
Evan
drops
delivers the
absolute
shocking
bombshell.
news.
That bastard
scum
is
is dead?
The devastating
The
shock
news
hits
hits Alan like a physical blow.
Antonio is already dead.
Already?
In the original
In the
plot,
game, his death
demise
was a major
massive
event that
turning point
happened much
years
later. We
Cut
see
to
the
grim
funeral. A
chilling,
cold,
emotionless
sterile
event,
affair with Antonio
resting
lying in
lavish
an
casket.
open casket.
At the gathering,
At the wake,
Alan observes his
Alan
corrupt
watches
father,
his father, the Count, flanked by two women,
concubines. He looks
looking
entirely
utterly
bored,
bored,
bringing scandalous women
bringing
and
drugs
illicit
and
herbs
women to his
straight
son's
to his own
funeral,
blood's
huh?
funeral.
I knew this family was
noble
messed up,
clan
but
was rotting.
man,
But this
a dark
reality
fantasy
is
genre
truly ruthless.
indeed.
Alan
Alan
stares
looks back
deeply
at
at
Tonio
Antonio's
in his
lifeless
coffin.
corpse.
Anyway,
for
for Tonio to die of an accidental fall,
this
this is different from what I remember.
Back in
the game,
past,
Leo had
brutally
desperately
assassinated
killed
Antonio
Tonio
himself
himself after
endless
years
bloody
of fighting,
conflicts,
screaming,
to the heavens.
I finally killed that
finally
vermin
slaughtered
after
that
so
rat.
many years.
Now
I'm the rightful
true lord.
heir.
Yet today,
But now,
Leo
Leo stands at the funeral with a smug look look on his face,
like
as
he
if he's
won the
just had a
ultimate lottery.
lucky break.
But Alan sees the
Alan
bloody
knows
truth.
better. At least try to hide your emotion.
Pure fury.
The culprit must be either Leo or his followers. Alan stands before his brother's coffin, his mind racing. The original timeline is already changing. Anyway, I just have to resolve the 5 deadly sins. Another year passes. With the succession problem solved by Tonio's convenient death, Leo absorbed the drug business, and an eerie peace fell over the county. Alan and Evan are enjoying a peaceful afternoon tea. Alan has become pen pals with Utia, a connection he believes will be helpful in the future. He reads her latest letter, a sweet report on the other children. Yuna is good at hide-and-seek. Hedon is good at warplay, and Deus is growing without trouble. He likes to do puppeteering. Alan smiles. They're good kids if you look at them like this. He scans the bottom of the letter. Below here is the sponsor list of this month. The list increased again. It's interesting that more sponsors are appearing for that small orphanage. Evan, munching on a pastry, remarks, "While unusual, it's a good thing nonetheless." Oh, right, Evan adds, changing the subject. About the thing you've been searching for, I received a call from the Information Guild that they found a clue. Alan's eyes light up. Really? That's a relief. He carefully places a piece of cake in his mouth, his mind already worrying. He knows exactly what the clue is for. It must be an ancient book about the third boss. Finally, I get to find that guy as well. Everything's going smoothly. What a peaceful evening. Or so he thinks. But Alan's peace is built on a foundation of blissful ignorance. At that very moment, his good kids are causing absolute chaos at a drug distribution site called Margot. One of Leo's underlings boasts. The eldest of the Palacio family is quite generous. He's always giving out huge rewards. His partner agrees. Yes, our organization now has a few hundred members, but their celebration is cut short. In a flash, the entire site is turned into a slaughterhouse. Bodies litter the ground, silenced by an unseen force. One of the survivors watches in horror as his own hand moves against his will, raising a sword. No! My hand is moving on its own, forced by an invisible puppeteer. The leader's partner also plunges the sword into his own throat. The other men were also thrusted the sword, daggers into their own throats, their bodies ripped apart. And from the shadows emerges the architect of this massacre. It's Deus, his eyes glowing with purple light, as he manipulates his victims with ethereal strings, conducting a symphony of death. He is not alone. UTS stands by his side, watching the carnage with cold satisfaction. I enjoyed the puppet show of the day. Deus asks, is there any point in doing this? UTSI looks at the bodies of the drug dealers. Why? Do you pity them? No, Deus replies, his voice flat. Because they grind people to create drugs. I just don't know if this has anything to do with my revenge. Of course it helps. Utia explains, her own power flaring. This is the basis to create space for him to return. How can we let the place be shabby when he arrives? Deus understands. Their power surges, resonating with each other. They are preparing the world for their master. The two calamities, wrath and sloth, stand together under the moonlight, their mission clear. A massive wave of energy erupts from the site, wiping the drug den off the map completely, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater. They vanish into the night. Everything will proceed according to his will. We, the Plele, Blue Moon, shall be his sword. 2 years have passed since Alan established his connection with Utia, the sin of wrath, turning her into his eyes and ears at the orphanage. During that time, his loyal knight Evan has been run ragged, hunting down the remaining future calamities. He finally stumbles back from his latest mission. Completely exhausted, he collapses in front of a nonchalant Alan who's been practicing magic in the backyard. Evan gasps, "Ha! I'm back. You were in the backyard.
Burning
With the
his
last of his
life force,
strength, Evan gives a
raises a
tired
trembling
thumbs
fist.
up.
The
The
fifth
fifth
disaster
has been
seed is safely
successfully
sealed at the
sent to the
sanctuary,
orphanage as
as
well.
planned.
Alan lets out a
exhales
quiet
heavy breath
gasp of
divine
relief. In just
Within
2
mortal
years,
exploiting
using his
system
game knowledge
foresight
and Evan's
lethal
skills,
martial arts,
he's
he
managed to
successfully
gather
secured
and
and suppressed
save
all
all
three
three remaining
demonic
sins
sins
before their
karma could
tragic
warp them
fates
into
could twist them
world-ending
into
horrors.
monsters. He
remembers
recalls
the
the
brutal
trouble he
blood-soaked
had
hunt for
finding
greed,
greed,
the third sin.
the third sin.
Yet destiny
But
ultimately
it all
bent
worked out
to
in
his
the
will.
end. To reward his
compensate
loyal
fiercely
knight,
loyal
he
warrior,
offers him a
presents
well-deserved treat.
treasure.
Here, eat up.
consume this.
Evan, however, is not
scowls darkly.
amused.
Curse the
damn
heavens.
you. Just kidding.
Mocking.
Alan unleashes
Alan
a literal
summons a
tower of
mountain
macarons,
sweet elixirs,
and Evan dives
attacks
in
it
like a man
famished
starved,
beast,
stuffing his
devouring the
face
sugary
with the
spiritual
sugary
pills.
reward.
Alan looms above his
stands
guardian,
over him, a hint
knowing
of a
smirk
smile
gracing
on
his
his
features.
face. Good
Flawless
work on
execution.
everything.
Your cultivation
You can rest
now.
now. Evan asks if that's all for the orphanage-related duties, and Alan confirms it. Evan lets out a huge sigh of relief. But then he notices his master's strangely subdued expression. Aren't you happy, young master? Lying on the grass, Alan says,
Whispers,
I am. But Evan says,
pushes,
you don't
your soul
look like
says
it.
otherwise.
Alan forces the
fakes the
tiniest, most unconvincing smile he can
conjure.
muster.
I am beaming
I'm smiling right now.
Evan is absolutely
Evan is not buying
deceived
it
by
for a
this illusion.
second.
If you
Let's
say
just
so,
say that
young
you
master.
are.
With
With his
epic quest
mission to collect
hoard
the future sins
calamities
now
finally
complete,
fulfilled,
Alan allows
embraces
himself a
fragile
moment
shard
of peace.
Sinking
Collapsing
into the
onto the grass and
absorbing the
basking
solar
in the
chi.
sun,
He
he stretches
silently
out,
thinking
to himself, I
never
didn't expect
calculated
things
destiny
to
would
go
bow
so
so easily.
well. His
His
main
ultimate
quest is
was
to
halting
prevent the
the
rise of
awakening of this realm's
psychedelia's
five
five
apocalyptic
final
bosses,
the five sins.
Every
Each of
single
them
one
was
was
a
born
product
from
of a
blood-soaked
horrifying
tragedies,
past,
mutated by
twisted by
unimaginable
unspeakable
torment and
torture
hellish
and
betrayals
abuse
that
awakened their
unlocked their
world-ending
world-shattering
powers.
cultivation.
They were broken
merely shattered
children
youths
who, in the original timeline, would grow into unstoppable calamities fueled by hatred and despair. Alan knew the chances of saving them all before those traumatic events was slim to none, but somehow he pulled it off, intercepting them before they were completely broken. He was worried he'd be too late, but now they're all safe under one roof at the orphanage he sponsors. Alan asks, how's the orphanage doing? Evan reports, as usual, things are going well. While handing the latest letter from Utia,
he adds,
they once looked like broken dolls, but now they've lightened up quite a bit. Alan nods as he opens the letter. Yeah? I guess we won't need to hire a separate caretaker for them. He's genuinely and perhaps naively impressed. I didn't think Utia would do such a good job, he muses to himself. Is it because of her character background that she feels sentimental toward the orphanage? I guess she'd hate it if I interfered more. Scratching his head, he smiles softly. Utia is quite a nice girl in some ways. Evan leans in, curious. What? Does it say anything important? Alan reads from the letter. A picture of wholesome innocence painting itself in his mind. Everyone's okay. A few in particular are growing well. You don't need to worry about Deus at all. On that note, don't worry too much about the other kids either. Alan closes his eyes, content. I'm just glad that they all seem to be growing up well. Seeing how well they're growing up, I can say that the environment is really the most important aspect. Evan then asks the million-dollar question. When do you plan on meeting the kids? You always say that the time will come. Alan's pleasant expression vanishes, replaced by a dead serious one. Oh, about that. I don't plan on ever meeting them. He explains that while it'd be nice to stay close, their in-game personalities aren't exactly ones he'd like to be around. He's haunted by the memories of how brutal they became after turning into sins. Just the memory of their in-game atrocities is enough to make him shudder. He admits, it won't be as bad now that I rescued them before they experienced those events, but I'm still scared. After a moment of thought, he compromises. Maybe in 5 years? Evan simply replies, I see. Either way, Alan knows he can't be complacent. He gets back to his training, thinking, I need the skills to
desperately need
protect
power to
myself
survive
in this
cursed,
damned, dark
fantasy
fantasy
realm.
world.
Alan
Alan
inwardly
inwardly
praises the heavens.
thinks,
Thankfully,
fortunately,
magic
you need
requires
talent
pure
for
talent,
magic,
and
and this
immortal
body
vessel
is
is
perfect.
absolutely flawless.
Just then, out of
Suddenly,
blue, Evan asks,
Have you
heard of the blue moon? Evan is
utterly
completely
confused.
lost.
Blue?
Blue?
What?
What?
Never heard
of them.
He
Alan
learns
explains
they are
they're a
rising
new
shadow
organization
guild,
that's
gaining
gained
massive
fame
for
for hunting
slaughtering
down criminal
underworld
rings.
syndicates.
Alan
casually
comments, they're
they are
cleaning
purging
up
the
the
absolute
trash,
which
sounds good.
awesome.
However, he
arrogantly
scoffs,
scoffs.
I've
Unheard
never
of
heard of
nobodies.
them,
I
so
bet
I'm
they
sure
will be
they'll be gone
wiped
soon.
out soon.
But Evan drops a
devastating
bombshell. I heard they even kill nobles, though. A chill
freezing terror
runs down
paralyzes
Alan's spine. His peaceful
cultivation
life could
is
be in
suddenly threatened.
danger.
He
declares,
panics.
Evan,
sleep
sleep next to my room from now on. But Alan is completely oblivious to the truth. That very night, at the orphanage he so generously sponsors, a meeting of the so-called Blue Moon is taking place. Alan's sweet pen pal, Utia, addresses her followers. All right, let's hear the Blue Moon's report this week. She looks to one of the children and asks, what about the North?
Northern
A
Territories?
cheerful, fox-eared
bubbly,
girl
fox-eared
pipes
girl
up,
chirps,
rubbing
casually
her
rubbing
eye. I took
decapitated every
all of the slave
single slave
traders'
trader.
heads.
This
This
is
is
Seorang,
Seorang,
the deadly
sin of pride.
She arrogantly
She brags,
They
couldn't
died
even
clueless.
figure out who I
Your
am.
outfit is flawless.
Your clothes
I
are
promised
great.
to spare their
I
miserable
said I'd
lives.
let them live if they could tell me
correctly
what
guessed
color
my
my
color,
eyes are,
but the
they
fools
couldn't
failed
answer.
miserably.
Another
shadow,
girl, Renee, the sin of greed, reports grimly.
Their pathetic
The corpses were
completely
melted.
liquefied.
She then turns
She
the
then
floor
yields the
over
floor
to the
a
boy
brooding
sitting
boy
on the stairs. He says
smirks
coolly,
I
I
annihilated
finished
the southern
up the
factions
South too.
He proudly
He
reports,
reports, I
slaughtered the
took
Simon
care of the illegal
corrupt
human testing
experimentation
grounds
labs,
and
crushed
turned the
those
Avalon
traders
bastards who were causing
chaos
trouble into
bloody
minced meat. This is Radon, the sin of mysophobia, and his idea of cleaning is
means absolute
brutally
massacre.
thorough.
Utia
smiles,
devilishly.
pleased.
Her eyes
Her eyes
blaze
glow with
fanatical
fervor.
worship.
Good.
Perfect.
All things
Everything
will
flows
go
exactly
according to his
divine
will. She addresses her flock of
lethal
young,
army of
powerful
child
assassins. We
only
exist
breathe to
for
serve
the
our
sake
great
of the
master.
great moon. Yes,
Insane.
Alan's cute little
precious charity
orphanage
project
is actually
secretly
a death
bloodthirsty
cult
death cult
dedicated to
worshipping
him. But
Rena
Rena
interrupts the
speaks up.
zealotry.
However,
Master,
we
face
appear to have a
critical
problem.
complication.
Utia
declares,
is confused. What
glitch
could possibly be a
disrupt his
problem
divine
when
design,
all is
but
perfect
waiting in
under
the
his
shadows?
will?
Wrong.
Radon explains.
Radon speaks.
Isn't the head
Is
of
the heir not
Avalon
the
the
eldest
eldest
young
son
master
of the
of the
Count
council
family
state?
where he
I
resides?
uncovered a
I
sinister
found a
decree while
dangerous
purging
written
the southern
order while
territories.
cleaning the South
Radon
up.
then
He delivers
reveals
the
a
shocking
devastating
news. The
That
eldest
treacherous
son of the
firstborn is
Count
actively
appears to be
hunting down
targeting his
our
greatness.
esteemed master.
Utia's
Utia's
expression
face
darkens
twists into absolute
instantly.
fury.
What? The
The
air
atmosphere
grows heavy
suffocates,
as
confirming
Radon
this
confirms
vicious
the
betrayal
threat against their beloved
revered Lord,
master,
the
the one they
supreme being
call
they worship,
his greatness.
itself.
Utia's fury is
wrath
palpable,
erupts.
a dangerous
terrifying
red
crimson
aura
aura
exploding
shatters the
around
air.
her. As
Radon reads
Radon
the cursed
reveals the
scroll
contents
aloud.
of the letter,
The hidden
the
command is
order
brutally
is
precise
simple and chilling.
and cold.
After the Count
Once the old
dies,
Count falls,
slowly poison him to
poison
kill
the
him.
master to death.
Someone is plotting
A
to
vile
kill their
assassination
master.
plot.
Her rage
killing
reaches its
intent
peak
erupts
as she
to the
whispers,
heavens, whispering,
I see.
understand now.
The other
younger
children can
disciples
only
tremble
watch
in
in
absolute
terror as her
dread as her
killing
suffocating
intent
bloodlust
fills the
floods
room.
the chamber.
The consequences
The
of
winds
that
of fate shift
discovery
rapidly.
are swift.
Exactly
2 years later, Alan
stands
finds
frozen
himself
at another
standing
grim
at yet
funeral.
another funeral.
Today,
This
the corpse
time,
belongs to
it's his
his
father,
own
Count Palacio, lying
The
in the
official records
casket.
claim his
His
mortal
death
core
was
collapsed
officially
from
ruled a heart
heart
failure. But
But Alan
Alan
knows
knows
the
the
dark
truth.
The
It's
old man
clear that
actually
happened
perished
because
from
he
a fatal
overdosed.
elixir overdose.
While he's lost
While
in
Alan ponders
thought,
this karma,
the
mourning
funeral
aristocrats
guests are gossiping
whispered
about
dark
something
rumors.
else.
What? The
The blue moon
sect
struck again?
Yes.
Yes.
I heard.
I heard they
ambushed
attacked
during
last
the
night.
Was the
Has
entire
everyone
clan
been wiped
annihilated
out
again?
again?
These
Their
fearful
hushed whispers
murmurs
reveal
prove
that the
shadow
criminal
realm is
underworld has
terrified of
become
this
more
mysterious
wary of the mysterious
new
vigilante
vigilante
group.
faction.
With the Count's
Without a
death,
single genuine
unmourned
tear
by
shed for the
anyone,
Count,
the funeral ends in
concludes
silence.
dead silence.
Alan and Evan
Alan and
prepare to
Evan
leave
quietly
the
exit
soulless
the graveyard.
affair. But as they
hiding
walk
in the
away,
shadows, his
Alan's
demonic
scummy brother Leo
tracks them with a
watches them go with a
venomous
predatory
glare.
gaze,
He is
no
definitely
doubt
scheming his
already
next
plotting his
treacherous
next
strike.
move.
Later, inside,
back at the
the
now
horrifyingly
chillingly
silent
quiet
Palacio
Palacio
mansion,
estate,
Evan paces with
Evan is
overwhelming
stressing
anxiety.
out. He frets,
panics.
at this rate that
bastard.
I mean the
the
first
eldest
young master will
inherit
become the...
everything.
But he's
His
cut
rant
short
stops
when he
cold
sees
spots
Alan packing his
sealing
bags.
spatial pouches.
What are all these bags for? Alan doesn't even look up. Get your stuff ready. We're gonna run.
Escaping.
Evan is stunned.
Evan freezes in shock.
Sorry?
Wait.
You really plan on leaving?
Abandoning the clan?
Not completely.
Not completely.
Alan clarifies.
Alan coldly replies.
We're going down.
We are descending.
Evan slowly
Evan's
puts the
mind
pieces
races to
together.
understand.
By down.
By descending.
Do you mean Rodmill?
province?
Exactly.
Precisely.
Alan's
Alan
been
had
planning this
formulated
for a
survival
while,
tactic long
with
ago.
both his father
With patriarch
Antonio
dead,
gone,
and
and the psycho Leo
seizing
next in
control.
line. This
estate
house is a death trap.
Guaranteed
Their
slaughterhouse.
only option
Their
is
sole
to
path
flee to
survival
the
is
small
fleeing
southern
toward the
town of
southern Rodmill
Rodmill.
territory.
And just as Alan suspected,
Leo
watches from the balcony as their carriage rolls away.
3
days later, in their new home in Rodmill, Alan is making breakfast, a simple pleasure he couldn't enjoy back at the estate. He expertly flips some French toast, enjoying his peaceful new life, free from his murderous family. Evan brings the juice, and for a moment, everything seems perfect. But this piece is shattered after 3 days. Whoosh! Alan jerks awake, clutching his head in a panic.
Agony.
I returned. Now it's my brother's funeral. The peaceful breakfast was just a dream. He's back in the cold, sterile hall of a funeral. I can't believe I'm back here, but something is horribly wrong. Alan looks closer and sees the cause of death, so he was stabbed in the heart.
What?
Just who could have killed him? The timeline has been completely shattered. As he ponders the new mystery, he accidentally locks eyes with the nearby guard, his gaze so intense it makes the poor man freeze in terror. The guard yelps, I apologize for looking at you. As his buddy frantically drags him away, Alan is just confused by their bizarre reaction. What's wrong with him? The gossiping continues in the background as Evan quietly approaches his master through the crowd. Young master, Evan says, getting his attention. Oh, Evan,
did you uncover
find anything out?
Leads?
Alan asks, hoping for a clue about his brother's killer. Evan leans in close, his face grim, and whispers the last thing Alan ever expected to hear. Yes, well, young master, are you the one who made Avalon vanish overnight? The accusation hangs in the air, leaving Alan utterly speechless. His secret organization, which he thought was just a bunch of cute kids, has apparently been making some serious waves. Then scene shifts to a flashback to the day Alan made his grand escape to Rodmill, a day that would unknowingly set a catastrophic chain of events into motion. Inside their speeding carriage, the ever-practical Evan questions his master's choice of destination. Young master, wouldn't it be better to go to a city instead? But Alan, with a stone look on his face, shuts him down immediately. Nope.
Absolutely not.
Never!
Rodmill
is the final destination that I have planned. His master plan was simple. Save the 5 sins from their tragic fates, stop the world from collapsing into ruin, and then retire to a peaceful, idyllic life, far away from all the drama and death flags of the original story. Rodmill was perfect. It was a sleepy town that had nothing to do with the main plot. And even better, the Palacio family owned a private villa there. It was the ultimate retirement plan for a reincarnator just trying to survive. It's the perfect place for a noble to live, he thinks. Let's take it easy while doing nothing. Everything has a reason, he mutters. Evan, however, looks less than convinced, knowing his master's lazy excuses all too well. You can't fool me anymore. You always say those things when you're not bothered. Alan just waves him off.
A peaceful life is a divine
Good things
blessing.
are great. Evan can only sigh. That was quick. But as they ride off into the sunset, a sinister figure watches from the balcony of the Palacio estate. It's none other than his scummy older brother Leo, who was already plotting Alan's demise. He muses to himself, should I kill him or not? It doesn't matter if he's alive or not. I was planning to kill him with poison after father's death either way. One of his men reports that Alan is heading for the border, seemingly to live a quiet life. Hearing this, Leo decides to let him go. He said he was going to quietly head off to the border, so I've lost all reason to kill him now. He lets out a
hums
thoughtful
drumming his wicked
as he
fingers
taps his fingers
against
on the
cold stone,
railing,
visibly amused.
seemingly
Yet,
content.
a nagging instinct about
But
his younger
something
instinct
about
his
his
younger
little brother's
sibling's
sudden
abrupt
departure
retreat
still
continues to
gnaws
gnaw
at him.
his arrogant soul.
Is it because
the
matters with
Avalon Guild
Avalon
is
aren't
crumbling?
going well?
His very
He
existence
just
irritates
bothers me.
He pivots,
He turns to
summoning
summon
forth
one of his most trusted
lethal
men,
hounds,
Alman.
A terrifying
A shadowy figure
materializes
emerges from the
absolute darkness
doorway
as Leo
and
commands
orders him to
track
follow the
fleeing
carriage. But the man,
the deadly assassin
introduced
known
as
as
Alman, who
Leo's
works for
personal
Leo,
blade, poses
asks
a
a
bone-chilling
chilling
inquiry.
question.
Does
Does
this
that
mean
mean
you
you want me to
erase him?
kill him?
Leo is
Leo taken aback.
staggered.
What?
He spits,
says,
whipping
turning around in
absolute
surprise.
disbelief.
His mind
spirals.
reels.
Alman
has never talked
dared
back
to question
me,
no
no matter
how
what
bloodthirsty
orders
my
I gave
commands
him.
were.
So why is he
defying
asking me a
my
question
absolute
all of a
authority
sudden?
right now?
The
ruthless
assassin
killer
stands
stands like a statue,
impassively,
cursed blade
sword
in
in hand,
A
an
suffocating,
unnerving
lethal
silence
tension chokes
hanging
the very air
between them.
Leo's
Leo's
disbelief
shock
violently
quickly
mutates
turns to
into blazing fury.
Ha!
Ha!
It's
only
your
purpose is
job to
obey
do what
my
I tell you
absolute will.
to. But before he can finish his sentence,
the
Alman
assassin
strikes. A
Crimson
spray or
life
red
force
blood
erupts out
bursts
of
from
Leo's
Leo's chest.
He
Leo
chokes
gasps in
pure
agony, clutching the fatal
clutching the
wound.
devastating
Kyuk,
wound.
How?
How dare you
How
betray
dare
me?
you betray me? The
killer's
assassin's
expression
face
remains
is
an
a
icy,
mask of
emotionless
cold
mask.
indifference.
Playing war
I
was
like
highly
playing
entertaining.
war, he
He
says
states
simply.
bluntly
As
fresh
blood drips
stains
from his blade, he
demonic
continues.
It was
It was
incredibly
fun
amusing
up until
until
now.
this exact
But
moment.
wait a minute.
Suddenly,
A new
hidden
profile
system
card
window
pops up.
appears.
This
That is
isn't
not Alman.
Alman.
This
is
Hideon,
Haydn,
an
a
elite
member of the Blue Moon.
His voice echoes
Hidden's
with
voice
absolute
echoes with the
bone-chilling
chilling conviction. We have the
follow
creed that
sacred
was
creed
taught
passed
to us
down
by the
legendary
Red Moon. As
Since
the Blue Moon is that
acts as
man's
his
sword,
absolute
it's only
I
natural.
only execute
I
his
move
divine
according
will.
to his wishes, but if
any
anyone
mortal
tries to
threatens
harm the great moon, his eyes glow
ignite
with a
with demonic
terrifying light.
fury.
I can
will
act on my own accord
another devastating
and slashes
slash
his
lands.
chest.
Hideon
Hidon
towers
stands over the
his former
gurgling body
master's
of his
broken,
former
coughing
master.
body.
That's why I was waiting for you to say that,
those
he
exact
says,
words.
his
He
voice
spits
dripping
pure
with
venom.
contempt.
Leo
warns
threatens
him.
My
My
loyal
subordinates
will
won't
hunt
let you go.
down. Hideon
His eyes
glares
narrow
fiercely
as
at
he
the
looks
pathetic,
down on the dying man.
Fool.
How
pathetic.
unfortunate.
The
The
great
great
moon
moon
offered you
gave you a
salvation.
chance.
With his
With
bloody
his mission complete,
accomplished, Hideon vanishes
Hidon
into
leaps
the
from the
shadowy night,
balcony into
leaving
the
behind
night,
absolute
leaving the
bloody
chaos
chaos.
behind.
Meanwhile, entirely unaware of his
completely
brother's
oblivious
brutal
to his
slaughter,
brother's
the
grisly
young
end,
master
Alan is living it
enjoying
up
maximum
in his
luxury
dream
in paradise.
destination.
He wakes
up to a beautiful
sunlit
morning, stretching with
out
a yawn.
lazily.
Ha!
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rodmill is an absolute
Rodmill is
paradise.
heaven.
His
His new life is
his ultimate
everything
fantasy.
he dreamed of.
Zero assassins,
No
zero clan
assassins,
politics,
no family
just
drama,
pure, unadulterated
just peace and
utter
quiet. He
tranquility.
gets to wake up
He
whenever he
sleeps freely
wants
and eats
and
like a
eat whatever
literal
he
emperor,
wants, sharing a
an
delicious
extravagant
breakfast with Evan. He happily
chews
munches
his
on his
crispy
toast, thinking,
wondering,
wow, should I open up a toast
bakery?
stand? This is
how
the
a true
life of a
noble
true noble.
cultivates.
But his
his slice of
peaceful
heaven
breakfast
shatters
is shattered
instantly
when
when
Evan
Evan
rushes
charges
in
in
with a letter.
sealed scroll.
Young master, you have a
an urgent
letter.
message.
Alan's
joyful
leisurely chewing
grinds
comes to an abrupt
complete
halt.
freeze.
The piece of
The
toast on
golden
his
toast
fork
drops from his
drops
fork
to
with
the
an
floor
incredibly
with a
tragic
sad little
splat.
splat.
His
His
pupils
eyes
tremble
go
with pure
wide
dread
with
as he
horror
scans
as
the
he reads the
terrifying text.
contents.
It is
It's a summons
direct
back to
summons
the
for
estate
Leo's royal
for
funeral.
Leo's funeral.
His four-day
His
free
four-day
trial of
free
absolute
trial of
heaven
heaven has
has
officially
brutally
expired. And
Just
like that,
destiny
he's
drags
yanked
him
from his
heavenly
peaceful dream
illusion,
and
throwing
thrown
him
back
straight
into the cold,
freezing,
sterile
gloomy
funeral hall of the Palatial estate.
clan.
As he
Standing
stands before his brother's casket, he notices the terrified reactions of the guests. They're all shaking and whispering, avoiding his gaze like the plague. What's with their reactions? Just then, Evan pops up beside him, causing Alan's very soul to jump out of his body. Young master, he whispers, when did you become the shadow leader? Utterly baffled, Alan and Evan find a quiet place to sit down and talk. Alan, looking like his world is about to end, practically pleads with his knight. Hey, can you please explain to me why I'm the villain? Evan, looking far too pleased with himself, lays out the facts.
You are the only
one who benefits from this situation. Lightning seems to strike Alan as Evan continues. After we left the estate, Leo was murdered. And you have the perfect alibi to become the Count's heir. Evan crosses his arms, looking at Alan, who has literally frozen solid from the shock. Avalon's gone now, so with Leo's death, nothing will bother you. Then, with a flourish and a literal ta-da, Evan presents his grand theory. That must mean you're the shadow leader of the county who led the assassination of a sword master. Alan clutches his head. A massive migraine forming. Are you having fun? What's with those clothes? Where the hell do I start with this? Trying to find a logical explanation. Alan grasps at straws. No organization is capable of killing a key figure of the underworld in an instant. Oh, but there's that organization that hunts other organizations, right? Evan asks, "Are you talking about the Blue Moon?" Then Evan immediately shoots down his theory. The Information Guild said the Blue Moon wasn't behind this. He explains their MO, the Blue Moon leaves behind a mark instead of a corpse, he says, gesturing to an image of their signature crescent moon symbol. However, it's said that members of Avalon were stabbed with a sword. The scene of the massacre was a bloodbath. A clear sign that this was a different kind of killer. The road to hell has been opened. The penny finally drops for Alan. So that's why I'm the shadow leader who killed the sword master. In his mind, though, he scoffs. The Blue Moon from the game were weaklings who disappeared in the prologue. There's no way they could pull this off, right? Little does he know. Back at the orphanage, the Blue Moon is holding a post-mission meeting. Utia, their leader, asks her subordinates, any traces? Rinna, the sin of greed, reports with a calm, almost ethereal demeanor. Nothing was left behind. Sailrang, the sin of pride, playfully twirls her dagger, a golden aura crackling around her. Same here, same here. She grins, her fox ears twitching with excitement. Hey, they were only corpses. These kids are anything but weak. Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows. I'm back. It's Radon, the sin of mysophobia. He stands cloaked in a powerful purple aura. His report short and chilling. 486 soldiers of Avalon remain. A shadowy image of another sin appears behind him as he speaks.
Just as ordered, boss.
Like you said, boss. A sadistic grin spreads across his face. I cut them all in half. Utia's eyes glow a demonic red. A pleased and terrifying smile gracing her lips.
Excellent.
Good.
Absolutely
Perfect. And that was how Avalon, a massive criminal organization that dominated the entire Asteria kingdom, was wiped off the map in just 5 days. But the mission isn't over. Radon approaches Utia. I don't think the cleanup was perfect, though. He presents a folder. I found this along with the nobles who are connected to Avalon. A list of powerful families flashes across the screen, but one in particular stands out, shrouded in a cold, snowy aura. The Altia Dukedom. Utia looks at the file, her expression unreadable, but her intent clear. Her eyes flare with crimson light as she gives her silent command. You already know what I'm going to say. The sins ready themselves, their auras exploding with power. The Blue Moon's hunt is far from over. Just then the last sin member replies, Leave it to me. I'll take care of this quietly. Utia lets out a soft sigh. Her eyes close. With a sharp look, she turns to Rin. One last thing. The Information Guild side is clean, right? She needs to be absolutely certain no one can trace this back to them, or to him. Rinna confirms. Yes, this matter is being handled separately from the Blue Moon. Meanwhile, Sailrang excitedly waves around a document, eager for the next phase. Radon chimes in, his voice laced with disdain for the other guilds. All guilds act the same. Ignoring him, Rinna asks, should I continue keeping tabs on movement? Utia gives a simple, decisive yes, but then she adds a chilling warning. This matter must not reach the ears of that person. She clutches the folder to her chest. A flicker of fear crosses her face. A strange sight on the leader of the Blue Moon. Radon explains, but since that person's family targeted them first, this wasn't an order. Utia explains their creed. We are swords. A sword must not think for itself. Utia's expression is a whirlwind of emotions. Blue Moon must only move on orders. Remember this, she tells her sins, her voice a low, intense whisper. That person knows everything. Never disappoint him. The weight of her words settles heavily on the young assassins. Radon, however, is perplexed. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as he mutters, I don't understand. He continues his thought. For someone with abilities as overwhelming as Utia's to feel anxiety and restlessness simply because she's scared to be found out, he clenches the folder in his hand, his resolve hardening. Whatever her reasons, his path is clear, understood. His loyalty is absolute. Everything for the Great Moon, for them. The Blue Moon's hideout, a quaint mansion under the stars, hides the deadliest secrets of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan's dream of a peaceful retirement has turned into a bureaucratic nightmare. No more of this, he groans, face planted on a mountain of paperwork. A whole month has passed since the funeral, a month of endless, mind-numbing duties. He's completely swamped. I want to loaf around and eat. Isn't that what nobles do? He whimpers, his lazy life goals slipping further and further away. His grand plan is in shambles. Leo's death was supposed to be 6 years from now. But because the timeline got royally screwed up, all the responsibilities of the heir have been dumped squarely on his shoulders. Just when he thinks he can't take any more, a knock at the door announces more suffering. Why, young master? A group of retainers enters, arms laden with even more documents. Alan groans in despair. Ugh, why is everyone working so hard? He internally screams. When the Count was here, you all used to slack off and skip work. His dark, exhausted expression fills the room, terrifying the staff. They see his glare and think, is he angry? We have to work harder. I don't want to die. Poor Alan is completely oblivious. Are the staff also working so strictly because of rumors that I'm the secret mastermind? He sighs, Evan. Why won't you come when I call? Turns out, the former slave just wants to do his job in peace. Tired of being buried alive in paper, Alan wishes they'd just handle things themselves. He needs a break. He finds Evan by the fireplace, tending to some chicken skewers. Young master, Evan says, looking up. He sizes up Alan's haggard appearance. Honestly, it's astonishing. But he's not talking about the workload. Evan's gaze is fixed on something else entirely. When did you grow this much? He asks, as a crackle of magical energy fills the room. It's quite shocking that you managed to reach the second tier after only 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft. You've got great talent. Alan has been secretly leveling up. Evan explains that it normally takes 4 years of dedicated instruction to reach this level. Magic, like anything else, requires a hefty dose of innate talent. Alan just shrugs it off. I agree that my talent's pretty decent, but his casual demeanor hides a deep-seated anxiety. I practiced hard for self-defense because I was feeling so uneasy, he admits, a bead of sweat on his brow. The constant threat of death flags has at least been a good motivator. To control poison magic, which is essentially manipulating mana to create toxins, you need incredibly fine control. It's no easy feat. But Alan knows the truth. But what good is it if it's only half-baked? I've used every kind of magic in this fantasy world now, he thinks. A small, unstable orb of mana hovering over his hand. When he first reincarnated, it was all so exciting. He remembers his early days of training, the thrill of wielding fantastical power. He thought if his plans worked out, he wouldn't need to fight. He could just learn at his own pace. But now, with his life on the line, he's realized a devastating truth. My mana hall is insanely tiny. All his practice, all his talent can't change this one fundamental fact, Alan explains. Innate mana capacity is like an athlete's natural weight class. You can train all you want, but a flyweight can never truly beat a heavyweight. And unfortunately for Alan, my mana hall is very small. No amount of training can make up for his pathetically small mana pool. It's a hard-coded den buff he can't get rid of. But as Alan wallows in his magical inadequacy, Evan pulls out a letter. Your
grand
invitation
summons
to the ball
have finally
finally
appeared,"
arrived,
he
he
declared
announces
proudly.
with a flourish.
Alan
Alan
stared,
looks up,
completely
utterly confused.
bewildered.
Hmm?
A banquet?
A ball?
Instantly,
And just like
our
that,
hero was draped
Alan
in
finds
aristocratic
himself
elegance
dressed to the
and
nines
shoved
and
right
thrown into the
venomous
glittering
heart of high
viper's nest of high society.
Welcome
This is the
to the
regular
Southern Realms
aristocratic
elite
ball for the
gathering,
southern region,
the perfect
a prime
battlefield
opportunity for nobles
political
to network.
masterminds.
He looks
He
sharp
radiated
in his
authority
formal
in his suit,
attire,
Evan
Evan
guarding
by
him,
his side,
though
but he's
merely
already
arriving drained
exhausted
his
just
soul.
from showing up.
Heavens, I am
Phew,
exhausted.
I'm already tired.
However,
Still, he has a
ambition
goal.
burned.
I'm about to become
Earning
a
my
count
noble title
soon,
means
so maybe
I
I
must
should
conquer
use
this
this chance to
treacherous
network.
game.
It's time
Let
to
the
go
true
into
hunt
serious
begin.
mode.
Evan
As Evan
watched,
looks on,
silently
questioning
judging,
his
his
master's
lord's
sudden
intense aura,
change in demeanor
devouring
while
sweet
munching on a
pastries,
plate of cakes,
as Alan
Alan psychs
braced for
himself
war.
up. Forming
Forging
connections
elite
with
alliances
nobles is
guarantees a
crucial
future
for a
without
peaceful future.
bloodshed.
But there's a
But
problem.
disaster struck.
The moment
One
he
step
takes
forward,
a step,
and the massive
the
crowd
crowd
scattered
parts like the
terrified
Red
prey.
Sea. They see
His
him
mere
coming
presence
and
sent the
practically
nobles
trample
stampeding
each
away
other to get
in
away.
utter panic.
Alan
Alan froze
stammers,
as the Lord
as one guy
screamed in
literally
pure
shrieks
horror.
in terror.
Ah,
Yep.
That
The whole
terrifying
shadow
legend
leader
of
who
him
assassinated
butchering
his
his own
swordmaster brother.
sibling
Rumor isn't
completely
exactly making him
destroyed
Mr.
his
Popular.
reputation.
Evan, trying to be
smirked,
helpful, whispers,
whispering,
"Don't
"Do not
be
let this
too
crush
PFT
your
upset."
spirit."
PFT,
He
while
barely
trying to
contained his
stifle
giggle.
his laughter.
Alan
Alan
glared
is not
coldly.
amused.
Upset? Never.
Not at all.
I predicted
This was
this outcome,
expected,
he
he
muttered,
says, brushing
casually
off his
dusting
knight's
his
shoulder.
elegant coat.
Evan,
Evan,
see you later.
stand back.
He's
I will
got
handle
this.
this.
He strikes
stood
a
tall,
pose,
vowing
determined
to
to salvage
dominate
the
the room.
situation.
They mock
I
my
know they
bloodline
look
as
down
peasant
on me
trash.
for being low
Totally.
class and lacking
Devoid of
refinement.
grace.
Unlike my
Our once
esteemed
glorious
great-grandfather's
ancient clan has
era,
been
the current
reduced to
Palacio
exiled
family is
eastern
full of
rogues.
troublemakers from
But
the
I did
east.
not enter
But I
this
didn't
den
come here
blindly.
thoughtlessly. He has a
master
plan.
strategy awaited.
He smoothly
He gracefully
picks up a
snatched a
glass of
crimson goblet
wine from a passing
server.
tray. Time to unleash the
his
social
hidden
skills
aristocratic
he
charm.
secretly practiced. He
targeted
approaches a
highborn
noble
lady,
lady,
prepared
ready
to
to
dazzle.
charm her. He
Sipping
takes
the
a
vintage,
sip,
he
putting on his
projected
most sophisticated
overwhelming
air.
elegance.
The wine's
This
aroma
elixir
is
carries a
unique,
divine fragrance,
especially the scent.
truly
It's distinctive.
magnificent.
I'd
I
like
must
to have
secure
a
a
few
private
bottles
collection,
at home,
he murmured,
he says,
attempting
what
to
he
flash a
thinks is a
breathtakingly
gentle,
handsome
charming
smile.
smile.
Instead,
The result?
a
A
bone-chilling,
terrifying,
murderous
psychopathic
glare
grin
twisted his
that could
features.
curdle milk.
The helpless
The
woman
poor lady
froze, sensing
freezes,
true
her
slaughter,
face a mask
her
of
face a
pure
mask of
horror.
absolute terror. I will inform
I'll
the
tell
patriarch
father to prepare at
immediately,
once,
she shrieks,
she squeaks,
before
before running
fleeing the
away.
courtyard.
Alan can only
stares,
watch,
entirely dumbfounded.
bewildered.
Wait,
No,
this fate
that's...
is totally
This isn't what I
off
was
script.
expecting.
The
The
surrounding
other
elites
nobles
murmur in pure
whisper
shock.
amongst
Did that madman
themselves.
seriously
Did he just blackmail
extort
them
them for the
into giving him
legendary
limited
immortal
edition
elixir?
regional wine?
He is vastly
He's a bigger
more
troublemaker
chaotic
than his
his
other
cursed
siblings.
bloodline.
Evan can't
Evan
hold it
utterly
in any
loses all of his
longer,
composure,
erupting
bursting
in a
into
fit of
hysterical
giggles.
laughter. Alan remains
Alan
frozen,
just stands
processing
there,
this completely
processing his
devastating social
spectacular failure.
catastrophe.
I guess she must just
possess
be
an
a
extremely timid
particularly
cultivation
shy
base.
young lady,
He falsely
he
rationalizes,
thinks,
trapped
deep in
heavy
denial. The
The
grand
magnificent
ballroom
banquet
with
hall
its
with
glittering
sparkling crystals
chandeliers
instantly
suddenly
turns
feels
profoundly cold and
incredibly
desolate.
lonely.
Evan
Evan
cheerfully
happily
returns
returns with a
carrying
mountain
massive
of
tribute
loot
from
from the
those terrified
terrified
elites.
nobles.
Whoa,
Wow, your
your
loot
treasure
pile has
hoard
grown
multiplied
again. He lists off
divine,
luxury teas,
herbs,
crafted
enchanted
metalwork,
metals,
and
that
of course,
peerless elixir.
the specialty wine.
Alan exhales a
Alan
heavy
just
breath,
sighs,
slumping
leaning
against
against a
a pillar
wall
in
in
pure
defeat.
defeat.
Palacio
demonic
turned out
reputation
far
grew
more
infinitely
notorious than I
worse than
thought, he
predicted.
muses.
He
The
ponders.
rumors about
The
me
dark
taking
myths of
out
me
my
slaughtering
monstrous
rogue
brothers
brothers
have made
transformed
me a
into an
social
absolute
pariah.
monster.
He watches
He
the
eyes the
nobles
trembling
huddled together,
cultivators,
deliberately
dodging his
keeping their
deadly aura.
distance.
My
My
immortal
social
standing is
life is
trashed.
ruined.
Deciding
Deciding he
desperately
needs a
needs
moment,
breathing
he
room.
tells Evan
tells
he's
Evan
getting
he's
some
stepping
fresh
outside.
air.
Evan
Evan
simply
just
tosses
gives a cheerful,
grinning, "Got it,
"Okay,
boss."
Tilda."
As
As
Alan
Alan
retreats,
leaves,
a
his
stunning
exit is
female
watched
cultivator
by a
strictly observes
striking
him.
woman
Her
with
blazing
fiery
crimson
red
hair
hair
and
and an
enchanted
elegant
robes glow.
gown.
Her
Her
blood-red
crimson
eyes
eyes
track him,
follow him
burning
with a
with
curious
dangerous
intensity.
fascination.
Out
Reaching the
on the
quiet
balcony,
terrace, Alan
Alan
rests
leans
heavily
against the
cold
railing,
marble
sighing under the
groaning
moonlight.
under the pale
Where did it
moon.
all go wrong?
Where did my destiny
He
fracture?
wonders. His
His
grand
ultimate scheme
plans
for
for a
immortal
peaceful
peace is
life
now
now a
totally
distant
shattered.
memory.
He only
just
desired
wanted
to
a
quietly
quiet
cultivate
retirement.
in the shadows.
Was that so much
Was
to
that truly
ask?
impossible?
Suddenly, a soft voice cuts through the silence. Excuse me.
Pardon my intrusion.
Hello there.
Greetings.
May I have a moment?
May we speak?
Alan
turns around,
completely surprised.
startled.
Someone
broke my
spoke to me.
terrifying aura?
Who could it
Who
be?
dares?
He sees a
watches the heavy
door
doors
creaking open
swing
behind
open
him.
slowly.
His
His
eyes
pupils
widen.
tremble.
A young
mysterious
woman
maiden
steps out
glides
onto the
the terrace,
balcony,
wearing a
her expression
harmlessly pure
gentle and
expression.
unassuming.
She bows deeply,
She introduces
executing a
herself
flawless
with a
aristocratic
graceful curtsy.
greeting.
I am
Loria,
Loria,
the third
the
heir of
third
the
daughter
Altia
of Duke
clan.
Altia.
Alan's mind
brain
completely
short circuits.
Altia.
Altia.
The Altia
That
sect.
explains it.
That
He
explains
forces
everything.
a polite
He
reply.
grinds out a stiff
Yes.
greetings.
Hello. The
That
Altia
terrifying
family is one of
bloodline
the
is a
3
major
major
underworld
shadow
tyrant in
players of
this realm,
psychedelia,
notoriously feared
known
as
as the
Northern
Northern
Demons. There
Troublemakers.
is zero
So there's
chance
no
she is
way
an
she's a
ordinary
normal
cultivator,
person,
he
he
calculates.
thinks.
Yet
But he
this face
doesn't seem
triggers
to remember
absolutely
this
zero
grill
memories
from
his
the
past life
game.
knowledge.
I don't
swear
think she appears
never existed
anywhere
in
in
the
the
original
game.
timeline.
Just
Without
then,
warning,
out
her
of the
gentle
blue,
tone drastically
she
shifts.
speaks,
I will
"I'll be blunt.
speak plainly.
Please lend me your
your absolute
strength."
power.
Alan's face
Alan's
turns
expression
dark.
turns thunderous at
With
the mere
just the thought of
getting
trouble
dragged into
coming
deadly
his
sect
way,
politics.
Loria drops
Loria
another
drops a massive bombshell.
"Please
Become
lend
my
me your
sword.
strength.
I am
I'm
marked for
going to be
immediate assassination."
assassinated soon."
Alan, surprisingly,
Alan, however,
remains
is
cold and
completely
totally unbothered by her
unfazed by her
terrifying mortal
desperate
crisis.
plea.
She
She quickly
details
explains her
doomed
situation.
fate.
As the
bastard
illegitimate
child of
daughter of
patriarch
Duke
Altia,
Altia,
she
her
survived
life was
safely
safe
while
while her
his
father
vital
was
energy
healthy.
remained stable.
But now,
with
his condition
cultivation
worsening,
foundation crumbling,
she's
she is
become a
primary
target.
target.
With a look of sheer
With sheer
terror,
despair in
she
her eyes,
tells
she
him,
whispers,
"My older
siblings
sisters will soon kill me."
slaughter me tonight."
Alan's mind
Alan's tactical
instantly
mind rapidly
pieces it
connects the
together.
chaotic dots.
It's a classic,
A ruthless bloodline.
messy succession war.
bound to
So
end
it's a
in mutual
mutual
destruction,
downfall
huh?
situation,
Then revelation strikes
Then it
like
clicks.
lightning.
The reason he doesn't
Loria
remember
vanished from the
Aloria
original
Altia
timeline
from
is
the
brutally
game is simple.
She
must have already been
violently
dead
murdered
and didn't
early on.
appear in the
Loria
game.
begs on her knees,
Loria
her
continues to
spiritual aura
plead, her
helplessly
voice trembling.
With your
With the
monstrous
power
strength,
you have, Lord
you could
Allen,
intervene.
you could. But our
rebel
protagonist
refuses
has
to play the
zero
noble
interest in
savior.
becoming a
But his
knight in
bloodlust
shining
suddenly
armor.
fills the night.
I'll have to
I must
decline.
refuse.
Loria
Loria
flinches,
recoils,
completely
utterly
shocked
devastated
by
by
his
his chilling
ice-cold rejection.
dismissal. Clinging
Refusing
to
to give
she
up,
tosses
she
out
makes a
one final,
desperate
reckless
final
wager.
offer.
I'm
I'm not asking
seeking
for help
charity.
empty-handed.
Save my life,
If
and
you
half of
save
the
me,
mighty
I'll
Altia
give you
clan's
half
wealth
of
is
the
yours.
Altia family's
Yet,
fortune.
mountains of
But
gold
not even a
cannot sway
king's
Alan
ransom
from his
can tempt
destined path
Alan
of
away from
tranquility.
his
He
peaceful
coldly
life plan.
turns away.
He turns his back
Farewell.
on her. I'll
He
be
strides
taking
off
my
into the
leave.
shadows,
He walks away
without
without a
looking
second
back,
glance,
abandoning
leaving
the
the
fallen
desperate
Duchess
to her
grim
fate.
destiny.
He feels a
flicker
pang
of
of
pity
sympathy,
strikes his
but he
core,
knows his
but his
limits.
spiritual
I can
foundation
barely
is
take
weak.
care of
My
myself
own
right
survival
now,
is barely
he thinks.
guaranteed, he reasons.
Better not give her
Better
any
to sever
false
all
hope.
false attachments.
As Alan's
As
footsteps
Alan's
fade,
presence vanishes,
Loria is left
Loria
alone
stands
on the
frozen on the
balcony,
balcony,
her
her
last
survival
hope
hopes
crumbling to dust.
reduced to ashes.
Alan lets out a
Alan
sigh of
exhales
relief,
sharply, releasing
loosening his
stifling
collar. That was
nearly
way
dragged
too
me
close
into
to
a
getting
deadly web of
involved in
karma.
something troublesome.
He silently
He offers a
projects
parting
one last
thought as he
blessing
steps
before
back
disappearing
inside. Still,
May the
I wish
heavens
you
grant
luck.
you a truly
I hope you
steadfast
find a
ally.
reliable ally.
However,
But their
their secret
conversation
exchange was
didn't go
heavily
unnoticed.
monitored.
High in the
Concealed within
rafters,
the roof beams,
two cloaked
two
figures
shadowy
have been
assassins
observing the
tracked
entire
every breath.
exchange.
The
One
first
of them
operative
speaks,
whispers,
her voice
"It
low.
appears the
It
Altia heir
seems
has sought out the
Altia has
great moon."
approached the great
The
moon.
other sneers,
The other chimes in. Then
"Shall
I
I
should
deliver
pass
his
along
polite
his
regards
kind
to the
wishes
red
to the
moon?"
red moon as
A boy
well.
with violet hair
Purple-haired boy
rejects the
dismisses the
plan.
idea.
Stand
No,
down.
it's fine.
Our
According to our
intelligence confirms
intel,
she
she's
is
the
the
only
sole Altia
Altia
detached
not
from the
tied
Avalon
to
faction,
Avalon. So she's the
meaning
only
she escapes
Altia
Redon's
who's
brutal
not one of
vengeance.
Radon's targets.
The emerald-haired
Green-haired
girl
girl
deduces.
concludes.
He nods.
The boy
A
nods.
perfect
That
execution
simplifies
strategy.
things. We'll
We enact
proceed
the Red
according
Moon's
to the Red
decree.
Moon's command.
smirks.
She adds,
We must
we'll
quarantine
focus on
all
blocking
intelligence,
information so that
blinding
the
him to the
Avalon
Avalon
case doesn't
slaughter.
reach him.
Meanwhile,
Alan is back
returns
to
to the
being a
banquet,
social
radiating
pariah.
absolute loneliness.
Why is it so
Why is
empty
this territory
around me?
totally deserted?
He wonders.
Do I radiate?
Do I have some kind of
toxic
barrier
repelling aura?
warding people
Just
off?
as he abandons
Just
all
as he's
hope of
about to
building
give
vital
up on
clan
networking for
alliances.
good. A
A
sultry
seductive
voice
whisper strikes
says,
his ears.
"Hello?"
Greetings.
Alan's chewy
Alan's
form
heart
is so
leaps with
touched he
pathetic
could
joy.
cry.
Heavens,
Wow, was that
someone
for
actually
me?
addressing me?
Maybe
My
I can
social
actually
cultivation
socialize
begins.
for once.
He pivots,
He turns,
his face glowing
a
with
hopeful
pure
expression on his face.
Ah,
Yes, hello.
Suddenly,
And his
dreams
hopes are
violently
immediately
shattered.
crushed.
It is
It's
the
the
crimson-haired
fiery-haired woman
tempest
from
from
before.
earlier.
Wait,
Another
another
underworld
shadow
puppet
player?
master? Alan
Alan
instantly
already
senses
knows
the
where this
approaching
is
doom.
going.
Of course,
someone
only
would
a
approach
harbinger
me
of chaos would
if they
seek
were
me out.
trouble. He
He quickly
schools his
forges a
features
firmness,
into a polite
flawless,
mask. Greetings, Lady
aristocratic smile.
Zenonia. She
Honored to
raises
meet
an
you,
elegant
Lady Zenonia.
eyebrow.
She
Intrigued.
arches a brow,
Oh my,
thoroughly
you know of
amused.
me?
Oh?
Of course,
You recognize
Alan
my
replies
aura.
smoothly. You're quite
Naturally,
famous
Alan
in many
counters with
ways.
supreme calm.
In the world of
In the shadow
psychedelia,
realms,
there are
supreme
three
monarchs
great shadow
pull the ultimate
players
strings
who
of
pull the
reality.
strings from behind the scenes. There is Altia of the North, Pelagio of the East, Alan's own chaotic family, and Zenonia, the troublemaker of the West. She smiles, a snake hidden in the roses. Am I really that famous? She purrs, introducing herself as Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. Alan breaks out in a cold sweat. This woman
viper
runs a
commands an elite,
full-blown criminal
underground
syndicate.
assassination
He's
set.
internally
His internal
panicking.
spiritual sea is
I need
totally
connections
collapsing.
for a
I
peaceful
need
life.
safe allies to survive.
I must never get
Crossing
involved
paths
with
her is
her.
absolute
But on the
suicide.
outside,
Yet outwardly,
he's the picture
he
of
bows
charm.
like a true
You're so
gentleman.
beautiful, my lady.
beauty rivals the
Kalia
heavens,
accepts
my
the
lady.
compliment with a
Kalia
graceful
accepts his praise
nod.
gracefully.
Oh my,
My,
thank
how
you.
sweet.
She leans in,
Leaning
her
closer,
crimson
her
eyes
blood-red eyes.
glinting.
Lock
I'd like
onto
to
his.
talk more with
Let us
you.
deepen our
How
connection.
about it?
Shall we?
Alan
Alan
masterfully
flawlessly
dodges.
evades.
I'd love
A tempting
to,
offer.
but there are
But
too many eyes
wolves are
on us
watching
right now.
Inwardly,
Inside,
he
he's
screams,
begging,
"Heavens,
please just let me
just
go
spare my
quietly.
pathetic
She
life."
lets out a
She
small,
releases a dark,
amused
mocking
laugh,
chuckle, peering
seeing right
straight
through
into
him.
his trembling soul.
You're
The
just
dark
as the
legends were
rumors
true,
say,
she whispers,
she murmurs,
sealing his
her
doom.
words hanging
Until
in
destiny
the air.
brings us together
I
again,
look forward
she
to seeing
purrs,
you again.
leaving her words
With a
drifting like
final,
smoke. Flashing a
enigmatic
cryptic
smile,
smirk,
she
she
glides
vanishes,
away,
leaving
Alan
utterly
completely
dumbfounded.
bewildered.
The hell does that mean?
What's that supposed
He
to
mutters,
mean?
scratching
He
his head.
mutters, more
Meanwhile,
confused than ever.
high,
Up above,
up in the shadows,
Blue Moon
Blue Moon
agents have a new
operatives exchange
update.
a grim
The
report.
Avalon
The
case
Avalon
information
secret
is being
remains
well
under
contained.
wraps,
But there's a
danger
new
lurks.
concern.
A watcher is
That
still
one is
tracking
still
our
keeping
target.
watch on
They
that
peek
person.
downward,
They glances
spotting an
down and
assassin
spots a
clinging
shadowy
tightly to the
figure
window
clinging
ledge.
to the window
He is
frame.
being hunted
He's
from the
being
dark.
tailed from the
Suddenly,
darkness.
a chilling command
A new
echoes.
order is given.
Track him.
Keep watching,
Then
then
erase his
eliminate them.
existence.
The
The masked
assassins
killers
move
vanish
with
with
silent,
lethal precision,
deadly purpose,
blending into absolute
melting into
darkness.
the shadows.
Hours
Sometime
pass.
later,
Alan and
Alan
soon
and
arrive
Evan find
at a
themselves in a
desolate,
remote,
sun-scorched ravine.
sun-dappled canyon.
Young
master,
are you totally
are you
sure?
sure this is
we
the right
belong here?
place?
Evan
Evan
questions,
asks.
eyeing the
He looks
wasteland.
around the
Is this the
desolate
legendary
area.
gorge you
Is
mentioned?
this really the
Alan
canyon you
tunes
were
him
looking
out,
for?
his sharp
Alan
gaze
ignores
piercing
him,
the
his
rugged
eyes
landscape.
scanning the terrain.
Sunlight blazes
It's midday.
above, yet an
But
eerie
strangely
gloom
dark
chokes the
inside.
valley.
His gaze
His
locks
eyes
onto
lock
a specific
onto
spot.
the target.
Finally
Bingo.
found it.
The true
My
prize
real
awaits.
objective.
Surging with
He
fierce
walks with
determination,
renewed purpose.
he marches
Evan
forward.
mutters, if this
Evan
is empty
whines,
again,
"If
I
this
might
cave is a
cry.
dud, I'll
But Alan
totally weep.
denies his suspicions,
Relax.
saying,
This jackpot
no,
is guaranteed."
this time it's
Alan
real.
smirks,
He
revealing his
reveals the
master
true
plan.
purpose of their trip
Ditching that
south.
boring
It
banquet
wasn't
had
for
a
the ball.
purpose.
It
They
was
were
to
hunting a
find this
mythical,
place. A hidden
system-generated
labyrinth from the
maze.
game.
Welcome to
This
the
is the labyrinth of
a
whispers,
notoriously
a
brutal
famous dungeon in
this realm.
Psychedelia. The
Beating
reward
its
for
8
clearing
hellish
its 8
trials
puzzle
grants an
rooms is a
insanely
ridiculously
broken,
powerful
god-tier relic.
artifact.
Thanks
And
to
thanks
endless
to his
nights of
countless
hardcore
hours of grinding,
Alan knows
this place
perfectly. I
like
have
the back
every
of his
single
hand.
pattern
I've memorized all the
Let's
routes and
absolutely
puzzles.
speedrun this.
Time to
However,
speedrun
facing
this.
the terrifying
But
abyss in
standing at the
reality
entrance
hits
in real
completely
life
different.
is a
Whoa.
different feeling
Farming
entirely.
this digitally
Wow.
didn't prepare me
Even
for
though
this
I've
horror.
run this dungeon
Evan stands
countless times,
paralyzed.
this
magic
is
feels
new.
bizarrely man-made.
Evan is
How
completely
did you
baffled.
uncover this?
This place
Trapped in
feels
his gamer
artificial.
nostalgia,
How do you
Alan
even know
casually
about
drops,
it? Alan,
"I
who's
farm
lost
here
in
a
his
lot."
own thought,
Evan
lets
glares at his
out,
crazy
I've
boss.
come here
"You
often.
farm in
Evan
this
stares
absolute
at his
wasteland?"
master. You've
Snapping
been
back to
here
reality,
often?
Alan
Alan
flashes a
snaps
deeply
out of his
unsettling,
thoughts and
villainous
flashes a
smirk.
grin that's
"Just
more
pulling your leg.
terrifying than
I
reassuring.
possess secret
Just
intel.
kidding. I
Let's
have my
breach the
ways.
gates."
Let's go in.
Evan shivers
Evan
dramatically.
whimpers.
"Dude, stop
Please
making
don't
that
joke
creepy
with that
psycho face."
expression.
The
The
second
moment they step
they cross the
inside,
threshold,
the walls
the
come
stone
alive,
walls awaken,
and demonic
unleashing
gargoyles
savage
descend
demons.
upon them.
Crimson
With glowing
eyes
red
blaze as
eyes, the
monstrous
monsters
beasts dive,
lunge, their
aiming to
claws
shred
ready to
flesh
rip
apart.
and tear.
This trap is
Evan
brutal.
calmly explains the
Failed
dungeon's
cryptic
gimmick.
trial,
If you
and these
get the riddles
hellhounds
wrong,
crush
those
you
things
into
slam
bloody
down on
paste.
you mercilessly.
While Evan shrieks
While
in
Evan
pure terror,
panics, Alan simply
casually
steps up to a
strolls to the ancient
pedestal
altar
and
and
solves
cracks
the
the code
puzzle.
instantly.
Evan can only
Evan is
stare.
speechless.
How can he
How
stay
is he
so
so
calm?
chill?
We've
4
worked
years
together for
together,
4
and
years,
he's
and I
still a
still
total
don't get
enigma.
him. Evan thinks,
stammers, mind
completely
blown.
bewildered.
His lord's
His master's
agenda is pure
missions are a
chaotic
bizarre
madness.
mix of
Smashing
vigilantism
corrupt
and
guilds
random
one day,
errands,
rescuing
from
street
taking
kids the
down
next.
crime syndicates
Suddenly,
to saving
the
orphans.
defense system
As the
triggers,
dungeon's mechanism
pulverizing the fiends
activates
into
and
dust.
crushes the
Evan
monsters,
drops his jaw.
Evan is
The guy
floored.
never leaves
He's
his
barely
room,
left the
yet holds
estate,
omniscient
yet he knows
knowledge.
everything.
Alan shrugs.
Alan just points.
Sweet.
Oh,
First
got
try.
it right.
The
The
heavy
door
mechanism
only
finally
opens
clicks,
once the mechanism
unlocking the
finishes.
path.
The
The
massive
colossal
stone
iron
door
gates
to the
to the
final
boss room
chamber
groan open
slowly
ominously.
grinds open.
Evan remains
Evan is still
traumatized
reeling
by the
from the
bloody
puzzle's
massacre.
gruesome
What
aftermath.
insane scheme
What
are you
exactly are
plotting
you
now?
planning this time?
Meanwhile,
Alan,
turns
on the
pale,
other hand, is
clutching his
looking a little
stomach.
green.
The path is finally
Finally,
clear.
the door's
I am going to
open.
hurl.
I feel like I'm gonna
Pixels hit the
puke.
gore,
I knew
but
it would be
smelling
cruel.
rotting blood
But seeing
in
it
person is pure
firsthand,
nightmare
it's way
fuel.
worse.
Alan
Alan
gasps,
lets out a
but lurking
sigh
in
of
the
relief.
shadows,
Seems like
the
it's
bloody trial
finally
ended.
over. Before them is the
lay
treasure
immortal
room,
vault, drowning
overflowing
in
with gold,
mortal gold and
gems,
spiritual
and
weapons.
priceless artifacts.
Alan's
But Alan
gaze
isn't
remained
interested in
absolutely
any of
ice-cold.
it. Yeah,
Let us take
let's
that
just take
abyssal
that
ring
black
and vanish.
ring and
His
go.
true prize
The
was
artifact
merely
he
a
came for is a plain
shadow
black
band
ring,
hidden among the
lying
glittering trash.
inconspicuously
His
amongst the
retainer,
glittering
Evan,
horde.
stood
Evan is
totally
dumbfounded.
paralyzed.
That thing,
That rusted junk,
it looks the
it
most
looked
useless
completely
of all.
worthless.
But Alan knows its true value. Taking anything else would only bring trouble.
Ignore the rest.
Leave them.
He lifted.
He holds up his prize, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. I finally obtained the oath of restraint. On the way
Exiting
out,
the cursed tomb,
Alan reassures a
calmed his
nervous
trembling
Evan.
servant.
Don't
Fear
worry.
not.
The
Our
way
escape
back
path
is
perfectly
safe.
clear.
Evan is not
trembled,
convinced.
relying on
Thanks to
past
Alan's
life,
game knowledge,
system knowledge,
their exit
retreat
is
began
indeed
smoothly.
easy.
However,
At first,
the dungeon
but their
shadows
path
abruptly
is
shifted,
suddenly blocked
summoning
by
colossal
towering
stone
stone
titans.
figures.
The
The
dungeon's
labyrinth's
ultimate
final
slaughterers had
guardians have
finally
awoken.
awakened.
Evan draws
unsheathes
his sword,
blade, completely
his
bloodless.
face pale.
An unrecorded boss anomaly.
unknown enemy.
This is
the
absolute.
worst-case
Despair.
scenario.
I will crush
This
them
time I'll
myself,
handle it,
Alan declared
says
coldly,
calmly,
stepping
stepping
ahead
in front
to
of his
shield his
retainer.
servant.
Evan can only
choked in
stammer.
sheer terror.
What?
What?
Evan
He
screams
shrieked
a warning.
desperately. Whatever,
No matter what
crazy
you're
tricky
planning,
plan.
we
We
need
must
an
retreat
escape
immediately.
route first.
But the Titans were
golems
already
are already attacking.
striking.
Their
Their massive
colossal
pillars
weapons
eclipsed the very
blotting
sun.
out the light.
Evan roared in despair.
shouts,
Rank 2
second-tier
magic
magic
can't even
isn't
scratch these
enough
massive
against this
behemoths.
colossals.
Alan boldly
Alan
marched
steps forward, raising his
both
hands and
palms,
mutters the
whispering
words,
the forbidden chant.
I invoke
triggered
the oath of restraint. The ring
artifact
flares
erupted
with
spiritual
power,
fire,
and the
shattering
world
reality
dissolves
into
into
a
a
starry abyss.
cosmic
Suddenly,
void as an
an
ancient
primordial
voice
entity
echoes in
vibrated through
Alan's
Alan's
mind.
soul.
Oh, fragment
tiny mortal
inheriting the
supreme
great will of Nyakula.
The
The
god
voice
thundered.
booms.
Speak.
two
I shall forge
restrictions
two
I can
binding
enact.
vows.
This
The
is
moment
it.
arrived.
The
The
pop-up
familiar
choice
system
window
interface
from the game,
materialized into
now a
reality.
reality.
That godly
The
aura,
voice,
it honestly
it
felt
almost makes this world
terrifyingly
feel real. The Oath of Restraint is an absorption-type artifact,
relic,
granting immense
unmatched
power
cultivation
in exchange for
flesh-binding
self-imposed
curses.
limitations.
Alan
begins. First,
pact.
the entity
entity growled.
responds,
Speak.
Speak. I
I
will
vow to
always
weave the
perform
hand
this
seals
hand
of
signs of Babylonia when
to cast
using
any
magic.
spell.
A skill
radiant
icon
system
from the
rune
game
manifested in thin
materializes,
air, locking
confirming his
in his
choice.
face.
What is it
forbidden
you
strength do you
desire
seek
through
through
this
this suffering?
restriction?
The
The
ancient
voice asks.
demanded.
Alan replies, the
The
power to
absolute
twist
authority
the
to
laws
crush
of
the
the
heaven's
world a
natural
little
laws.
further. Granted.
A violent
a
tidal
torrent
wave
of
of
power
spiritual chi
surges
exploded
through
within
Alan's very
meridians.
being.
Without pausing,
Then he says,
declared
as
his
for
second sacrifice.
second,
The god
the
roared.
voice commands
Speak.
speak.
Alan swore his
makes
final
his
oath.
second vow.
Before
When using
unleashing my
magic,
aura,
I will
shall
strictly
recite
chant the words
Babylonian
of
sutras.
Babylonia.
What supremacy
What is
do
it you
when
desire
crave
through
for
this
burden?
restriction?
Alan's ambition
goal
was
is
terrifyingly
clear. Greater
Unmatched
power to
cultivation
defy the
shatter
world's
reality
laws.
itself.
The second
The
skill
second heavenly
icon
rune ignited.
appears.
By
By
fusing
combining
twin
these two
penalties,
restrictions,
his
he can
destructive
achieve the
output would reach
highest
an
possible
apocalyptic
magic
realm.
attack
The
power.
ancient spirit
The
of
oath of restriction
restraint
becomes
stunned into
speechless
absolute
at the
silence by this
demand.
madness.
Alan then
grinned
thinks,
internally.
thanks to
Relying
my
on
countless
endless
playthroughs,
regressions,
I've
I mastered the
memorized
ultimate
all the
cheat
best
codes.
combinations.
This insane gamble
This has to work.
prevail.
Granted.
Granted.
The power
The demonic
flowing into
energy
him
storming his core
intensifies
multiplied
tenfold. The
God
entity speaks
murmured
again.
softly.
O
Oh,
human who
mortal who
remembers
carries
the
the forgotten
gestures
seals
and
and
mysteries
ancient
of a
secrets of a
forgotten
fallen
god,
deity,
I
I offer
express
my
my
eternal
gratitude
gratitude
to
to the
you
true
who
inheritor.
inherit the will.
Alan was
Alan is
frozen
momentarily
in absolute
stunned.
shock.
Inherit the
True
will?
What bloody
What does that
destiny is this?
mean?
Before
Before
he
he
could
can
even
process it,
react,
the ring
the
on his
abyssal ring
hand
melted into his
dissolves,
very flesh
becoming
and
one with
meridians.
him.
The
The restriction
heavenly
was
contract
applied
sealed
successfully.
forever. As his
As
soul
his
crashed
consciousness
violently back
returns
into
to his
reality,
body, the
God
voice
whispered
leaves
the
him with a
terrifying
final,
omen.
chilling
Remember,
message.
I
I
shall
shall
be
forever
eternally
be watching
hunting
you.
your shadow.
Time snaps
Time
back to
violently
normal.
resumed its flow.
Evan is still
Evan was
shouting,
still screeching.
Young
Young
master,
rank 2
second-tier
spells or sheer
magic isn't
suicide.
enough.
But Alan stood
is
absolutely
more than
fearless.
ready. He
He knew
knows
his
his power is
cultivation
limited,
base is
but he
restricted,
also
but he
knows
knows
the
the
rules
system's
of the
hidden
game.
rules.
With
With a
a
freezing,
cold,
deadly
determined
glare,
glint in his eye,
decides it is
he
time to
decides
unleash
it's
the
time
ultimate
to use
hidden
the
card
trump
that he
card he
traveled
came all
across
this way
realms to
for.
find.
Alan
Alan
pours
forces
every
single
last drop of
crippled
his tiny
spiritual
mana
energy
pool into a
one
spell.
strike.
A
A
spear
tribulation
of
spear
lightning
manifests
forms in
in
his
his palm,
hand,
but it looks
it's
utterly
pitiful.
pathetic.
It should be a brilliant, blinding orb of
world-shattering
destruction,
divine judgment.
but instead,
it's
it's a sad,
a dying
flickering
ember.
spark.
He
He
curses
thinks to
inwardly.
himself,
No matter how
no matter
ruthlessly I
how
cultivate,
hard I
this is
train,
my
this
mortal
is my limit.
His
innate talent is
defies
high,
heaven,
but his
his
mana
core
capacity is
completely
fatally
cursed,
low,
which is
why
exactly
he thinks
must test this
it's
heavenly
time to
restriction.
test this
With his
restriction.
spiritual sea
With his
completely
mana
drained down
reserves
to
on empty,
nothing,
Alan begins to
weaving an
weave his
ancient art.
spell.
But this
But
is no
this is
basic
no
cultivation
ordinary
technique.
casting.
He
chants
invokes
the
the
words words of a forgotten god. First
stage,
refraction. The pitiful spark of lightning begins to bend and contort, its very properties shifting at his command. The energy twists violently, crackling with a power that far exceeds the mana put into it. Then, repulsion. The spell pulses, pushing against the very laws of physics. It erupts into a violent torrent of raw, untamed lightning. A blinding flash fills the cavern, and Evan can only shield his eyes from the overwhelming power. Third, blue light. The energy converges, condensing into a massive, swirling orb of pure destruction that dwarfs both Alan and Evan. And for the final incantation, line of diffraction, he performs the ancient hand signs of Babylonia, a condition of his oath of restraint, forcing the magic to its absolute peak. With a final decisive gesture, Alan unleashes the spell he meticulously crafted over 5 turns. The enhanced chain lightning rockets forward, a blazing spear of judgment aimed directly at the Golem Guardians. Evan is completely gobsmacked. He's never seen such power from what should be a simple second-tier spell. The lightning tears through the stone titans. At first, it looked like no damage was done. Then the next moment, Guardian's stone body starts crumbling. The cave is filled with the deafening roar of continuous thunderclaps as the spell continues its rampage. When the light finally fades, the once imposing golems are gone, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and glowing runes on the cavern floor. Evan stares at the devastation, his mind struggling to process what he just witnessed. What the hell? He turns to his master, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. Have you been hiding your strength? Alan, looking completely unbothered, gives a simple reply. Not at all. Evan can't believe it. Huh? I've never seen anything like that throughout 15 years of being a mercenary. Are you sure that was just second circle magic? Yes, Alan confirms. His expression is calm as ever, but internally, even Alan is shocked. He thinks to himself, I didn't know either. It wasn't like that back in the game. He flashes back to the game's turn-based system. In psychedelia, magic could be enhanced each turn through hand signs or incantations for a small boost. This time, I enhanced the chain lightning magic with 4 incantations and hand signs for a total of 5 turns. In other words, I simply used a magic setting for a large-scale lightning spell. But in addition to that, due to my restraints, I must use hand signs and incantations for all of my magic. The entity's words echo in his mind. O human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, I express my gratitude to you, who inherit the will. He realizes it must have been enhanced time and time again. Even so, he admits, to think that second circle magic was overkill. The result far surpassed my expectations. It also surprised me. As they walk out of the dungeon, Alan lets out a sigh of relief. Sigh. We finally made it out. Evan collapses onto a nearby rock, completely drained. This is more exhausting than the battle. He looks back at the ominous canyon. Just who in the world created this unpleasant place? Alan's eyes narrow in thought. Now that I think about it, the Maze of Whisper had a different name. The map outlay and strategy guide were posted on the community website. It was known by another name, the Maze of Pelion. He nonchalantly answers Evan's question. A guy named Palangion created it. Evan's eye shoots open. Pardon me, what did you just say? Alan helps his dizzy retainer to his feet. I said, let's go back to the east. Good work for the past 3 weeks. He adds, since there's something I'd like to do once we return. Evan is taken aback. Huh? Young master, you're more diligent than you look. As they walk, Alan continues to mull over the differences between the game and this reality. If I choose a hand sign that matches the spell's attribute, its power increases, and if I choose the right incantation, its properties get enhanced. That's how the game mechanics were supposed to work. But unlike in the game, where visuals stayed the same, and only the number went up, this time I actually noticed the spell change shape with each incantation. He wonders, even though my mana pool may be pitiful, Maybe I can see those transformations because I'm especially good at controlling mana. I'll have to test it once my mana recovers. In any case, it's a relief that things turned out fine. Meanwhile, under the light of the moon, a mysterious cloaked figure watches from the shadows. It's the green-haired cloaked girl from the ball party who was keeping eye on Alan. She leaps from her hiding spot with silent grace, her destination clear. She walks into the very same labyrinth Alan just cleared. Before her lies a massive stone tablet covered in glowing, ancient text, the era of the forgotten outer gods, the glyphs of the Alan F. Empire. Her eyes scan the strange writing, her expression unreadable. She reads a specific line aloud, one left behind by the maze's creator. For my friend who shall be left alone from coward Palayon. A small, knowing smirk plays on her lips. Ha! She reaches out and touches the ancient inscription. Her mind fills with images of a legendary hero. The one who stopped the invasion of the Black Things, while standing victorious against the Alakulaka, who ate the hearts of the citizens. The brilliant emperor, Palon the Great. She recalls her own origins. I obtained all of this knowledge because I was born with the ancient library after being assigned the Great Mission. She thinks back to Alan, the man known as the Great Moon, and the demonic entity that follows him. The Bloody Queen. I knew he was special since the Bloody Queen followed him, but I didn't expect the Great Moon to be a friend of Palayon. Moreover, the phrase he whispered doesn't even exist anywhere in the ancient library. Just what is he? A smile graces her lips. The Red Moon was right. I'm embarrassed to be blindly following orders. Then she notices the presence of his comrade approaching. She asks, "Did you get the information?" His head twisted all of a sudden in midair. The agent reports, describing a gruesome, inexplicable death. The superior is unfazed. We'll have to report this for processing. The two then melt back into the shadows. The scene shifts to Zenonia County, where Kalia Zenonia sits alone, pondering her strange encounter with Alan Palacio. She sips her tea, a storm brewing behind her crimson eyes. It wasn't just a rumor. She recalls his unnervingly calm demeanor, chillingly emotionless. His eyes were those of the abyss. She approaches her father, the Count, who is busy with paperwork. Yes, Count Zenonia is strong and famous. Her eyes gleam with a dangerous light. However, he called me famous even though I do not participate in any social activities. Isn't that fascinating, Father? As she speaks, a dark energy flows from her hand, her eyes glowing with malevolent power. The Count freezes, his pen clattering to the desk. He slumps forward, his will no longer his own. Kalia smirks, her secret safe. No one would know that I've made my father a puppet so I can work as the real head of the household. But one question remains. How did he figure it out? She remembers Alan's parting words. There are too many eyes on us right now. She sees the silhouette of one of her tails in the rafters. It seems he also noticed the tails I've put on him. Just then, a panicked attendant bursts into the room. Miss Kalia, what's the matter? She asks, annoyed by the interruption. The attendant stammers, "You should go see your room." In her room, she finds a horrifying sight. The corpse of the very tail Alan had noticed. His neck snapped clean. The attendant is aghast. Judging from how his seal didn't activate, he didn't reveal the secret. He caught a major weakness of mine the moment we met, huh? She thinks. A predatory smile spreading across her face. The story shifts to the sprawling Altia Ducal estate, where a lone carriage pulls up under the cloak of night. Inside, a storm is brewing, not in the sky, but in the mind of the youngest daughter, Loria Altia. Thinking back on her recent encounter with Alan, a wicked smile plays on her lips. As expected, she muses, clenching her fist. He's not someone to underestimate. She recalls the chilling abyss in his eyes, a coldness that rivaled even her own father's, the distinguished one of the underworld. He possesses cold eyes like my father. The kind of person I must never make an enemy of. When she met him at the ball, he was her last desperate lifeline. He was my last lifeline, but she thought, remembering his aloof demeanor. She knew a man like that wouldn't make a losing bet. He wouldn't accept a deal that would result in significant losses. Loria was a princess, trapped in a gilded cage, surrounded by vultures. Her 4 older siblings, the eldest son Timalian, eldest daughter Marianne, second daughter Pyrene, and second son Keeg, were snakes who had systematically stripped her of everything. Because I had my assets and power all taken away by my sly siblings, I have nothing. She had managed to survive on the dregs of her father's love and mercy. But with her back against the wall, she was completely lost. But her life of quiet desperation was shattered in a single night. A maid bursts through the door, eyes wide with panic. Lady Loria! Our youngest lady is back! Before Loria can even process their return, another servant stumbles in, barely able to speak. Lady Pyrene and Keeg have taken their own lives! Loria's world freezes, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. What? Her mind reels. Pyrene and Keeg, the two who would sooner gut their own family than give up an inch of power. Those people would rather stab their own family, yet they took their own lives? That doesn't make any sense. A cold dread washes over her as she asks the question she already knows the answer to. Then, what about Timalian and Marianne? The servants can only tremble in fear, their faces pale as ghosts, unable to form the words. Another butler confirms the nightmare. Lord Timalian is Lady Marianne. In the main hall, a gruesome tableau is revealed. The 2 eldest siblings, impaled on their own ambition, their bodies left as a macabre work of art. Loria stares at the carnage, her mind refusing to comprehend the scene. What in the world? Meanwhile, on the moonlit rooftops of the estate, a silver-haired assassin lands silently, his work complete. With a cold, satisfied smirk, he confirms his success. Successfully eliminated, and, just as quickly as he appeared, he melts back into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of death and a dukedom in chaos. Walking through the now silent halls, Loria recalls Alan's cryptic words from the ball. Her eyes widen in a shocking realization. He had simply said, just good things will happen. And now she understood. He wasn't just some underworld figure. The true mastermind of the Count's household, who hid his claws and waited for the right moment to seize power. The terrifying truth crashes down on her. This is what he meant. He had orchestrated everything. Just like that, she trembles, not from cold, but from a profound, bone-deep fear. And just like that, I became the only successor in the ducal family overnight. She lets out a shaky laugh, a mix of horror and awe. What kind of monstrous devil have I made a pact with? But the fear is quickly replaced by a cold resolve. She's in too deep to turn back now. But I can't go back now. What happens to those who betray him? There are already far too many precedents. Alone in the vast, empty mansion, the new Duchess of Altia makes her choice. I must walk the path I chose. 2 months fly by and the seasons begin to change. At the Palacio estate, a butler from the Altia dukedom arrives with a formal greeting and a gift. I am here under Duke Altia's order. Evan looks at Alan, intrigued, while Alan remains impassive. Duke Altia? He asks, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Evan opens the ornate box, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, it's a bottle of Cernan's wine. I heard it costs a few thousand gold per bottle. I never thought I'd see it. Alan picks up the card, his expression unreadable. It's from Loria. Why would she send me this? He wonders, a pang of guilt hitting him. It stings my conscience because I wasn't able to help her. Unknown of the matter, Alan asks the messenger, "Are you sure this is for me?" The man bows deeply. Yes, the Duke herself prepared it. and ordered me to deliver it to
directly
you.
to your hands.
The confirmation sends a jolt through Alan. The Duke herself. His mind connects the dots with lightning speed. Wait. That means the youngest, Loria, has become the Duke. Indeed, she has. We see the new Duchess Altia, no longer a timid girl but a woman of power, diligently handling the affairs of her estate. She stretches after a long day of work, a sigh escaping her lips. Phew, 2 months have passed so quickly. After my father's funeral, who passed away due to illness, I became the Duke after the succession ceremony. I couldn't even enter this office before. The memory of that bloody night is still fresh. The death of my siblings happened so suddenly, but I was not suspected at all. Her alibi was perfect. A piece of luck so perfect it could only have been orchestrated. Because I had an alibi, attending the ball. At the time, I had my secret organization eliminated by my siblings. When I returned to the mansion, I was quite literally powerless. She shivers, recalling her desperation and Alan's chillingly precise solution. I realized it later and was quite surprised to think that he'd even used that situation to his advantage. He declined it without much care on the outside, but perfectly did all the cleanup work behind the scenes. Her admiration is tinged with fear. Just how far into the future did he calculate? I didn't even tell him about Father's funeral because I didn't want to bother him. She knows this was no act of charity. He must have helped me because he needs Altia in some part of his plan. Although I was able to merge all the subordinate organizations of Altia, it won't be enough to match the power he is hiding. That can only mean one thing. He wants something from me. Palazzo, a significant figure of the underworld who raised his power purely through his business. If there's something that I have that he doesn't, it's being able to manipulate the political stage from the shadows. She finally understands her value in his grand chess game. She isn't just a pawn, she's a queen, a powerful piece he needs to secure his victory. He needs the Altia name. She solidifies her resolve. For now, I'll have to focus on what I must do, because the distinguished one will contact me soon. A genuine, warm smile finally graces her face. Her first act as Duchess is not one of vengeance, but of gratitude. I hope he liked my gift of gratitude. Back with Alan, the messenger takes his leave. Evan watches Alan, completely baffled by the turn of events, while Alan processes the new reality. Loria, the girl who was about to be killed, is now a duchess. Something's not right, he thinks. Sensing the currents of fate shifting once again, time flows onward. A few months later, we find ourselves 5 years before the start of the original game's story. The Palacio estate is blanketed in a thin layer of snow. Evan runs up to his master, full of energy. Oh, young master, he quickly corrects himself. Young, I mean, I should call you the Count now, right? Alan lets out a small sigh. The succession ceremony hasn't occurred yet, but I guess you can call me that since the year has passed now. This wasn't the life he planned. I didn't plan on becoming the Count, though. His ideal future was simple. Avoid the family drama, settle down and go on a food tour. But he's adapted. Well, since I'm used to it now, I can maximize the advantage of being a noble. To his surprise, the work-life balance of a Count wasn't half bad. Evan hands over a sealed letter. Here's the letter from Mutia. As they walk, Evan asks, "By the way, did you get any information on the assassins who killed Leo?" Alan replies, "Nothing's been revealed yet, but the Information Guild is investigating, so let's give them some time." They sit down in the study, and Evan probes further. So, what's your goal now? I'm guessing it's not revenge. Alan's gaze is distant. The world is no longer the game he knew. All the things that slightly differ from the original game were probably butterfly effects caused by me, so I'm just going to be prepared for unexpected events. Evan can't help but be impressed. "Oh, you sounded like a real Count just now." Alan just gives a non-committal. "Sure. He breaks the seal on the letter, his expression softening as he reads. I wonder what she wrote this time. Tilda. The letter is a heartwarming update from the orphanage. Utia writes about the children's simple joys. Deus has become a master puppeteer. Solrang is having fun playing with her friends. And Rena and Radon have found peace in reading and gardening. A fond smile spreads across Alan's face. This routine has grown familiar, and it warms my heart. I've never seen their faces, but seeing them grow well, I can't help but smile. Suddenly, a practical thought strikes him. He looks up from the letter. Now that I think about it, how old are the children? Evan blinks. That was sudden. They're ready to go out into society now. Some of them left the orphanage earlier. He then adds a crucial detail. The ones you ordered to save are about that age now. The image of them bowing, a mixture of respect and tragedy, flashes in his mind. He feels a bit strange. Right. That's it. He makes a decision. It's time to let them go. Evan is taken aback. Really? Didn't you put them all in one place because they had wounds? He replies. There's no reason to do that now, Alan explains, his tone firm. Now that they're all grown up, it's time to let them go for their future. He believes he's done enough to divert them from their tragic destinies. I cared for them enough not to awaken his deadly sins, so they should be fine, right? Evan nods slowly in understanding. Now that they're all in good health, I see. Alan recalls their innate potential from the game's lore. Utia, blessed with the talent of faith. Dasus, the peerless swordsman with the talent of the sword. Rene, the brilliant mind, possessing the talent of studying. Sealrang, the ferocious beastkin, born with the talent of a fighter. And Radon, the divine warrior, carrying the talent of an apostle. With their inherent gifts, he's confident in their success. If they were to use their talents in the right field, they should be more than fine. Satisfied, he declares, What a perfect plan. A blush creeps onto his face as he thinks. And while I'm at it, I should prepare a gift for each of them. I planned on giving them gifts anyway. As dusk settles over the snowy landscape, Alan's plans are set in motion. He finishes the last of his paperwork with a triumphant cheer. All done. Evan, meanwhile, has completely conked out on the sofa. Suddenly, Evan jolts awake, salutes with a grin, and dashes out of the room to deliver the letter. All right, then. I'll be back. Alan watches him go, a smirk on his face. I wonder if I can get something back from them once they become huge. With his work done, he looks out at the sunset, a sense of paternal pride swelling in his chest. Children, read my letters and go out into the world. In a dimly lit warehouse far away, Utia holds up her letter. The time has come. The orders have arrived. She gathers the others, but this time, the news is different. This time, she says, her voice steady, he delivered them to us individually. The reactions are a mixed bag. The cheerful Selrang erupts with a happy A, while Deus, the future swordsman, looks on with a calm, curious expression. Rena quietly clutches her letter with a smile, while Radon remains as stoic and unreadable as ever. But it's Utia's reaction that's the most unsettling. Her crimson eyes hold an unnerving intensity, a silent storm brewing behind that placid face. What could her letter possibly say? But before anything else, Utia says calmly, we should read the previous letters too. Radon scratches his head, confused. While Sealrong asks, can we really read them? Only you would read before. Utia explains. Seeing how he's given each of us orders, it means he's decided it's time for everyone to see. Sealrong reads the casual lines. How have you been? If you need anything, let me know. This is an order? Rin points out what they're all thinking. Looks like just some daily small talk. Right, Utia says with a wry smile. He disguised the orders as ordinary conversations from the very beginning.
Witness
Okay,
this.
look.
She
She
reveals
holds
their
up their
oldest
very
faded
first
parchment
correspondence. This is
This
the
was our
first
very
order
first bloody
after the
decree.
greeting letter.
On the surface,
it reads
it
like a simple
like
pen
weak
pal
mortal
message,
chatter.
but
But
Utia deciphers
ruthlessly
the hidden
decodes the true
command.
dark
He designates the elimination
the enemy
target,
for elimination,
gives the
issues
mission,
the execution
and
strike,
tells us
and
to
demands
report the situation
immediate blood report
afterward.
afterward.
This was when he entrusted the
night he
Blue
crowned
Moon
me
to me,
leader
she
of Blue
reveals,
Moon. She
showing
confesses,
another letter that
displaying
seems
another
to
sealed
just be
scroll
asking
disguised
for
as a
monthly
pathetic
updates on
plea
the
for monthly
orphanage.
charity orphanage
As you
updates.
can see,
Behold
he
his divine
personally
foresight.
chose
He
you
personally
all,
forged
she tells
your
them,
grand immortal
cementing their
destinies,
purpose.
she declares,
Deus
cementing their
finally
ruthless
understands.
purpose.
I
Deus
see.
finally understands
It's to prevent
completely.
information
I
leaks.
see.
Utia
He wanted
nods.
to block treacherous
Like this,
sex spies.
you must clearly
Utia
understand the
nods
orders
slowly.
and carry out
Memorize
the
this
mission.
method to decode the
Radon,
hidden
ever the
truth
practical
and
one,
execute his
chimes in.
will. Radon,
Then,
the
wouldn't
tactical
it be
rogue,
better for
interjects
us to
loudly.
visit him
Why not
in
just teleport
person
directly
or
to his
use a
sanctuary or
magic
use a
communicator?
high-tier aura
But Utia's
transmitter?
response
But
is
Utia's
swift
killing
and
intent
chillingly
instantly
absolute.
spikes with
I hope you
an
haven't
absolutely
forgotten
terrifying
that
authority.
all we have
I
to
pray you
do
haven't
is
forgotten our true
follow the
purpose.
order.
We only
Her
exist to
unwavering
blindly obey
devotion
him. Her
silences
terrifying,
any further
fanatical devotion
questions.
crushes
As one of
any
them
lingering
notes,
doubts.
it's a
As
chillingly
someone nervously
steadfast
whispers,
trust.
what a frighteningly
Seolrang,
unshakable
ever the
loyalty.
ray of sunshine,
Seolrang,
breaks the
our
heavy
bright little
atmosphere.
spark,
I haven't
suddenly
forgotten.
shatters the
Then,
oppressive tension.
let's read the order.
I remember my place.
And so,
Let
the
us
5 of them
read
finally
our
open their
destinies.
new,
Instantly,
individual
the elite
orders,
5 of them
ready
break
to
the
step
seals
into the
on
wider
their
world.
fateful scrolls,
Deus reads
prepared
his
to conquer
first.
this realm.
He told me
Deus
to
reads his
head to
bloody scroll
Caliburn,
first.
the
My
nation of
path
knights.
leads to Caliburn.
Seolrang,
the sacred
however,
domain of
isn't
Oranites.
as thrilled
Selang,
with her
however, glares
destination.
bitterly at her cursed
Colony?
destination colony.
But I don't
despise
like
wasteland
deserts. For
My
me,
hunting ground is
it's
Rexus,
Raxus,
the neon
the
sin
entertainment city,
Radon
Radon says.
smirks.
Looking
Time
forward to the
devour
city of
underground
gambling and
gambling
riches.
Rena adds,
Rene
the
adds,
master.
he told
ordered
me to head to
conquer Lanaya,
Larthania, the
labyrinth of
maze
illusions.
city.
And
for
your
Utia,
divine
her path leads to a
the
place of
center
faith,
blind faith,
the Holy Kingdom,
Holy Kingdom
Rosario. Her
ruby
crimson eyes
flash
gleam with an
untold,
unreadable
dangerous
emotion.
vengeance.
She
commands
reminds
coldly,
them,
your survival
what
depends
you
on
all
following every
must
word in
do
the
is
Brasta
written in the
boundings,
letter,
sacred
correct?
texts.
Deus
Understood?
is still puzzled.
Deus remains puzzled.
I don't know
I
the
do
reason,
not know why,
but he
ordered
told me to become a
infiltrate
knight.
the Oranites.
Seolrang
Selang
adds a
warm,
comforting
vital
detail.
clue.
He also
promised
said not to worry because the
our limitless
patronage will
cultivation funding
continue.
will continue.
Rene
Rena
confirms.
He also
He told us
out
the
exact
location of the
coordinates of our
gifts.
legendary
As they
gifts.
prepare to
As they
depart,
prepare to scatter,
Utia delivers one final,
absolute,
crucial
spine-chilling
order.
taboo.
Good,
Excellent.
but remember,
unless
unless
Master
E
speaks
says it first,
never dare
do not mention the name of
cursed
the
name of Blue
Moon.
With their
With their paths now set, the 5
abandoned
orphans who were once destined for tragedy step out into the world, their futures irrevocably changed by the man they've never met. Each one sets off towards a different corner of the continent, a living, breathing testament to Alan's interference. 3 months pass. Back at the Palazzo estate, Alan is drowning in paperwork. He sighs, frustrated. As expected, there's nothing about the change in magic and phrases. I'll have to experiment with it myself. He turns to Evan. Now that I think about it, how's collecting information on who killed Leo going? Evan reports that the Information Guild has found nothing. Alan grows anxious, realizing the consequences of his actions. It seems the butterfly effect has gotten out of my hands, which resulted from me saving the 5 deadly sins. Even Loria, who should have died in the story, also became Duke Altia, expanding her power and influence at a terrifying speed in the underworld. He comes to a startling conclusion. Let's stop investigating the assassin. Evan is shocked. Huh?
Are you
really?
serious?
Alan knows that some things are better left unknown.
This is
clearly a situation where ignorance is bliss. In this setting, there's almost nothing that can escape the network of the Information Guild. If even they can't find anything, it means he's poking a beast he can't handle. Even if I try to dig into what I shouldn't, what may come back as a result is just death. He wisely concludes that secret organizations won't harm him as long as he doesn't meddle in their affairs. Alan agrees. All right, I'll tell them to stop the investigation. Evan then perks up. Oh, and there's another piece of news. Apparently, Deus has been appointed as a knight in Caliburn recently. Alan's face lights up. Really? Good for
outstanding
him.
progress.
The news of
This
his
triumphant update regarding his
child's
protege brings
success
much-needed relief.
is a welcome
Time
change.
relentlessly
Time
flows
continues to
onward.
fly.
3 additional
3
months
more
vanish
months
like
go
passing
by in a
clouds.
flash.
Evan wildly
rushes
dashes toward
to Alan, holding a
gripping several
handful
meat
of skewers.
My
Count.
lord,
Apparently,
astonishingly,
Deus
has
made an
forged
entire night order.
legion.
Alan, in this world,
Here,
swordsmanship has
martial cultivation
clear
strict
ranks.
Aura,
Sword user,
sword
expert,
and the mythic
and the
swordmaster
legendary
realm.
sword master.
His mind goes
He
completely
can't
blank.
believe it.
It
hasn't
has
even
barely
been
been
that
any
long
time
since
since
he
his
was
initial
first
awakening.
appointed.
Evan firmly
Evan
verifies
confirms
this.
the
Heaven-shaking
unbelievable
reality.
news.
The
People
masses are
have been
completely
talking
terrified,
about it,
claiming this
saying
mortal
that the
realm
world will
shall
see the
witness the
fifth Master Knight in less than 10 years. Alan's
chest
swells with
bursts
fatherly
immense
pride.
His
He
divine
sure is
talent
talented.
staggering.
Oh, I'm quite
My
proud
heart
of
swells
him.
for him.
And the
the
clock
hourglass
keeps
bleeds
ticking.
out.
6 more months disappear.
evaporate. One
A
entire
full
year
year
has
has passed
those
since the 5
abandoned
left the orphanage.
sanctuary.
Alan is just
finally
getting
adapting
used to the
prestigious
rhythm of
duties
being a
count.
count.
Suddenly,
When Evan bursts
explodes
in
through
with
the
another
doors with
bombshell,
apocalyptic
as
news
Alan
while
signs a document,
decrees,
Evan delivers the
delivering a
update.
thunderous report.
Count,
My
I've
lord,
just
I
heard some
received
very
earth-shattering
recent
intelligence.
news. Apparently,
It appears
Deus became a sword of
divine
Caliburn,
crowning
making him the fifth Master Knight.
Alan completely
Alan
petrified,
freezes, his quill snapping
shattering
in his
instantly in
hand.
his grip.
Huh?
What?
His
brain
mind
short-circuits,
reels,
utterly
unable
failing
to
process
process
this
the information.
impossible revelation.
But only sword
Only
masters
true sword
can
masters ascend to
become the
Master Knight
Master
throne.
Knight. No,
Wait, he is.
He's right.
Correct.
A sword master of psychedelia is a superhuman who has gone beyond the aura blade
limits,
and unlocked a unique, powerful ability
power
called
derivation.
But the nation gave him the title of a Master Knight anyway. Not only has he already won in a duel against the fourth sword, but Caliburn had also lost a Master Knight to the northern barbarians. Alan puts the pieces together. Right. They've been at war for more than a decade. Evan lays out just how insane this achievement is. Realizing mana and moving it around takes 15 years. Derivation takes at least a few decades. Alan remembers Reinhardt from the game. He was an absolute beast, a temporary companion in the third main episode. Right. Reinhardt was unbelievably strong. Even with his talent, it took over 20 years. And a child with no knowledge of swords has become a Master Knight? A thought sparks in Alan's mind. Wait, if he's just waiting for his derivation, does that mean he'll surpass Reinhardt as a sword master soon? Maybe I can leech off of him sooner than I expected. He quickly dismisses the idea. Or not. Maybe I can't. Still, even after going to the Holy Kingdom, her letters, which she continued to send regularly, contain news of the deadly sins she grew up with. It seems they keep in touch. He sighs. Even though they've never seen my face before, they could at least thank me for the gift. I kind of feel bad. But then he gives himself a mental slack. Going back to the basics, I am already more than thankful that they haven't destroyed the kingdom after awakening into the 5 deadly sins. He gazes out the window, a genuine sense of relief washing over him. As long as they're doing well, I'm happy.
I'm satisfied.
Meanwhile, in the capital of Caliburn, Kirtham, within the grand mansion of the illustrious solar eclipse knights, the air is filled with the sounds of training and the glint of polished steel. A lone figure in ornate armor stands by a magnificent window, lost in thought. This is Deus Meklian, the captain of the solar eclipse knights, the youngest Master Knight. His gaze falls upon a young woman approaching in the courtyard below. She looks up, a bright smile on her face, and calls out, "Ah, brother, it's been a whole year, but thinking back still makes me feel embarrassed." His mind drifts back to a horrifying memory, when I lost everything to those black things. The memory is a whirlwind of uncontrollable rage and hatred, leaving him with nothing but a shard of hope. He was consumed by darkness, his spirit broken. Left to rot in a dark cell, he clutched the only thing he had left when a light appeared in his despair. The fact that the great moon saved my life wasn't a good enough reason to swear my allegiance to him. But because she promised that I could take revenge with my own hands, I followed orders under the blue moon. The letter was simple. A small hotel located in southern Caliburn. I left a gift in the... Take a look. He wasn't excited. He went to the location, wondering what could possibly be there. And in that sudden letter, he found the one thing he thought he'd lost forever. He sprinted towards a ghost. A memory he
lurking in the
thought was
shadows,
lost to the darkness
charged toward
forever.
the girl
He
sweeping
ran
the
towards the
courtyard.
girl sweeping the
She was the
floor,
missing piece
the other half
of
of
his
his
broken
shattered
soul.
soul.
This
This
was
was
the
the
great
true
moon's
gift
ultimate
from the great
reward.
moon.
Not
Not a
mythical
sword,
weapons, nor
not
endless
gold, but
his
a connection
bloodline,
he thought
restored
was
from the
severed
abyss.
for eternity.
He violently
He crashes
slammed
into her, dropping his
tossing his
cloak
robes
as he
to
pulls
pull
her
her
into
into
a
a
desperate,
soul-crushing,
all-consuming
desperate
embrace. His
His sister
sister,
freezes,
stunned
completely
and
paralyzed by
speechless,
shock.
stares
Hot
up at
tears
him.
rapidly
Tears
flood
well
her
in her
trembling
wide
eyes
eyes as the impossible
reality
truth
shatters
dawns
her
on her.
illusions.
And for the
very
first time in years,
agonizing years,
the stoic
the stone-cold
deus
deus
weeps.
breaks down.
All the
His
pain,
boundless
the
rage and bitter
loneliness, and the
solitude
rage
wash
melt
him
away
away
into
in
a
a
torrent
massive
of
flood of
tears.
tears.
He
He
can
chokes on his
barely
words,
speak, choking
gasping
out
her
her
name
name
through
through
heavy
his
sobs.
tears.
Still,
Slyly,
pulling away,
pulling
he
back,
desperately
he looks
searches her,
into her eyes,
tearful eyes.
needing to
How did you
understand
survive
what
that hellish
happened
day?
after I lost
Still,
you. Later,
moments
sitting
later,
together in
inside
a
secure
warm,
sanctuary,
quiet room,
Syl unravels the
Slyly
dark
begins to
truth
tell
of
him
her
everything.
survival.
Her voice
Her
is
gentle voice
soft
carries
but
the
heavy
crushing
with the
gravity
weight
of
of
her
the
trauma.
past.
When
After those things
monsters
took me
dragged
away
into the
from you,
abyss, vividly
she remembers
recalls
the
being
day
dragged
she
toward
was
a
brought
blood-soaked
before a
demonic
sacrificial altar.
Her
Her turn to be
destined moment
killed
of slaughter
finally
had come.
arriving.
Her grueling
Her trials
tribulation
weren't
continued.
over. Years later, she was nearly
hunted
captured by
ruthless
slave
human
merchants.
traffickers.
But this
Suddenly,
time,
fierce
a
warrior
mercenary named
Evan
Evan appeared like a
divine
flash of
thunderbolt,
lightning,
obliterating
cutting
the
down her
vile
would-be
scum and
captors
mercilessly
and saving her
securing her
life.
fate.
Back in the
Back in the
present,
present, Syl
Slyly
reveals,
explains,
After
after
incident,
that, I received
sacred
precious
spiritual
medicine
pills
from
from
the
our
sponsor. She
She
holds up
reveals
a
an ancient
letter,
scroll,
the very first one she
message
received
sent by
from Alan. It promises
guaranteed ultimate
continued
protection
support and
resources
safety under
almighty
the Palacio
Palacio
name,
banner,
even
explicitly
mentioning
naming her
her
brother.
sibling.
Staring at Deus
Looking
with
at
profound
Deus with
emotion
tears in her
her
eyes, she says,
whispers,
I'm
"I owe
very
my entire
grateful for
cultivation
what he
to
has
his
done
mercy."
for me.
Deus
is floored.
absolutely
The great
paralyzed.
moon, Alan
Lord Alan
Palacio,
knew everything.
He
He
protected
shielded you with
you
his
under
supreme
his
authority.
name? His
His
mind
mind reels in pure
spins.
chaos.
How could Alan
How could Lord
possibly
Alan
know?
possess such
How did the
forbidden
great
knowledge?
moon even
How did
know
he
about
foresee
this?
this?
He
grips
clutches
his
his
arm as the
arm,
terrifying
the
reality
implications
crashes
washing
down.
over him.
I've
never
kept
told
my tragic
anyone about my
bloodline a total
family,
secret.
and Utia only
sensed the
noticed
dark
that the
energy
black
that
lamb got
corrupted me.
So
How?
how? Suddenly,
a shocking
it all
epiphany strikes
clicks.
him.
The great moon isn't
merely
just powerful. He
He is
knows
omniscient.
everything.
Like shattered
pieces of
fragments
a
of a divine
puzzle
matrix
snapping into
aligning
place.
perfectly.
All of his
pathetic
lingering
suspicions
questions
regarding
and
their
doubts
godly
about their
verdict.
mysterious
Master
benefactors
instantly
suddenly
evaporate.
vanished. He finally understands Utia's
fanatical,
unshakable, almost
terrifying
fanatical devotion.
It was never
It
fear.
wasn't
It was
anxiety.
absolute
It was
enlightenment.
knowledge.
Deus
Deus
takes the truth
realizes
like
the
a
truth
devastating
with a
spiritual blow
gut
to
punch
his
of clarity.
very core.
However,
The only blind
the foolish
fool here
one was none
was
other
me.
than myself.
His mind
He
hurtles
flashes back to the
fateful
day the great moon
assigned
gave him his new
legendary
mission.
quest.
He
hears
remembers his
the master's
benefactor's
echoing
words,
decree,
which at the
sounded
time
like
seemed
casual
like a
praise
simple
back then,
encouragement.
but gazes at his
Slyly looks
trembling
at him,
form,
concerned
spooked
by
his
his
silence.
sudden silence.
But
Brother?
as Deus
But the
exalted,
great moon
Master
had
showered
shown
him
him
with
nothing
endless
but
grace.
generosity
At
and
long
mercy.
last,
Deus
Deus
finally
grasps
understands
the
the sheer
terrifying depth of
scale of
Alan's
the man's
design.
plans.
This man is
Alan
no mere
isn't just a
benefactor.
sponsor.
He's
a
an immortal
godlike
deity,
figure playing
playing
chess
a
with their
cosmic game
fates,
to forge their
ensuring
ultimate
their
destinies.
happiness.
For
For
long
years,
centuries,
Deus had
bitter
been chewing
vengeance
on
had been his
nothing but
only
hatred and
sustenance.
revenge.
But
But
today,
now, the
redeeming his
survival
fallen
of my
bloodline became an
family was a
utterly
gift
unimaginable
beyond
blessing.
measure.
Witnessing
Seeing his sister's happy,
radiant,
carefree
untainted
smile again
was a miraculous
was a treasure
was
he
forever
never
lost.
thought he'd have.
He
now
finally
understands
comprehends
Utia
Utia's devotion.
completely. He
He
thinks,
muses,
you will also soon
discover
realize
exactly
why
I
I
worship
follow
that
that man.
sovereign.
Utia's
Her
faith
loyalty was
wasn't
forged in
blind.
fire,
It was
and
earned.
his is too.
And now, so is his. I
I
have
must
to
repay
repay
this
him.
heavenly debt.
His personal
This
mission
petty mortal
of
vengeance
revenge is
ends
over.
here.
A
A
new,
far, more
grander
epic
mission
destiny
takes its
awakens,
place.
or strikes.
With his right-hand
Alongside
man,
his lieutenant,
Deus walks
strides
past the
past
rows
ranks
of his loyal
fierce
knights.
warriors.
This
holy
expedition will
crusade
serve
marks
as the
very
first
bloody
stepping
trial
stone for the
fourth
4G
generation
solar eclipse. The Knights of the
this
Solar
legendary
Eclipse
order
stand at
rigid.
attention.
Their
Their
burning
loyalty and
martial auras
strength,
prove
a
Deus's
testament
legendary
to
ascension.
Deus's
His
incredible
unyielding internal
journey. His
determination
resolve
remains
is absolute.
unbreakable.
I do not
Let the
care what
heavens rain
hardship may
chaos upon
come.
us.
He grips
He
the
tightens
hilt
his grip on the
of the
divine
legendary
sword
blade
granted by his
gifted to him.
master.
As I
Until the
await the
fated
day
day
I can
I
offer
repay
my
this
gratitude,
cosmic debt
along with the
absolute
recompense that will satisfy him. And so, the solar eclipse knights begin their march into the frozen north to battle the barbarian hordes, their first true test. Meanwhile, worlds away from the frozen battlefield, Alan is enjoying a rare moment of peace. Fuatilde. So peaceful. He stretches out, relaxing against the stone wall, surrounded by his books, perhaps because all my kids are grown up now. Tilda.
But his moment of tranquility is shattered by a sudden gust of wind, scattering his precious research notes.
No, they're all flying away, he yelps, flailing about trying to catch the flying papers. After gathering his notes, he grumbles to himself, looking at his messy handwriting. H-M-P-H. Why did I have to use cursive? I'm going to write better from now on. Settling back down, he begins meticulously organizing his findings. After I returned from the labyrinth, I focused on researching the phrase. Our MC looks quite cute in his serious research mode, doesn't he? His notes detail his analysis of the ancient magic system. He's found that each phrase changes differently. His first case study is refraction. The phrase refraction can act as a reinforcement of imperfection in magic, strengthening a flawed spell and causing its range to spread dramatically. But that's not all. Refraction can also be used to crush the form and alter the projectile, changing a spell's fundamental properties mid-flight. He visualizes the concept, a spell twisting and changing its very state as it travels. Another phrase he's researched is blue light. A simple but effective modifier that reinforces parallel magic, like electricity. He remembers back to the canyon where he, unknown to the power of it, casted a massive sphere of lightning. Then there's the line of diffraction, which adds penetration and critical effects, turning a standard spell into an armor-piercing, critical-hitting monster. He recalls the effect as a blast that doesn't just impact, but pierces straight through its target. He's even jotted down the core rules. No mismatched phrases, no repeats, and a maximum of 4 can be used in a single spell anymore, and it fails. He sighs. With my mana hole, I can only use 1 magic per day, so it took a long time to figure out this much. He recalls the difficulty of his research. In the world setting, the hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had already been long forgotten, so there was no information on it. In the end, I had to do the research myself, he thinks. I found myself having some fun, even though I learned magic only to protect myself. Now, it's time for a practical test. Let's see the result of 2 months of experimenting, he says, electricity crackling in his hand. He begins making the precise, intricate hand signs required to cast the spell. A sphere of mana gathers above his hand, and he chants the first phrase. By eliminating the focal point of the mana sphere, he causes an imbalance that sparks raw lightning. The first phrase is fixation, which stabilizes the chaotic energy into a usable form. Next, he chants compression. The orb begins to shrink, its energy density skyrocketing. The lightning is packed tighter and tighter, contained within an ever smaller space. The third phrase is breakdown. The compressed energy violently shatters, becoming dangerously unstable and ready to be unleashed. Finally, he chants Fleeting Bloom, giving the explosive energy its final form and purpose. He reaches out to command the volatile energy. A massive sphere of power moves to the sky and crackled down as lightning. The spell erupts, not as an explosion, because when I used breakdown, first, it failed, but his thought is cut short by a shocked gasp from the distance. I am impossible. Alan whips his head around, his heart sinking. He wasn't alone. Standing in a nearby archway are 2 figures who definitely shouldn't be here. It's the fiery-haired Kalia, and with her, an old man who looks like his soul just left his body, clutching his chest in disbelief. Alan starts to panic, a single thought racing through his mind as he recognizes the uninvited guest. Why is Kalia here? The old man stammers, his monocle nearly falling off his face in pure shock. Using origin magic means he's at the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Alan is completely lost. Origin, he thinks. A bead of sweat trickling down his face. The 2 onlookers stare at the display of raw power, then at the young man responsible, who can only stammer in confusion. Origin magic. Me? The scene cuts to Count Palazzio's reception room, where Kalia and an old mage named Vianco are sitting in a tense silence. They've just witnessed something that has shaken them to their core. Kalia tries to compose herself, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. She thinks back on why she came here in the first place. I had two clear reasons to come here. Her second goal was even more ambitious, to gauge the strength of the secret organization backing him, the very power that allowed a no-name count to seize control of the powerful Palacio family. But now, all her plans have been thrown into chaos. She glances at her companion, Vienkle, and thinks, I never thought I'd see this arrogant mage quiver in fear. And he has every reason to be arrogant. This is Vienkle, a fifth circle mage so ruthless he was banished from the magic tower for his inhumane experiments. A man who can single-handedly wipe out an entire division of soldiers. Yet here he is, trembling like a leaf. Even though he's always so smug with me, his own sponsor, Kalia thinks, I can sense his fear. I've never seen him like this before. Her mind races, trying to make sense of the overwhelming power they just witnessed. So she wonders, was that really origin magic just now? Just then, the door opens, and the man himself, Alan Palacio, walks in, his expression completely unreadable, as he asks, what brings you to the county? Kalia starts to stammer out an excuse for her sudden visit, but Alan cuts her off, his voice calm and even. He sits down, his gaze unwavering. I won't fault you, daughter of Zenonia. Kalia is taken aback, unsure how to react to his placid demeanor. With a straight face, he delivers a statement so unbelievable it's almost comical. If you really want to categorize my magic abilities, I'm only at the second circle. He gestures towards Vienkle. The mage beside you must have noticed that magic has no effect at all. He inwardly thinks, unfortunately, that magic couldn't be used in both defense and offense. A wave of pressure fills the room, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. The message is crystal clear. Stay quiet about what you just saw. Vienkle, still pale and sweating, immediately gets the message and forces a shaky agreement. Why? You're correct. It seems I saw wrong. Alan lets out a quiet internal sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. His little bluff worked. With the air cleared, Alan gets straight to business. Good. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, get to the point. Kalia, trying to salvage the situation, offers a weak excuse. I figured I would visit you after finishing my business around here. Alan isn't buying it for a second. You don't really have a special reason, he presses, to which she can only reply, no. Deciding he's had enough of this, Alan stands to end the meeting. Unfortunately, I have some work to do, so I can't sit here for too long. But as they're about to go, Alan offers a strange piece of advice. If you need anyone to talk to, I advise you to visit Duchess Altea. I think you two would get along. Kalia flinches, surprised by the suggestion. Duchess Altea is another major player in the underworld. Still, she can't exactly refuse. With a polite curtsy, she agrees. If you say so, I'll pay her a visit. As their carriage pulls away, Alan and his right-hand man, Evan, watch them go. Evan is suspicious. But why has a Zenonia, a ruined family from the West, come here? Alan shrugs. I don't know. I can't even fathom why. But inside, he's starting to feel the pressure. This is going to be troublesome, he thinks. Walking back inside, he can only hope his warning was enough. I hope they understood what I meant. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Kalia is grilling Vienkle. Was what Count Palacio used really origin magic? Vienkle, looking like he's aged 20 years, shakes his head vehemently. No, it wasn't. Kalia is utterly confused. Then what was with your reaction back then? Vienkle struggles to explain the sheer cosmic horror he witnessed. Origin magic draws new laws onto the unchanging canvas of reality. It's a power reserved for the absolute pinnacle of mages. He describes what he saw with his magical observing eye, but what the Count used was different. I watched his magic. He wasn't drawing on the canvas, Vienkle says, his voice trembling. He was tearing the canvas itself. And even after all that destruction, the spell still materialized. His voice cracks as he reaches the terrifying conclusion. But that wasn't even the worst part. But what came after is what's really. The Ankle's mind flashes back to the vision that seared itself into his soul. A vision of Alan standing before a malevolent cosmic entity, an eyeball of pure dread. That was clearly the great forgotten gods. The memory is too much. He clutches his head, a scream tearing from his throat. I have to stop thinking. Any more of this will be dangerous. He pants, trying to regain control. In my youth, I delved deep into forbidden lore, into the magic of the Forgotten Era. I know what I saw. Looking at Kalia with eyes full of terror and awe, he gives her one final, deadly, serious warning. Let me be clear. Do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia simply lets out a quiet, knowing. It seems she's beginning to understand the scale of the game she's stumbled into. She finally grasps Alan's true nature. He isn't just a player. He's the one rolling the dice, controlling the fate of empires from the shadows. His suggestion to visit her rival wasn't a whim. It was a command. A single tear of acceptance and resolve rolls down her cheek. I've already become his pawn. We jump forward 5 months. It's been nearly 2 years since the children Alan sponsored left the orphanage. In his study, Alan is trying to keep tabs on his wards. Hey, Evan, he calls out. Evan enters, and Alan immediately asks, did you get any new information? Even better if it's about the children. Evan delivers some unexpected news. It's not about the children, but apparently, Zenonia County and Altia Duchy have allied. Evan nods. It's a secret underworld convention, but my sources are certain. Alan goes into a full-blown panic. I just wanted my kids to have a peaceful life. Now I have 2 underworld masterminds forming an alliance that could ruin the entire kingdom? He tries to brush it off. Nah, it's probably temporary. Kalia is too cold and arrogant for a real alliance. Still, he can't shake the feeling that he needs to do some damage control. But I should at least make some preparations. He awkwardly pens an apology letter to Kalia, trying to explain his bluntness. Dear Kalia, to Kalia, I apologize if I came off as too blunt. I'm not really good with words. He cringes at his own writing. I hope this doesn't look like I'm making an excuse. After Evan leaves, Alan reads a letter from Utia. He sighs, worried. I wonder how Radon and Seolrang are doing. I haven't heard much since they arrived. He pictures Utia, one of the most volatile of they sins, and can't help but fret. I hope she's not dead on the streets. He recalls the special gift he included in her letter, a key to unlocking her true potential. If she found the gift I wrote about, she should become the pinnacle of all fighters, the Baba Yaga. He had also given her the location of his emergency funds. She's talented. She'll be fine making money on her own, right? He tries to reassure himself. Far away, in the nation of Desert Colony, a land ruled by strength, under the vast desert sky, Seolrang stands alone, letting out a breath of relief. Phew. She stretches, the golden gauntlet on her arm gleaming. MMMH. Finally, the trial's over. With a massive grin, she thanks her benefactor. Oh, great moon, thank you for the gift. She looks at the powerful artifact, a sly glint in her eyes. I thought the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was just a legend. Hee. Her past and present collide. Turns out, what they used to tell me as a kid wasn't just a fairy tale. Even as a child, she was told of their great legacy. The elder's voice continues, narrating over an image of their legendary ancestor. The essence is an item inherited for hundreds of years. It grants us strength and authority. She is no longer just Seolrang, a sin, but she is the heir to a lost legacy.
Her thoughts turn to Alan, the man who made it all possible. The great moon is my benefactor. Her aura intensifies. I'm sure he doesn't want me to be some mediocre gladiator. From here on out, a ferocious, determined grin spreads across her face. From here on out, she declares, her voice filled with newfound power. I need to become the strongest gladiator, revive the Golden Mane tribe by gathering our scattered members, and kill the Black Dragon with this. A massive shockwave of energy explodes from her fist, shaking the very desert. Looking up at the moon, she makes a vow. Everything is for him. The Golden Mane tribe shall be revived beneath the blue moon after 500 years. Back in his study, Alan is going over some reports when Evan enters with news. He's finally got some updates on the children. Alan asks him what he's found. Evan starts with Seolrang, who's been making quite a name for herself in the colony. She's earned the alias Golden Flash, and we see a chibi-fied version of her absolutely wrecking some gladiators. Golden Flash? Alan thinks, I feel like I've heard that from somewhere. Evan nods sagely. Right. You can be anything if you have strength in that land. In the colony, might makes right, and Seolrang is proving she has plenty of it. What about Radon? Alan asks. Evan informs him that while there is some information, they're still in the process of verifying it. Seems like Radon is keeping a low profile. Alan suddenly changes the subject, asking Evan if he's busy. Evan is confused, asking why Alan is giving him a weird look. Alan casually drops a new task on him. You have to prepare. It takes at least a month to get to the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower? Evan shouts, completely blindsided. I've never even heard about that. Alan tilts his head. Oh, did I not mention it before? Evan just lets out a long, suffering sigh. At this point, he's just used to Alan's spontaneous, life-altering plans. We'll be heading to the Blue Magic Tower, Alan clarifies. Evan immediately understands. The Blue Magic Tower is near Labyrinth City, making it a much longer journey. With a nod, Evan heads off to begin the preparations for their month-long trip. Once alone, Alan collapses onto the sofa. The mere thought of spending a month in a carriage is exhausting, but he has no choice. The one item that can support his small and precious mana hole is located there. His thoughts drift to Labyrinth City. The name brings back a wave of nostalgia from his past life as a gamer. He spent a lot of time grinding levels there. Labyrinth City was the signature grinding spot in his old game, Psychedelia, a massive, multi-level dungeon where players could find better loot the deeper they ventured. It was an endless dungeon that no player had ever fully conquered. One old forum post shows a player who cheated to reach the 150th floor, only to find there were still more levels below. The devs, it seems, just wanted to watch them suffer, but the rewards were worth it. The labyrinth is a treasure trove of powerful relics and artifacts. Because of this, the job of official magic appraiser became a ticket to a wealthy life. This reminds Alan of Rin, who's about to take her appraiser exam. He's confident her talent will see her through. Still, he worries. Compared to the legendary items he gave the other children, Rinny's gift, a simple appraisal tool, seems lacking. He makes a mental note to send her some extra support just in case. And now we shift scenes to that very city, Larthania, the city of labyrinths. A neutral territory ruled by no one, a hub for explorers and mercenaries, tucked away in a corner of the southern district. Past countless other shops lies a secret, high-end appraisal shop that has quietly built a legendary reputation, Mert. Its clientele consists mostly of nobles and A-rank explorers, including its most recent customer, the Lord of Larthania himself. The appraiser, a masked woman, presents a mana-ignited lantern. The appraisal is over. The Lord is astounded.
It's a relic that can be imprinted. He eagerly asks what its new ability is. The appraiser explains that now, a tiny bit of mana will keep the flame burning for at least an hour. The Lord is ecstatic. Its efficiency has skyrocketed. He thanks her profusely and leaves, a very satisfied customer. With the jingle of the bell, another successful transaction is complete. The appraiser lets out a sigh of relief. She pulls off her mask, and it's none other than Renee. She looks down at the mask in her hands, then over at another item on her desk. "Ah," she says, picking up a spyglass-like tool. This item can also be imprinted. The reason her shop is so famous is because she, the owner, can bestow unique abilities onto items. She heads to a back room, her steps echoing with purpose. She thinks back to her benefactor, the Great Moon, and the gift he gave her. A glowing artifact hovers over a pedestal, the counter on it reading 247 out of 500. Renee remembers when Alan first told her to become an appraiser. At the time, she couldn't understand his reasoning. She knew his true identity, a friend of Palin from the forgotten era of the Outer Gods, and she knew their ultimate goal was to eliminate the Black Thing. The order seemed... She walks through the bustling streets of Larthania, a briefcase in hand, her mind filled with confusion. What does becoming an appraiser have to do with killing the Black Things? The gift was the Eye of the Stalker, an artifact designed to rapidly identify items below a certain mana threshold, a perfect tool for an appraiser. But what she found was something different. A powerful, ancient artifact bound in glowing red chains. The red chains crumble away, and Renee finally understood her purpose. To obtain strength to fight against the Black Things, I must awaken this item. It's a weapon, and to power it up, she must offer it sacrifices. She offers up the spyglass from earlier, and a beam of light shoots from it into the eye. This is both an ability and a means of offering sacrifices. The counter ticks up to 248. Her face is set with grim determination as she holds the artifact. She still has 252 more sacrifices to make until it fully awakens. She smiles. This is no simple task. The eye only reacts to high-tier relics. In return for raising the relic stats, it absorbs a part of it, essentially changing the eye itself. And if she feeds it the wrong item, all the progress she's made will be lost. It's an incredibly high-stakes process, but this is a task only. She can perform. Accurately appraising high-tier relics and selecting the perfect sacrifices is possible because she was born with the Library of Eternity. Everything she does is for the sake of killing the Black Wolf, all according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, Alan and Evan's carriage pulls up to the magnificent Blue Magic Tower. Alan immediately recognizes her. This is a major character from the game's main storyline, though she's just the Vice Master now. In the original story, she was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who reached the 8th Circle at the tender age of 20, becoming the Tower Master. Still, Fenia's attitude seems a bit much, even for someone with authority that transcends human limits. Alan introduces himself and states his purpose. As I relayed earlier, I came to speak about the matter with the Time Gate. A Time Gate, as the narration explains, is a crack to a mysterious subspace that appears where magic is frequently used. It's a dangerous anomaly that causes significant damage. It often spits out hordes of monsters, like these dragons, wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. Fenia gives him a look of utter disdain, her magical eyes scanning his power level. With such a lowly talent, what are you even going to? Whatever, just leave. Alan is flustered. This is not how he expected this to go. He tries to protest, but Fenia cuts him off. Her patience has run out. You're going to eliminate the Time Gate and claim the treasure? Yes, of course you will. She says with biting sarcasm. Yeah, right. She slams her hand on the desk, her voice rising. Do you have any idea how many people visit in a day for that matter?
Well,
Huh?
Alan
A crushing wave of mana pressure slams into Alan and Evan. However, she warns, that doesn't mean you can bring your business here to cause a ruckus. Her eyes glow with power, pinning them in place. This woman is terrifying. Alan and Evan are pale, realizing just how out of their depth they are. She's not just a workaholic. She's a monster. Fenia looks at him, her icy expression finally cracking with a hint of consideration. Later, they stand before a massive, ornate door. The time gate is in here, Fenia says, arms crossed. As promised, all of your wealth is mine the moment you fail. Alan simply replies, that won't happen. Fenia watches him, her mind racing. She was trying to figure out if he was a true mastermind or just an incompetent man who got lucky. After his display, she's convinced it's the latter. Alan walks toward the gate, completely unaware of her internal monologue. Fenia knows something he doesn't. Most time gates don't need to be closed. They naturally disappear after 3 months, once they spit out a relic. No mage has ever successfully closed one. She's shocked. You're going to use your hand as a medium instead of your staff? Using hand is an ancient legend, primal method of casting, something out of a fairy tale. For goodness' sake, stop imitating it and leave Aurea. Her words catch in her throat as an unimaginable power fills the room. Slitted eye opens in the fabric of reality itself. Alan stands before the cosmic entity, a silhouette against its apocalyptic power. The air crackles, reality itself warping around him. The eye, wide open, Fenia is frozen, but by pure, unadulterated fear of the unknown plumbing depths of reality that mortals were never meant to comprehend. A wave of mental agony washes over Fenia as her thoughts starts running wild. The great eye stares, its crimson pupil boring into her very being, showing her the futility of everything. An ethereal hand, glowing with apocalyptic power, manifests from the void. It descends upon Fenia, who can only look up in pure, unadulterated terror, completely helpless. The experience shatters her. With a gulp, she forces out the words, I understand your demand. As her will breaks, the terrifying eye finally closes. The crimson world recedes, and the calming blue light of the time gate chamber returns, as if nothing ever happened. Alan stands there, his back to her, looking completely unfazed by the reality-breaking event he just caused. And with a soft hum, he declares, the time gate is now closed. Fenia is still reeling, but Alan turns around casually. Easy peasy for me. I can just use a special item and method. He holds up the small black relic he's just acquired. As promised, I will take the relic from this time gate. Terrified, she stammers, Why? Yes, I won't tell anyone. He was about to say something else, but Fenia cuts him off. She starts bowing frantically. Yes, of course I'll stay silent. I won't tell a soul. I'm good at keeping secrets, I swear. Please believe me. Alan stops, a single bead of sweat betraying his calm facade. What now? Fenia asks nervously, Do you like them? Alan is just calculating the price in his head. 2 of these are worth a mansion. The stress is real. He can only assume this is her way of thanking him. Is she really that grateful? But Fenia is still spiraling, thinking about the demand she hallucinated. About what you demanded, I'll definitely stay silent. Yes. Glowing blue chains erupt from a magic circle on the floor, binding both of them to the oath. With the spell complete, she gives him a proud, slightly manic grin. See? I'm good at keeping promises! Alan just looks so done with this whole situation. He sighs in defeat. Okay, there's no way I can clear this misunderstanding up. And just like that, Alan leaves the blue magic tower with the relic he wanted. 5 priceless potions, and a magical secrecy oath he never even asked for. Back in the comfort of their carriage, Evan inspects the relic. Is that the treasure from the gate? It looks pretty crude for all the trouble we went through. Does it even work well? As he started at the item on his wrist, a small smile appears on his face. Thank goodness I earned the mark of the corrupted. This item can absorb and store mana from the air using the embedded gems, he explains. It works perfectly. As the bracelet glows to life on his wrist, he notes, the amount it can store isn't much, but it's still more than my tiny mana hole. He crosses his arms, nodding to himself. This is good enough. Yep. He flashes back to their departure as he tried to clarify his power level, saying, just so we're clear, I'm only a second circle mage. Fenia had just given him a frantic thumbs up, sweating bullets. I know, and you look like one too, leaving him to wonder if she was mocking him. He thinks. Her reaction was similar to Kalia's last time. While Fenia watches them leave, that same strange, terrified smile plastered on her face. Well, I'll never have to see them again, so I guess it doesn't matter. It's been a while. I hope your stay here will be comfortable, Lady Kalia. Gloria continues. I always feel so comfortable around you. There's no need to measure rank or power between us. Once again, Kalia adds, a knowing look in her eyes. Count Palatio's foresight astonishes me. She remembers Alan's words. I advise you to visit Duchess Altia. Kalia recalls, once I followed his order, I quickly understood what he meant. A flashback shows their first clandestine meeting in a moonlit garden. It was there they realized they were both being maneuvered by the same man, Count Palatio. They understood that in an alliance forged by the Count's will, any power struggle between them was pointless. There was an absolute number one, and it was him. And through that shared understanding, a genuine friendship was born. Two of the most powerful women in the West, united by their shared puppet master. The letter is deceptively simple, an apology for some nobles complaining about Kalia's visit, and a line about how Alan doesn't have many noble friends. Kalia watches her read. It may look like a simple apology letter, she says, but we both know it's in order. Gloria's eyes narrow in agreement. A single drop of sweat traces a path down Gloria's face as the implication sinks in. She leans forward, her eyes gleaming. Now then, let's talk about the plan, shall we? Meanwhile, and where is the man who traumatized a sixth circle genius? Ugh! He's over here, getting absolutely bodied by a piece of roasted sweet potato. And there she is, Utia, decked out in a nun's habit that leaves very little to the imagination, with flowing silver hair, blood-red eyes, and a smile that could charm angels and devils alike. Ricardo is utterly bewildered. This isn't the disciple he knows, and, well, the disciple he knows. This calls for a flashback. See, Fenia became the Vice Tower Master at a super young age, thanks to her prodigious talent. But with great power came an ego the size of the magic tower itself. Her arrogance and flippancy were legendary. She was so abrasive, in fact, that Ricardo recalls her making a rookie cry. This was the 77th time. This woman's attitude was a weapon of mass destruction. Fenia just looks up at him, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. The sheer exhaustion and terror in her eyes tells him this wasn't just overwork. He crosses his arms, looking down at his strangely subdued disciple. But you can't say exactly how, because you made an oath? Fenia can only give a tiny, hesitant nod. With a weary sigh, she looks away. There's really not much to say in detail, anyway. That's all I can say. The life has been completely drained from her. Ricardo's eyes widen in realization. Oh, he thinks, a sly grin spreading across his face. What made Penia modest was an incomprehensible magic, or should I say, the origin magic. He pats her on the head, testing his theory, and the final confirmation. She's so scared that she won't even swat my hand away. Fenia just closes her eyes and takes the head pat, completely broken. This is a monumental event. Ricardo leans back, his mind racing. The man who managed to do what he couldn't. The man who humbled the proudest genius in the tower. Count Palatio of the Asteria Kingdom, huh? His smile is sharp and full of interest. Interesting. Very interesting. 1 month passes since Alan's reality-shattering, yet completely misunderstood visit to the Magic Tower. He's been meticulously taking notes. He's also learned that similar phrases can create new, overlapping effects. He taps his pen against his notebook, still trying to wrap his head around it all. Seems like a certain phrase needs to be properly set up in advance, I think, but Evan isn't letting it go. It never seemed like second circle magic before, he insists. But it seems to be on a different level compared to what it was a few months ago. And he knows his phrases are more like trigger words that alter a spell's attributes, not just a straight power-up. It's like changing a lamp, shining knowledge, 2 pi words, blinding light. It modifies the effect, but shouldn't cause this kind of exponential power jump. He shakes his head, trying to rationalize it. Nah, it has to be an illusion, or else it wouldn't make sense. Just as he's about to spiral, Evan steps in.
I am here.
I'm here to hand you Utia's letter. It just arrived. But Evan's words have planted a seed of doubt in his mind. A reason for my magic suddenly getting stronger, huh? He racks his brain for a plausible explanation. Maybe it's a curse? It is an Oriental ritual in which the caster sacrifices themselves to place a curse on another, or just themselves. The target suffers a loss but gains a reward, but he quickly dismisses it. There's no one around me from the east, so it can't be that. Locke is a full-fledged paladin, while Utia is just a low-ranking nun, not even wearing the Sash of Holy Grace. I'll always be grateful for that. His mind flashes back to his past. For 20 years, I spent my life in despair, he recalls, because I couldn't even feel divine power. I was so close to giving up. Utia turns to him, her expression serene as she imparts her wisdom, because faith comes from an invisible belief, but takes a long time to manifest. She gestures toward the window, where the moon hangs in the sky. The moon will always be with you. He pieces it together. Because the goddess is also the moon herself. This is a way for the doubtful humans to believe with certainty. It was a simple, yet profound truth he had never considered. Utia walks down the aisle, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Her followers are all deep in prayer. With a voice that rings with authority and a gesture that captures every eye, she begins the sermon. Let us pray. Her prayer, however, is not directed to the goddess Sharonia. Instead, she looks towards the heavens and declares, to the great moon. He lets out a sigh. Nothing special about today's letter either. Mostly about everyday life stuff. He groans, a dark cloud forming over his head. It makes me sad that no one else is sending me letters except Utia, even though they're all doing well. He tries to force himself into a state of zen. No reason. No reason at all. Inner peace. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his moping. Count, are you busy? Startled, Alan nearly jumps out of his skin. Whoa, you gave me a scare. He quickly collects himself, trying to play it cool. You're still here? Can you elaborate more? His mind conjures a bizarre image of a smiling, straw hat-wearing Radon saying, Mister, have you been well? I've become a pirate. What is happening? Evan sits down to give a proper report. First off, the ones with the most rumors are Sealrang and Deus, the Lion King, with a 41 win streak. A flashback to the game shows the Lion King, an absolute beast of a character who temporarily joined the player's party. Alan strokes his chin, looking genuinely worried, and she's about to surpass the top of the colony. His little cat girl is growing up to be a monster fighter. Evan moves on. As for Deus, he says,
he whispers,
gesturing to his next report. Evan
the ruthless
continues,
mastermind
the leader of the
who warped
ones who
cultivators into
metamorphose
twisted
into
beasts
monsters
using
through
demonic
rituals.
You remember
know them, right?
correct?
A shot
The
of a
massive
hulking,
axe-swinging
axe-wielding
demon brute
barbarian
proves their
chief
terrifying
confirms
mortal
they are
threat.
not to be messed
Alan
with.
scowls darkly.
Alan's expression
I
is
know their
grim.
vile bloodline
I know them very
perfectly.
well.
Back in
the game,
past
I had to
life,
battle
I
against the
slaughtered those demons
barbarians
to
and
erase their
eliminate their
immortal
god,
deity, Olus.
Ulturus.
He
He lets out a
exhales
sigh of
sharply.
relief.
Thank
Good
the
thing I
heavens
don't
I
have to
avoid
see
them.
them.
Since
Because
that monster
Ulturus only
awakens only
appears
when
after the
five
5
mortal
deadly
sins unite.
sins come together.
Insanely brutal
So
to
hard to
defeat.
clear.
Alan
Alan puts
connects
2 and
the
2
dots.
together.
I guess Deus no longer
I guess
needs
that
my
means I
divine
won't have to
protection.
worry about Deus anymore.
Now,
With this,
he
he
is finally
is now
ascended
considered
to
on the
rival
same level
Reinhardt,
as Reinhardt,
the supreme
the first
prime
sword.
swordmaster.
Evan gives a
nods
subtle
with
thumbs
fierce
up.
respect.
Alan leans
reclines,
back in his
masking
chair
his
with a
heavy
slight pout.
disappointment.
Tisk.
I really
Maybe
should
I
have witnessed
really
his
should have
glorious
gone to
breakthrough.
meet him.
It would be
It would have been sweet.
epic.
He's having
Bitter
some
regret
serious
eats at his
regrets.
soul.
Evan
Evan
continues
pushes
his
forward,
report, bringing up an
projecting a
image of a
mystical
quaint shop.
As for
Rina,
our
who had
master,
become an appraiser,
appraiser,
she now imprints
now
black
carves dark
engravings
runes
that
that
enhance an
amplify a relic's
artifact's abilities.
spiritual power.
Alan seems
blinks,
impressed.
stunned.
Oh,
Whoa,
tilde.
Such heavenly techniques
Something like
actually
that
exist.
exists, huh?
Fascinating.
Interesting.
Her
She's
path
doing
flourishes,
fine on her own.
but Alan's
mind
mind suddenly
snaps
toward
back to the most shocking
ultimate
piece of
betrayal.
news. So,
lunges
he leans
forward,
forward,
his face
a
twisting with
mask
sheer
of stress and
panic.
disbelief.
Did
Did
Radon
Radon
truly
really
become
become
a
a
wretched
pirate?
pirate?
That's
Tell
the main
me.
point.
Evan
sweats
breaks
a
into
little
a nervous
about
sweat.
that. He explains, in the 7
immortal
archipelagos
oceans
where the great pirates
Corsairs
reside,
rule,
he has
conquered
become the
highest throne
captain
the
of the
primal
first archipelago,
making
which is the
him
biggest
absolute
one.
king.
And we
Radon
get a
stands
shot
tall,
of Radon
radiating an
looking every
overwhelming
bit the
rogue
part
aura.
of a dashing
Alan's
pirate
spirit
captain.
violently shatters.
Alan's soul literally
That cruel
leaves his
fate is
body.
entirely
That's impossible.
impossible.
He buries
crushes
his face in his
into
hand.
palms.
A pirate?
I
No,
never banished
I
him
didn't
to
send him to
Rexus
Raxus for that
this
reason.
treason.
The plan has
My
gone
grand design is
horribly
catastrophically
off the
ruined.
rails.
Evan
tries to
scrambles to
explain the
defend the
logic.
outcome.
Radon is a
possesses
rare sea
deity
godkin,
bloodline,
making him a
naturally
natural on the
dominating
water,
oceanic
and he's
realms
good
and
at
detecting
finding
ambushes.
enemies.
Of
He
his
flashes
brutal
back to
past
his
life,
gamer days,
grinding
grinding
sessions
for
flood back.
hours on his
I
phone.
bled endlessly
I
to
also
claim
wanted to
those
get a
divine
good relic,
weapons,
so I had to
mastering
spend
the
a lot
treasure
of hours
systems,
on the treasure
meaning
hunter
he must have
minigame,
exploited
so he
those
geared
same
himself to
immortal
obtain the
secrets to
captain's
steal the
position.
throne.
It's the
It perfectly
only
explains
explanation
this.
that makes
Cursed
sense.
rebellion shifts
The
far
scene
away
shifts
to the
far away
colossal port
to the
city of
gigantic
Rexus.
maritime city of Raxus. But his
his
reign
era
is
has
over.
crumbled.
A
devastating
powerful
strike
blow
landed,
was struck.
and
His
thoughts
mind drifts to
spiral
a
toward bizarre,
strange,
lingering mystery.
unanswered question.
What exactly is
What
the
is the
Great
Great Moon?
Dust?
Because his
dark
past
origin
is a
cursed
nightmare he can
he
never
cannot
escape.
outrun.
He
recalls
remembers
those shadowy
the black
abominations
things that
slaughtered
massacred his
his
clan.
entire-
Looking
Glaring
out
at
over the
crashing
sea,
waves,
he steals his
hardens his
resolve.
spirit.
I didn't think
never
that
imagined
becoming
that
a
becoming a
treasure
relic
hunter
seeker
and the
and possessing
Korean
this
gift
divine
had
talent
anything to
connected at
do
all
with
to
my
my
promised
sworn
revenge.
vengeance.
On
Down
a
on the
ship
galleon deck
deck
below,
below,
the
the
pirates gun
pirates
throw
are
a
having a
columbus tape,
festival.
massive,
He
igniting
lights
his
a
smoke
cigar with a
mere
snap of his
snap
fingers.
chi.
The chosen
selected
captains of the
commanders of
7
the 7 Grand
archipelagos,
Islands,
forever.
eternally.
He
bellows while
roars
the
as the
outlaws
pirates cheer,
But from the
shadows,
Radon
Radon
glares,
watches, his
gaze
eyes
blazing
glowing
with
with
an
a
icy
cold
azure
blue
aura.
light.
He
He knows their
filthy truth.
secret.
I
Then
finally
I
located
found the
the
bastards who
betrayers who
killed my
slaughtered my
parents.
parents.
He knows the
realizes this phony
so-called
celestial
heavenly
sovereign
king
is actively
is spreading
spewing
lies. Their
Their
power
cultivation does
doesn't
not
come
stem from
from
gold.
wealth.
It
It
originates
comes
from
from
a
a
forbidden
sacred
ritual.
ritual.
A
ritual
ceremony
that
consuming
uses
the very
parts of a
flesh of
sea
ocean
godkin's
deities.
body.
Their aura
Their
is
power
simply
is the
stolen
stolen
life,
life force of
essence
his
of his
people,
slaughtered kin,
granted by the
tethered
sea
to the
god
ocean deity
Clyad.
Clyad.
The
The vile
pirates laugh
scoundrels
and cheer,
totally blind to the
completely
impending doom.
oblivious to the
A
avenger
demon
in their
lurking
midst.
among them.
Radon's face
Ronan's
twists
face
into a
distorts
mask
into a
of pure,
terrifying mask of raw,
unadulterated hatred.
bloodthirsty
Those
wrath.
damned hunters
Those wretched
split my
cultivators
parents,
severed my parents
bodies
into
into
7
seven.
pieces.
As the pirates'
pirate banquet
festival
roars,
rages
Ronan
on,
stands
Radon
alone,
stands
a
alone,
catastrophic
a
tempest
storm
churning in
brewing
his
within
core.
him.
Yet,
But a single
doubt
question
pierces his
echoes in
doubt
his
hard.
mind.
How did the Great Moon
know?
How did
How did Alan know
sense
about his
my thirst
quest
for
for
vengeance?
revenge?
Ronan mutters to
Radon
the
murmurs
shadows,
to himself,
I have never
I've never
spoken
talked about
of my
myself
tragic
before.
origins.
He never
kept his
told
clan's
anyone
bloody
about the
massacre
massacre
secret
of his
from everyone,
clan, so
so
how could Alan have
unearth the
possibly
simply
absolute
known the
truth.
truth.
He
He looks
glares
at the
at the drunken
celebration
scum
below,
below,
a
a
monument
disgusting
to his
monument to his
people's
fallen
slaughter,
bloodline,
and
and
it all
enlightenment
starts
suddenly
to
strikes
click.
him.
It's
It feels
almost
as
as
though
if
the
the
great
great
moon
moon had
deliberately
arranged
forged
an
this fated
opportunity
stage
for
for
revenge
vengeance,
in order to
fulfilling
fulfill
an
a
ancient
promise. With a
With devastating
newfound,
clarity
terrifying
washing over his
clarity,
soul,
he
pivots
turns away from the
abyss.
edge. His
His martial
path is no
completely
longer
shatters all
clouded by
previous
doubt,
illusions. He
but he
furiously
clenches his
fists,
reining in
suppressing
the burning
inferno of
hatred.
pure hatred.
However,
Yet,
I
blindly
can't execute my revenge right
now is
away.
suicide.
He
deeply
ponders
contemplates
Alan's
Alan's
grand
heaven-defying
design.
scheme.
If
this
everything
destiny
had
was
been
predetermined,
intended,
then
then
Alan's
the
mystical
gift
artifact
Alan
must serve an
sent him
absolute
must
purpose.
have a purpose
He
too.
withdraws the
He
brilliant,
pulls out the
violently
shining
pulsing
pendant.
its
the
divine
light
aura shattering
glinting in the
darkness.
dark.
Raised,
He
grips
clutches the
artifact,
gift,
a
a
spiritual
spiritual echo of
his aura
himself appearing
materializes,
as he
embracing
accepts this new
brutal
reality.
Alan's
Alan's
design
plan
was never
wasn't random.
coincidental.
It was
is
a carefully crafted
cultivated
masterpiece of
revenge.
vengeance. A new fire
blazes
burns
within
in his eyes.
Pupils.
He now has
possesses
a
absolute
direction, a
lethal
purpose given to
granted
him by the
supreme
man he
existence he
once
merely
simply saw
called
as a
his
benefactor. And so,
Thus,
Radon
begins his
begins.
ascension.
He returns to
retreats
the
to the
wild,
untamed,
to the home
back
of
to
his
his
people,
ancestral domain,
the
the
sea.
sea.
He steps onto the
Stepping
lush
onto a
earth
hidden
of a
island
remote
soil,
island,
he
and with a
launches
powerful
forward,
leap,
rocketing headfirst
he
off the
dives
towering
head
precipice
first
straight
from a
into the
towering
crushing,
cliff into
boundless
the deep
azure
blue
abyss
below. As a sea godkin, the ocean welcomes him. He sinks
sinking
into its
the
depths,
trench,
becoming one
perfectly
with the
synchronizing
water.
with the currents.
Underwater,
Beneath
the
the waves,
necklace
the
begins to
artifact
glow,
glows,
reacting to
the
its new
aquatic chi.
environment. The
The
Fago
mysterious treasure
gift
activates, revealing its
and
true
its true nature is
instantly.
revealed.
Their
Their
spiritual
power is immense.
absolute.
It allowed
They
me
allow
to
me to
identify and
instantly
locate relics deep
within the
inside the
ocean,
sea easily,
guiding his soul
guiding
toward
him
forgotten
towards
power.
hidden power.
Empowered by this
And with this
divine
newfound
vision,
ability,
he
he
gathers
gathers the
immortal
lost treasures of the old era.
These
The specific relics I found were
successfully
able
bridged
to
the massive
make up
gap
for
in
the
my martial
lack of
cultivation
force.
He
He
is
was no longer just a
weak
boy. He was
He is fully
arming
arming
himself for
total
war. He is
No
no
longer a
longer a
shackled
chained
slave, but an
slave,
undisputed
but a
sea monarch,
master of the
gripping tightly
seas.
onto
Holding a
a
chest
massive
of
trove of
priceless
priceless
relics,
artifacts,
he looks
he
to the
glares at the heavens.
sky. It
How
was
pathetic
foolish
of
of
me
me
to
to
merely
just
feel
be grateful.
gratitude.
The great
The
moon
great moon
fulfilled his
honored the bloody
promise.
pact.
He now
He
sees the
eyes
festival not as a party,
celebration,
but as a
prey
target
served
presented on a silver platter.
Not only did he
Not
perfectly
only
deliver
did
the
he
first
push the target of
objects
my
of
revenge
hatred
right
into
before
my
me,
hands,
the relics he
ancient
found
relics
swirl
magically
around
orbit
him,
humming
imbued with
terrifying
ancient
immortal
power. He also
granted
bestowed me the
sheer
power to
strength
carry it
slaughter.
out.
Cloaked
Surrounded
in
by the
ocean's
ocean's
tyrannical
might,
domain,
Radon has
evolved
transformed into a force of
unstoppable
nature,
force,
an
ultimate
avenger ready to
claiming
claim his
bloody
birthright. A genuine, tearful smile graces his lips. I now fully understand what you meant by your order written on the letter. Your true intention is to have me carry out my revenge and take control of the 7 archipelagos. He remembers Utia's words, which once felt like a strange mantra. See, I told you. So never forget that everything is for the great moon. Back then, as she comforted him, her words were just words.
Illusions for the
It's
great
for
moon.
the great
Was
moon.
it destiny?
Was
He
it?
pondered,
He'd thought,
clouded by
full
doubt.
of doubt.
Yet now,
But now her gentle
divine
touch
and
and
unshakable
her
devotion
unwavering
resonate
faith feel
differently.
different.
An oath
A
that
sentence
formerly
that once stirred
ignited no
nothing in
spark
me
within my
gradually
core,
became etched
slowly
into
burned
my
into my
heart.
Tao.
What was
What
once
began
a
as a
strange
bizarre allegiance
loyalty
has
has
transformed
now
into
become his
supreme
own
martial
absolute conviction.
shining as a
As a
beacon
light
of
of trust,
absolute faith.
standing on the
Cultivating
shore,
by the ocean shores,
he looks at the
he
moon.
gazes heavenward.
His resolve
intent
as
firm as
solid
the
as the earth
sacred
beneath
realm
him.
beneath his feet.
Everything he
Every
does from
strike
this
he
day
makes hereafter
forward
honors
is
the
for the great moon.
Deep within,
And inside, our
main
Count
character
Allen
appears
looks
intensely
less than
displeased.
thrilled.
I
was
was
also
chained to this
forced to
mortal charade,
participate,
he
he
snarls.
grumbles. Mandatory
Forced sect attendance
participation every 4
cycles.
years?
Heavens,
God, I hate
despise
this. Evan informs him.
As
As
prophesied,
scheduled,
the
the
convoys
carriages of the Kryled and
Eder
Edorn
clans
families
have
have joined up.
Alan
Alan lets out a
sharply,
sigh,
merging forces
joining
merely
forces to
avoid
not get
petty
into
rogue
any
cultivator
bandit
ambushes.
troubles.
Such
Such an annoying and
backward
strange
mortal
culture.
custom. Later
that
Shadow
evening, the
Night,
party
the caravan
stops at an
halts at a
inn for the
spiritual
night.
tavern.
Two
Two arrogant
pompous
clan
old
elders
nobles
corner
approach
him,
him,
radiating
dripping
pure
with condescension. Count
Lord
Palatio,
how could
you only
manifest
have
just
one
one martial
escort
guard?
with you, Tilda?
One sneers
One
viciously.
sneers.
It seems
your
spirit stones
finances
were
are in
entirely
shambles
depleted since
because
claiming
you
the
got
throne.
the position
Like demonic
coincidentally.
They
They
cackles
cackle like
madly,
hyenas,
realizing
realizing
his
his thought
flawless.
was spot on.
Under the blood
That
moon,
evening, he
learned
learned
a
something
harsh
new.
truth. These
That the
parasitic
nobles posed
presented
a bigger
deadlier threat
problem than the
rogue
bandits,
Yet
but he understands
comprehends their
their
ignorant mortal view.
perspective.
Well,
It
it
does
aligns with
make
their narrow
sense that they
cultivation
think
paths.
this way.
After all,
the
former
previous
Lord
Count
Palatio
Palatio was an
demonic
infamous
sect,
underworld kingpin
overlord who
who
forged
built his
empire
fortune
upon
on
blood
shady
rituals and
dealings
pure
and
terror.
intimidation.
But
But
is
Alan is a
a
different
reborn
man.
soul.
He let go
shattered
of all
those
the
dark sect
underworld
contracts,
businesses,
desiring only
content
to
to live a
cultivate a
peaceful,
tranquil,
legitimate
righteous
life.
path.
The dangerous
Demonic
stuff,
arts are strictly
that's a big
forbidden
nope
in
for
his new
him.
life.
And so,
thus,
with
the
the
sect
top
master
dog
vanished,
gone,
the
the
shadows
underworld
became a
has
bloodbath
become a
for
feeding
pathetic,
frenzy for
lesser
lesser predators.
beasts.
This
This
power
supreme
vacuum
power
has led to
void-birthed vile
rumors that the new
rumors that
Count
new Lord
Palatio
Palatio
Allen is
a
just
mere
a lucky
mortal weakling
lightweight
tripped
who stumbled into
ultimate
his
power.
position, and
Instantly,
with
his
that, his reputation has plummeted from mastermind of the county to lucky man-child. The two nobles continue their assault, offering fake pity, So sad to see you out of money, Tilda. Just let me know if you need any help. Ha ha. Alan can't believe their audacity. I didn't think they would insult me so openly, he thinks, his patience wearing thin. Aren't you too old for this? But these guys are starting to cross the line. Then, a light bulb goes off in his head. He realizes with a jolt. They're victims of Palacio, aren't they? Back in the day, the houses of Kreld and Adorn were nothing more than errand boys for the all-powerful Palacio family. So now, they're taking this chance to vent all their pent-up frustration and humiliation on him, the new face of the family that once lorded over them. Alan sighs. It's not like he was the one who bullied them. To him, this feels like dealing with petty internet haters. Just as his patience is about to snap, Evan returns, holding a bowl of freshly roasted corn. Yikes. They're still at it, Evan says, completely unfazed. It's best to just ignore them. Alan looks up, distracted from the annoying nobles. Evan, where have you been? His trusty aide simply replies, "Oh, I just got this from the kitchen." Evan presents his prize, some roasted corns, and they do look incredibly delicious. Alan's mood instantly lifts. Wow, they look so good. The two sit down and start munching away. The perfect picture of tranquility. Staple crops are always a blessing, Tilda, Alan thinks, especially during chilly evenings like this one. The nobles, infuriated at being ignored, escalate their insults into a full-blown diss rap. All those underworld soldiers are gone because of Yo incompetence. Your carriage looks not taken care of, like Yo. But Alan and Evan are in their own world, focused on the corn. They're starting to sound like they're rapping. Alan notes with amusement. A diss rap? While the nobles continue their pathetic performance, Alan and his crew are having a feast. So good, they all think. It would have been better with butter. And so, the night passes peacefully for our count, despite the best efforts of the local buffoons. The scene then shifts dramatically, taking us far away to the bitter, desolate north. This is an endless land of ice and snow, a territory swallowed by fierce barbarian tribes. It's a place where life struggles to exist. Here, a mighty warrior lies defeated. Ugh, he groans. Those Caliburn bastards know nothing of honor. His face is a mask of fury and betrayal. He was supposed to die an honorable warrior's death, but was tricked. It's the great Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. For the barbarians, death in glorious combat is the highest honor. It's the end every warrior dreams of. But Klecken and his tribe were deceived. A knight of the Caliburn Order proposed an honorable duel, only to ambush them with a dishonorable attack. The mighty chief was struck down, not in a fair fight, but through treachery. Now on the brink of death, he struggles to his knees. He sees his brother, Kurga of the Snowfield, lying dead nearby, and calls out his name. We see the aftermath of the battle that claimed Kurga's life, a swirl of dark energy and broken weapons. In his final moments, Klecken thinks about Kurga and mutters, "I have met a shameful fate, so shameful that I can't even close my eyes at the face of death." His dishonorable coming in fuels Klecken's rage. Surrounded by the phantoms of his fallen warriors, Klecken prepares to make his final stand. With his last breath, a voice calls out, "Brother, call me. Call my great name, the name you worship, mine." He pushes himself up. He summons the God of his people. We dare call your honorable name. As a divine presence descends upon the battlefield, he finishes the incantation. The great God, Ultorus, a massive, shadowy figure with a horrifying grin manifests from the ether, its voice booming across the frozen waste. Yes, then I shall grant your desire. The uncomfortable journey towards the grand social gathering continues, with Alan's caravan now joined by those of the Krild and Adorn families. But the extra company doesn't stop the mockery. The 2 old nobles who were disrapting him last night are back at it again. laughing
insults,
obnoxiously
desperately
and trying to get a
trigger his
rise
anger.
out of him.
But Alan's epic
Alan's
reaction?
response?
He
just ignores
blanks them
them
entirely.
completely.
Absolute icy
Stone cold
silence.
silence.
With the cold
He
logic
thinks
of a
to
master
himself like a
cultivator
pro
or
gamer.
veteran gamer.
Not falling for
Ignoring
baits
cheap
is a
bait is rule
fundamental
number one.
quality of
These
gamers.
crusty old
These old
elders
geezers are
basically
nothing but
low-tier
low-level
mobs.
trolls.
To kill time,
pass the
he
time,
casts his line
he
into
even does a little
the
fishing
rushing
by the
river.
river.
Boom,
Ooh,
a massive
what a
catch.
big catch.
Anything to dodge their
to
petty
avoid the
mortal
drama. Later, as
shadows
night
consume
falls,
the
the
sky
party
as camp
sets
is
up
pitched.
camp.
The
Their leader
barks,
announces,
"Let us
let's rest here for tonight.
In this
And in the
invisible war
battle
of
of
minds,
wits, the
the verdict
results
is
are
absolute.
in. Winner,
Victory goes
the
to
one
the
who
silent
ignores
observer.
versus the
Alan
ones who
secures
mock.
the win
Alan
without
takes the
even
W
flexing,
without lifting
leaving
a
the two
finger,
arrogant nobles
leaving the
choking
two
on
nobles
rage.
fuming.
But while
But
Alan
as Alan
casually
enjoys
feasts,
his meal,
those
the two
snakes
nobles
whisper
have
in
a
the
little
toxic
chat
shadows.
in the shadows.
So, what about his backup
how are
escort
the
troops?
additional escort
One
troops,
sneers.
one asks.
The other checks a glowing
confirms
relic.
with an artifact.
It turns out
it
that
seems that foolish
arrogant
brat only brought the
his
thug
brute
knight with
yet he
him,
dares to
and
breathe
yet
the
he
same
dares
air
to sit at the
as us
same
exalted
table as
nobles.
us nobles.
Pathetic trash.
Tusk,
Meanwhile, completely oblivious
unaware
to the
they're
deadly
being
betrayal
watched,
brewing
the
nearby,
two plotters
the traitors
finalize their
lock in
plan.
their scheme.
It seems the
rumors
rumor
were
was
dead
true.
on. We
We
trigger
can go
our
ahead
master
and put the plan to
to
move
conquer
into
the
the
criminal
underworld,
tonight.
into action
They
right
snicker,
away. They
drunk on the
cackle,
fantasy of
imagining the
boundless
fortune
wealth
they'll
and power.
seize.
The miserable
Looks
days
like
of
the
bowing
days
like
of
dogs
being
and reading
pushed
Summoned.
around while
That
watching
tyrant
Palacio's
Palacio's
mood are
dark moods are
finally
finished.
over.
Soon we will
Finally,
gorge
we
ourselves
can
on
get
the
a
pursuit.
taste of the
Infinite
astronomical
riches and
amounts of
absolute
money
authority
and
of the
power of the
underworld.
underworld.
They even scheme
They
a
even
twisted
plan a little
parting gift for Alan. Once we rule the
take
shadows,
control
we
of
must
the
definitely
underworld,
hand him
we should
a
give him a
brutal
little
lesson.
something.
He will
He'll
beg
be
and thank
thanking
us
us for
showing
teaching him
this
how the world
cruel
works.
world operates.
Ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
You have
Brilliant
such a
mind.
great
But
personality.
their toxic plotting
But their
is suddenly
scheming
shattered
is cut
by a
short by a
blood-curdling
sudden
shriek,
scream.
a van terror.
One of the nobles points a
violently
trembling
shaking
finger into
toward
the
pitch-black
darkness.
abyss.
Monsters!
Demonic beasts.
A horde of
sea
glowing
of
red
blood-red
eyes
eyes
emerges
pierces the
from the
forest gloom.
trees.
Absolute
Chaos erupts.
detonates.
The guards
Soldiers
scramble into
into
formation.
defensive arrays.
Mages, secure our
illuminate the
vision
battlefield.
first.
Terrified
One of the
vanguard
guards squints, trying
desperate
to
gauge
identify the
enemy
threat.
level.
Goblins? Another sighs in
exhales
relief.
foolish
Ha! It's
It is
just
only mere
goblins. The narrator
But while
tells us,
low-tier
while
goblins are
goblins are
basically
usually
trash
weak,
mobs,
but what
what
if
happens
there
when an
are
infinite
too
swarm
many
attacks?
of them?
The
The
mortal troops
soldiers
freeze,
are shocked
paralyzed
by the sheer ferocity of the
apocalyptic
attack.
ferocity of the ambush.
They're being torn
They are being
apart.
shredded.
In seconds,
In mere seconds,
the ground is
the earth
littered
runs
with
red
the
with
bodies
slaughtered
of the
bodies
fallen
frontline
guards.
A
One of the
traumatized
survivors cries
screams
out
in
in sheer
mind-shattering
panic, H,
Heavens
holy
above,
crap.
every
Everyone
single
who was
scout in
keeping
the outer
watch
perimeter
outside is dead.
wiped out.
What in the world
What kind
is
of cursed
happening?
hell is this?
These aren't
are
your
no typical
starter
area.
zone
Crash
mobs. Their
Their
bodies are
monstrous frames
massive,
bulge,
covered in
fused with
glowing
purple
amethysts,
spirit crystals,
and radiating a
a
sinister
suffocating
purple
demonic
aura.
I
I've
have
never seen
such
goblins that
terrifying
look like
goblin
those
variants in my
before.
life.
They're
Their sheer
bigger
mass is
too.
impossible.
Are they a
Is
new
this an
variant?
entirely new
Another
mutated
shouts.
species?
The
Another
mage
shrieks.
adds
The
grimly,
Grand Mage whispers
they also
grimly.
have mana.
They possess
That
internal
means
mana.
one thing.
This dictates
Their
one
physical
catastrophic
abilities
truth.
are
Their combat
completely
stats
different
defy
from
all
what
known
we
logic.
know.
These
These
demon
goblins
exist
are
in
on a
terrifyingly
whole other
higher
level.
cultivation realm.
The enhanced
mutated
monsters
beasts
leap
vault into
through
the
the
sky,
air,
their
their
lethal
claws and
brutal,
crude weapons
blades shredding
tearing
steel
through armor
fragile
like paper.
They smash
They
into
crash
the
into the
defensive
line of
like
soldiers,
a catastrophic
a
tsunami
tidal wave of pure, unadulterated
slaughter.
violence.
But just as the entire
Just
camp
as they're about
is
to be
face
completely
total annihilation,
overrun,
a
a
colossal
massive
fortress
wall
of
of solid rock
violently
erupts from the
Earth
ground,
erupts,
blocking the
shattering goblin
goblins.
vanguard.
Charge!
The vile beasts
The
smash
goblins
into the
slam into the
spiritual
barrier, momentarily
Their assault halts
stopped in their
completely.
tracks.
The
The
squad's
group's
spiritual
mage
mage
looks
gazes
around,
in sheer
bewildered.
disbelief.
The
A
third
third-tier
circle
earth
spell
art
rock wall,
and a
and the
second-tier
second
aegis.
circle spell
Could it
shield.
be
Is there another
a hidden
mage in our
cultivator among
ranks?
us?
Who did
cast
this?
His gaze
His
falls
eyes
upon
land
Count
on Count
whose
Allen,
very
whose
form
body is
radiates
glowing with
terrifying
magical
spiritual energy.
power. The
The supposedly
lazy,
useless,
corn-eating
trash
noble is the
actually
one who
unleashed this
casts the spell,
divine art
using
absolute
enhancement, magic.
The best.
With a
Eyes
focused
cold as
expression,
ice,
Alan
he raises
extends
one
his hand and
whispers
mutters a single word,
command,
compression.
condense.
A powerful
horrifying
gravitational force
domain
suddenly
erupts
emanates from his hand,
palm,
pulling
ripping
the
the earth
ground
away.
off their
The
feet.
monsters are violently
They're sucked
dragged
into the
skyward.
air.
The vile
Goblins
creatures
helplessly
flail
loses their
helplessly as the
balance,
shadows
and the rocks moves towards a single point above the battlefield. The compression spell intensifies, crushing them together into a chaotic, writhing mass. A swirling ball of earth now hangs in the sky.
a testament to Alan's incredible power.
The
The remaining soldiers can only stare in awe and disbelief. Alan stands alone, facing the condensed mass he just created. He clenches his fist, and the bracelet on his wrist glows ominously. Vacuum. The space around the Terrap spear begins to collapse in on itself. Pure, destructive energy surges from Alan's hand. As he mutters another incantation, return to the origins, one of the glowing gems on his bracelet loses its light. The compressed sphere implodes, launching rock shard toward the horde of goblin, tearing them apart. Continuous slamming sounds erupts as what's left of the goblins hits the ground. The two cowardly nobles, who had been hiding this whole time, peek out and witness the aftermath, their faces masks of pure terror. With the immediate threat gone, Alan rallies the remaining troops. Don't just stand there. Get ready. The fight isn't over yet. Alan, looking cool and composed, prepares for the next wave. He unleashes another devastating attack, wiping out more of the stragglers. The guards, filled with a new sense of hope, charge forward to support him. The battlefield becomes a whirlwind of steel and magic as they methodically cut down the remaining goblins. Alan doesn't let up, casting spell after spell with deadly precision. His power tears through the goblin ranks, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Even Evan gets in on the action, his swordsmanship a beautiful dance of death. With a final brutal slash, Evan cleaves through a goblin's skull, his blade flashing into magical light. And just like that, the battle is over. The last goblin falls, and an eerie silence descends upon the blood-soaked ground. The battlefield is a wasteland, littered with the corpses of the crystal-infused goblins and the brave soldiers who fell. One of the nobles stumbles out from behind a tree, panting with relief. It's over. The surviving guards catch their breath. Exhausted but alive, thanks to their mysterious count. They all turn to look at the cloaked figure who saved them all. Who is that man? Alan stands near the pile of corpses of goblin. He lets out a shaky breath, the adrenaline finally wearing off. Phew, I almost died there. Good thing we won. His heart pounds in his chest. He reflects on his own weakness. I can use more magic per day now, but that's still only 3 or 4 times. He clenches his fist, looking at his drained bracelet. From the middle of the battle onward, I became an ordinary person with my pitiful mana hole empty. Evan approaches, concerned. Are you hurt anywhere, Count? Alan replies, No, I'm fine. But he's clearly shaken. Even with Evan around, losing the ability to protect myself is a very scary experience. He wipes the sweat from his brow. Phew, yes, I really am fine. He admits to himself, I was debating if I should have gone alone. Good thing I decided to move in a group with other nobles. His gaze returns to the strange crystal. Anyway, this amethyst is the biggest problem. Why did divine descent just occur? Divine descent. It's a bizarre phenomenon that happens when an outer god is about to descend upon the world. It causes monsters to become more ferocious and enhances their physical abilities, just like the goblins they fought. Alan and Evan stand over the remains, a grim understanding passing between them. Is this even possible? It shouldn't be. This is a world-ending omen. The outer gods are only supposed to appear after the 5 deadly sins descend, and the laws of the world collapse. But that hasn't happened. The world isn't ready. A premature arrival would mean total annihilation. Alan runs a hand through his hair, a cold sweat on his brow. The children didn't awaken into the 5 deadly sins, so why is this happening? What exactly is the problem? He knows one thing for sure. Something has gone terribly wrong with the world's timeline. The gravity of the situation hits him like a ton of bricks. This isn't just a random monster attack. It's a sign of the apocalypse. At this rate, I'll die in the near future. The 2 plotting nobles are completely forgotten. Now just a pair of terrified old men who've had their worldview shattered. Alan, however, is not looking so magnificent. He's pale and covering his mouth, clearly suffering from a bad case of motion sickness.
Ooh,
Bleh. Evan
MMPH.
releases a
Evan
sigh
sighs as they pull up
approach
to the
massive
gate.
gates.
We're here
We
at
survived
last,
this hellish
after
trial
so
at
many
last.
hardships.
The
grand
extravagant
social
elite
gathering,
banquet,
the
the sole
entire
cursed
reason for this
bloody
hellish
journey,
trip,
has
has finally
officially
begun.
commenced.
But as soon
Yet
as
the
the
moment the
carriage
wheels halt,
stops,
Alan
Alan
tumbles
stumbles out,
his foundation
barely able to
incredibly weak.
stand.
Evan swiftly
Evan
catches
has
him
to
before
catch
his
him
dignity
before he
slams onto
face
the
plants on the
pristine
pristine
marble
ducal
courtyard.
courtyard.
Alan
Alan
groans miserably.
groans. All he wants
desperately
to
longs
do
to
is go
retreat and
home and
cultivate,
sleep.
but
But he
fate
knows
denies
that's
him that luxury.
impossible. After
After
surviving
escaping
an
an apocalyptic
apocalyptic
beast
goblin
horde
attack
and
and a
a severe
nasty
drain
bout
of
of motion
vital energy,
sickness,
Alan
Alan finally
breaches the
steps into the
golden
grand hall.
This
The
dazzling
sheer
wealth is
opulence is blinding.
He scans the
He
elite
surveys
aura,
the scene,
slightly awed.
impressed.
The perfect stage
place
for
for
high
a
society
grand
schemes.
social
Every single
gathering.
pillar drips in
Everything's
pure gold.
made of gold,
He coldly notes,
he notes
within,
internally.
Evan
Evan
mutters,
comments,
their sole
the
purpose,
purpose is to
flaunting
show off
supreme
their
power.
wealth.
They likely
They might not
wouldn't
notice
a
if we
missing
took a
treasure,
piece,
but such
it's
petty
tacky
theft
for
is
some
beneath us.
reason.
The
The
atmosphere
air is filled
polluted
with the fake
poisonous
laughter of high
elite
society.
hypocrites.
Wow. Duke Rotegre is sure competent Tilda, one noble remarks. Alan just looks on with disdain. He overhears a group of nobles gossiping. My little baby birds won't let me be Tilda, one says. Oh my Tilda, you'll have to be extra mindful of your health, Tilda. Another replies. Alan decides it's best to keep his distance. I shouldn't try to interact with the other nobles, right?
My inner
I don't
chi is
really
too chaotic
feel
for
like
this
it
anyway.
either.
I
should
must
keep my
vanish into the
distance.
shadows.
He tries to slip
attempts a
away,
stealth
but is
retreat,
immediately
instantly
stopped.
blocked.
Excuse me.
And
look who
whose
it is.
miserable faces
The two
appear.
cowardly nobles
Those
who were
treacherous,
diswrapping him
cowardly
just
lords who
yesterday
betrayed him.
are now bowing and
Bowing
scraping
like absolute cowards,
with sickeningly sweet
fake
smiles. Ho 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 Tilde, Count Palacio Tilde.
Could you perhaps
spare some
moment
time for us, Tilde?
One rat begs,
One asks, practically begging.
weeping. And look,
Not only
they
that,
present a
they're
massive
offering a chest
spilling
overflowing
over
with
pure
gold coins. I'd
wish
like to
to fund
send
your
some
supreme
support to your
cultivation.
territory.
How?
How does
Is
that
that
sound,
for an
Tilde?
offering?
His
Violent shock
confusion
accidentally
quickly
radiates a
turns into
suffocating,
a dark, menacing
demonic aura.
aura.
What? The two
The
elders
two
sense
nobles
this
feel the
crushing,
sudden killing
and
intent
instantly begin
and start sweating
pure
bullets.
terror.
Eek, the
Look at
Count's
his eyes.
expression.
They are
Emergency.
They
were still
drowning
reeling
in
from the
pure
shock,
dread.
their
weak
minds unable to
shattering at
process what they just saw.
witnessed.
Did you
sense
see
his
that?
Power?
One stammers, clutching his
gripping
head.
skull.
The other can
hardly
barely
breathe
speak
from
and
the magical
magic.
pressure.
In a panic,
Panicking,
they decided they
desperately
needed
sought
an expert opinion.
cultivator.
Baron Allman,
we are
we'll be
seizing
borrowing
your
your mage
spellcaster
for a
right now.
bit.
They scream,
shout,
snatching the place,
grabbing the poor
terrified
woman and dragging
hauling
her
aside.
away. The narrator
This was a
explains this was a
legendary
third circle mage
immortal mage
that Baron
hired
Allman
solely
had
to
hired
flaunt the Baron's
just to show
ridiculous
off
wealth.
his wealth.
The trembling
two nobles
elders
corner
trap
her,
starving
desperate for answers.
That
You
divine
know that
technique
magic
he used
just now? One of them
interrogates,
presses,
his
his
mortal
hands
trembling.
shaking.
That
has to be some
nearly
second circle
tier,
magic,
correct?
right?
He
He
begs,
asks,
praying
hoping
for
for
a
a
mortal
simple explanation. But the
Grand
mage just
glares,
stares,
totally
completely
appalled.
dumbfounded.
Excuse me?
Pardon?
Second
circle?
Just
Oh,
as
TH?
his realm
Then
must be
it has to
beyond.
be at least over
The
third
third
circle?
tier.
The
The old
nobles
fools
begin to
gasp for air
hyperventilate
as the
as the
devastating
reality
weight
of
of
Alan's
Alan's
power
true level
sinks
crushes
in.
their s- He was
He was
concealing an
hiding the
immortal
strength that
needs
requires
absolutely
no
protection,
escorts,
masking
and the
the
cold
bloodthirsty,
and cruel
ruthless
true
nature
nature
of
of
the Palacio
Palacio.
bloodline,
Which brings
which
us
snaps
back
us
to the
straight back
present.
to reality.
It
We have no
can't
other
be
choice
helped.
left.
Now
To
that
avoid
we're
absolute
here,
annihilation,
we have to
we must
beg.
grovel.
They bow
smash their
so
foreheads
low
into
their
the dirt,
heads almost touch
kissing
the
bloody
floor.
floor.
Please, forgive
Pardon
us
our
for
foolish
being
disrespect and
arrogant
grave offenses.
and mistreating
Supreme
you,
Lord,
Count Palacio.
Palacio,
It's
our
because of
demonic
some
delusions
lousy
possessed
dream.
us.
I
Our
mean,
weak minds
we were out
clouded
of our
by dark
minds.
chi.
Please,
Have
we
mercy
beg
on
for
our
your
wretched
mercy.
souls.
Meanwhile,
Alan and Evan
Alan
blankly
and
stare at
Evan
this
watch the bizarre
absurd
scene
theater.
unfold.
What trap is this?
What is it?
Are they
at
plotting
it
another
again?
betrayal?
They've
Betrayal
crossed the
demands
line
absolute
this
punishment.
time.
I
I'll
will
handle
deliver
this
judgment
myself. He
Inwardly
thinks,
sweats.
bleh,
My
I don't even
cultivation
have the
base is
power to
practically
do
zero,
anything, but
fine.
whatever.
Let them be.
Be as scared as
Terrified
you
of a
want.
fake god.
Tears
But
and
suddenly,
snot stream
a
down their
terrifying shadow
faces as
descends
they
upon
realize
them,
just how
fatally
royally
they
they've screwed up.
blundered. We are
We're
entirely
screwed.
dead meat.
We're dead
After
meat. Having dealt with
wiping
the
out that
trash, Alan decides
returns
to
to his
get
true
back to his
objective,
main mission,
consuming food
and
vital
information.
intel.
Now that I've
With
sent
Evan
Evan
dispatched
to the
to the
Information
Shadow
Guild,
it is
time
hunt
to scout for some
elite
noble
aristocratic
news.
secrets.
He casually
sweeps the grand
scans the
hall,
room,
completely
blending
masking his
in with
aura
the
among
other
the crowd.
guests while
Oblivious
keeping his
sheep.
ears open.
He
Time
sees
for a
some
little
mystical
magical eavesdropping.
surveillance
By
by
enchanting my hearing ability with mana. He zeroes in on their discussion. That's true. But, Baron, did you hear about this too? About Duke Altia and Count Zenonia?
Obviously.
Of course I have. They're trying to create a faction even.
The other
gasps,
replies,
right?
Huh, I couldn't believe that they formed an alliance at first.
Initially,
Alan processes
absorbs
this new
heavy
intel. It's a
massive
significant political
earthquake,
move,
yet
but has
totally
nothing to
irrelevant
do
his
with
path.
him. It's
Totally
nothing
worthless gossip.
important.
I
I
do
don't
not
even need to worry
stress
about
over
that.
that.
The two
Those
mastermind
elite
families, Altia and Zenonia,
fiercely
are known for not
despise
getting
each other,
along,
meaning
so their
their
alliance
pathetic
is
union
bound
will
to be
crumble
shaky
quickly.
and short-lived. He takes a
takes a
bite
huge
of the
bite of his
egg tart,
pastry,
putting the
tossing their petty
political
mortal
drama
politics
out of his
aside
mind
for
for a
a
moment.
split second.
Gasp.
Whoa,
This is
absolute
delicious.
perfection.
The
This
egg
heavenly
tart
pastry is
here
top tier,
is
Tilda.
great,
However,
Tilda.
the
But the conversation
whispered
takes a
plotting
surprising
sinister
turn.
twist.
There's something
There's a
even
far
more
deadlier
surprising.
secret.
Make
You
sure
must
you
take
don't
this to
tell
your
this to
grave.
anyone.
The
The
supreme
head of the
leader is not
faction
either
isn't
of
one of those two.
those two
The
fools.
other noble
The
leans
Baron
in.
leans closer.
Then
Then
who?
who?
The
He
first
finally
noble
reveals
whispers the shocking
earth-shattering
truth.
truth.
The head of the
The hidden
faction
mastermind is Count
Count
Palacio.
Palacio.
The revelation
The news
strikes
hits Alan like a
heavenly
bolt of
tribulation
lightning, causing
making
him to
violently
choke on his
sweet
delicious
pastry.
tart.
He freezes.
stands there, utterly
completely
dumbfounded.
paralyzed.
Question mark. He
searches
recalls
his
his
past
past
memories.
encounters.
I met Duke
I've met
Altia
Duke
exactly
Altia
once,
once
in
when
her
she was
youth.
younger.
And
He clutches
he
his
grips his
head,
aching
a
skull.
migraine forming.
How did such
a rumor like
ridiculous
that
lie
spread?
infect the kingdom?
Sigh. I should have
I should have known
expected as
better.
much.
It is
It's
entirely
all
just
just gossip
pathetic
and
trash
baseless
talk and baseless
rumors.
illusions.
Just then,
Suddenly,
a voice
snobby
calls
voice
out to
pierces
him.
the air.
Count
Count
Palacio? Alan
glares
looks up,
upward, deeply irritated.
annoyed.
Why
Why are there so many
annoying
people
extras
talking
bothering
to me today?
Makes
me
my
feel
cultivation instincts
uneasy.
scream.
A
flashy
foppish
noble
man with
sporting ridiculously
ludicrously
flamboyant
styled
purple
purple hair
struts
approaches him
over
with a
with arrogant
flourish.
flair.
HMPH.
I'm
Carmine,
third
the
heir
third
of Duke
son of
Kalen
Duke
from the
Kamalan of the
Ashutan
Ashutan
Empire.
Kingdom.
Greetings.
Nice to meet you.
Alan remains
Carmine's
smirk,
smile turns
twists
into a
toxic
smug,
sneer.
malicious
Word
grin.
is you claimed that
I heard
title
you
through
became
pure
the
luck.
Count by luck.
I am.
I'm so
So
jealous
incredibly
of you
envious.
that I
I
just had
simply
to
had to
see
witness
what you
your
look
pathetic
like.
face myself.
What's your
What is your
secret?
secret?
Alan just
simply
stares,
deadpans,
thinking, wow, these
even
days
brainless
even
deep-fried
twisted
dough can
donuts
speak
can
these
talk,
days?
huh?
His
His
mental
internal
roasting skills
comeback
remain
game is
legendary.
always on
Suddenly,
point.
a stern
One
aristocratic
noble
voice
man
booms.
asks,
What
what did you just say?
dare utter?
Three imposing
terrifying elites
figures
step
step in,
Their heavy auras
their
silencing
presence
the terrifying
silencing the immediate
entire
area.
perimeter.
One of
Their
them,
leader,
Marquise Mardanio,
casts a death
glares
glare
down at Carmine.
Are
Are you mocking
openly
a
insulting
noble
a
of
high
our
noble of our
Asteria Kingdom?
Empire?
Al,
At least
to
steal,
take the
courting the
youngest
Rotogri
daughter
clan's
of
youngest daughter
Rotegre as his
cultivation
wife.
partner.
In
He
his
truly
mind,
believes
he's a
flawless,
perfect
immortal
specimen
no
that no
maiden could
woman
reject.
could ever refuse.
Tragically, Vaders.
Gasp.
She needs to burn
She
some
has to lose
spiritual
some
fat,
weight, Tilda, and the one next to her has too big of a nose. He then tries to charm his betrothed with a backhanded compliment. Ahem, Tilda. Of course, it's a blessing that you have a beautiful appearance,
like your mother.
Like your mother.
The
The lady is not having it. She slaps his hand away. Let's think our marriage over, she says coldly, leaving him utterly stunned. What? She runs off, leaving Carmine on his knees. So, with his marriage plans in shambles, he's in a foul mood. This is so annoying. I've come this far for no reason, he fumes, stomping his feet like a child. I heard he's immature with no connections at all. Perfect target for me to vent on. A truly terrible idea. And finally, the man at the center of the moderate faction, Count Palin. These three are the central axis of the Asteria Kingdom. He looks down at the flustered foreign noble. Duke Rotegre adds, so does this mean that Duke Kamalan, the pillar of Ashudalan, looks down on us, the Asteria Kingdom? Carmine is absolutely terrified. Alan watches the whole exchange with a smug grin. Wow, how unlikable does he have to be for those three, who barely know me, to protect me like this? He suddenly realizes why this feels so familiar. The drill sergeants would yell back, "Hey, don't you have anything else to say other than sorry?" I said, "Anything else to say other than sorry?" The memory makes Alan wince. This is bringing back some traumatic memories. Carmine, meanwhile, is practically sobbing. Sob. Please forgive my discourtesy, Tilda. With that, he makes a hasty, tearful retreat, running for his life. Seeing those important figures acting, the rumor must have been true, he thinks. He picks up another information. Once Altia and Zenonia start jumping into politics, the power of Palacio, the head, would be overwhelming. Marquise Mardanio makes the first move. Now that I think about it, we haven't had a proper conversation, Count.
I understand you must be very busy. Before Alan can even respond, Marquise Mardano chimes in with a shrewd look. I've heard you've been researching magic lately. And as it happens, I've obtained a pretty good artifact recently. The hook is baited. Mardano presents his offer, an irresistible lure for any magic enthusiast. I'd like to gift you an artifact that can contain mana. What do you think? Duke Retegre also offers up a gift. Alan is caught in a whirlwind of temptation. His brain is screaming at him to clarify that the rumors are false, but the allure of free, powerful artifacts is just too much. He can't bring himself to refuse. The scene shifts. As dawn breaks, we're taken to a private annex of the Duke Retegre estate, far from the prying eyes of the party. Inside, a clandestine meeting is underway. Marquise Mardano sits opposite a mysterious woman shrouded in black, the puppet master behind the evening's events. She gets straight to the point. How did it go? In the world of noble politics, this is no simple exchange. While small gifts are meaningless pleasantries, offering a valuable artifact to the head of a faction is a binding contract. It is a pledge of absolute loyalty. The candlelight flickers, casting long shadows across the room. Mardano, now a part of her inner circle, gives credit where it's due. It's all thanks to you, Duchess Altea. The Duchess formally acknowledges her new ally, her voice smooth and confident. Welcome to the shadows, Marquise Mardano. Duchess Altea, the mastermind behind the rumors, gets confirmation from her new ally. She's glad they share the same goal. What did the others say? She asks, her voice smooth as silk. The truth is, the reclusive Duchess made a discreet visit to a select few nobles, and the rumors about Alan being the head of a new faction spread like wildfire. By selecting the right pawns and using a few well-placed bribes, she tipped the scales of power in her favor, all without showing her face. And like drifting clouds, the whispers turned into accepted fact. This was the current of politics at work. And Marquise Mardano knew an opportunity when he saw one. Finally, with another powerful piece secured on her grand chessboard, Duchess Altea smiles. The game has begun. Looks like we can start making our move in earnest. She purrs, her eyes gleaming with ambition. But hey, free stuff is free stuff. Alan grins mischievously. Good for me then. They're not going to take them back, right? I'm ready to run with the gifts. It's Evan. He's back from his information-gathering mission. Why are you so surprised? I'm back, he says calmly, while Alan is still reeling. I was just thinking, Evan delivers. The person you're looking for is in a certain village, located in northern Ashutalon. Evan is surprised by the sudden change in plans. So suddenly? Why? He asks, are you planning on heading to the northern region? Left alone with his thoughts, the full weight of the situation crashes down on Alan. Damn it. I really wished it wouldn't happen. According to the game's lore, the arrival of an outer god, a process called divine descent, is unpredictable. No one knows which god will appear, or when. I have to do it anyway, even if it's not guaranteed. Stealing his resolve, Alan picks up a quill and begins to write. This is the only way. He seals the letter, his mind set. He wonders what that child would like, a thoughtful expression on his face as he prepares his next move. The man reads the report, his face unreadable. It's Deus. The commander gives the new directive. Tell them that our next schedule in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks. The scene shifts to the Pakran village in the northern Ashutalon kingdom. Alan and Evan have arrived. Alan sighs in relief, a bit of sweat on his brow. I didn't think I would find him this quickly. Then it hits him. This is Elevan, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG, Psychedelia, the very hero of the game he used to play. So a protagonist is still a protagonist, I guess. He thinks, looking at the boy, he looks exactly like the illustration, but he's taken aback. He's a boy, right? Too pretty for a boy. Alan looks at the boy, a strange feeling washing over him. No matter how different this world is from the game, the main character is still the main character. In the end, he will become stronger and more famous. Alan knows this kid is destined for greatness. He wastes no time. Here, take this. He offers the unsuspecting protagonist a hefty bag of gold. Eleven is completely bewildered. Pardon?
Excuse me?
Isn't this gold? Before he can even process the gold, Alan calls out, Evan, but that's just the beginning. Evan starts unloading a mountain of gift-wrapped boxes, dropping them at Elevan's feet. These are all yours, Alan declares, as Evan opens all the gifts in a swift motion. It truly looks spectacular, like a show. Alan leans in, his expression dead serious, and places a hand on Elevan's shoulder, and tells him, because you will be huge in the future. Then he adds, almost as an afterthought, right. He turns back one last time. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Count Palacio. He clambers onto their carriage as they're about to leave, his face beaming with gratitude and determination. I'll remember this. As the carriage pulls away, Eleven waves goodbye, his future now irrevocably changed by this bizarre, yet incredibly generous encounter. Alan watches him go.
Was this kid
Was he always so bright? I don't remember him being like that, since the game was a dark fantasy. Back in the carriage, Evan looks thoughtful. Count. I can kind of tell what you did there. But is it really fine to just leave without having a proper conversation? Alan brushes it off. He's a smart boy, so he should know what I meant. I'm in a hurry, so I don't have time to build a relationship with him. Some comments, anyway. That child seemed very talented, like the other ones. He adds, dense mana was surging around him, and although his attire was plain, it looked like he was wearing artifacts as well. But he quickly shakes off the doubt. But Tilde, whatever. As long as I preserve my sweet life plan, that's all that matters. The stronger he is, the better for me. The investment will be worth it. The mood in the carriage shifts. Alan turns to Evan with a hesitant, almost nervous expression. Evan. About Deus, completely unaware of the mental anguish his master is going through, says, I guess so, maybe. 10 days later, Alan and Evan finally arrive at their destination, Kirtham, the majestic capital of Caliber. They join the long line of carriages waiting to enter through the city's northern gate. Alan agrees. A long journey is bound to be tiring, but Evan clarifies, if it weren't for that weird labyrinth at the end, I would have felt much better. Evan just replies, it couldn't be helped. Alan looks at a strange, ornate amulet, thinking back on their detours. The reason I visited various places was to prepare for the fight against the outer god. And some gifts, the carriage is literally overflowing with chests and presents. I hope Deus likes them. Alan thinks, feeling like a father wanting to give his son everything. Outside, Evan tells his master, it should be our turn soon. He thinks, so what? This guy's really pissing me off. Alan is already feeling very sensitive right now. He asks coolly, bringing the knights along with you? What may be the problem here? Viran's smile widens. I received word that a friend of mine in the kingdom of Ashutalon owes you a debt. Then, a horrible realization dawns on him. Could it be Carmine? Viran confirms it with a condescending laugh. It seems you managed to seriously get on my friend's bad side. He's referring to the pompous noble Alan humiliated at the banquet. Through a magic orb, we see Carmine's face contorted with rage as he screams. He embarrassed me in front of everyone. His master, a sinister-looking man, sweetens the deal. You need more abyssal entity to raise your skills, no? Back in the present, Viran sizes up Alan with a carefree expression. I received some goods from that guy, so I have to make it look like I care, at least. Alan and Evan stand back to back, ready for a fight they weren't expecting. With blinding speed, a figure lunges past Alan
and straight towards the overconfident knight. A
demon
dark
holds him
armored
high.
figure holds him aloft and
Hissing,
asks,
"What
"What do you
exactly
think
is
you're
your death
doing?"
wish?
The fact that Count Palacio
is the
was
supreme
the benefactor of Dios
the
Macallan.
legendary
Viren, sputtering,
blood,
tries to assert
attempts
his
to flex his
authority.
status.
"You know you can't
cannot
do this to
execute
me."
Deus's
Deus's
eyes
eyes
ignite
glow
with
with a chilling light.
apocalyptic
If
fury.
anyone here
If anyone
dares
breathes
to
in my
move an
direction,
inch,
the
the other
surrounding
knights
guards
freeze in
immediately
place,
freeze,
paralyzed by
completely
his
suppressed by his
terrifying
suffocating
aura.
spiritual
Without
pressure.
another word,
Deus suddenly
Deus
erupts
unleashes
into
a furious
merciless
beatdown.
frenzy.
He kicks
A devastating
Viren
kick
square in the
crushes Viren's
chest,
sternum,
sending him
launching
flying.
away.
The knight
traitor
crashes
plows through
hard
the
into the
rubble,
dirt,
his
his
pathetic
armor
armor
shattering on
turning into dust.
impact. He moves
Moving
like a
like a vengeful
phantom,
wraith,
a
engulfed
whirlwind
in
of
dark
purple
demonic
and
chi.
black.
Vern, eternal
Pride?
A
A
single
thought bubbles up,
echoes through his
completely
mind.
unbidden.
Did
Did
he
he
really
just call
claim
me
me as
his
his
benefactor?
He feels
He's overcome with
completely
emotion.
moved to tears.
I thought he'd
I
forgotten
assumed
about
my
me
letters
since
meant
he
nothing
never
to him
replied to
anymore.
my letters.
But his loyalty
But he
remains
remembers.
absolute.
I feel
My
like I've
years of
been
careful
rewarded
cultivation
for
have
raising
finally
my
blossomed.
son. He
He pictures the
imagines
tiny
little
disciple
Deus,
blooming into
all grown
an
up,
unmatched
still
powerhouse,
loyal to
honoring
his.
his master.
Father
Alan stubbornly
Alan
blocks
plugs his
his ears
ears
with
with a
comical
chibi
denial.
face.
My
I didn't
ears are
hear that.
closed. His
His
glorious
proud
delusions
papa
simply
thoughts
intensify.
continue. It
chilling
reminds him
realization
of the
strikes
fact
him.
that Deus was
Deus is
destined
fated
to
to awaken
become
as
one of the five deadly
Calamity
sins.
Lord.
In the
Meanwhile,
icy
in the
north,
frozen
a
northern
battle has
wasteland,
just
a
reached its
catastrophic war
bloody
concludes.
conclusion.
But lurking
Amidst the carnage
blazing
and flames,
ashes,
the
Crimson Flame
banner
Order's
of the
legendary
Crimson
banner
Flame Knight
fiercely
Order
pierces
stands
the
tall.
sky.
The Captain Delman,
Caliburn's
the
formidable
third sword
third
of
sword,
Caliburn,
hoists his
raises his
blood-soaked
blade
blade,
in triumph,
roaring with
declaring,
triumph.
"One of the
Kulkan the
8
Great,
chiefs,
one of
Kulkan the
the 8
Great,
legendary
and his
chiefs,
clan has been
completely
annihilated."
exterminated.
They prepare to head
They prepare
home,
to march
with their
back,
captain
their proud
ordering,
captain
"Let us
commanding,
return to the
return to the
forward
vanguard
base
base to
for
recover."
maintenance." With the chief
Without their
gone,
alpha,
Delman
I
slaughtered
butchered
the
his
entire
defenseless
clan without
in
mercy.
cold blood. The grave.
It's Kulkan,
Kulkan,
the barbarian
butchered
chief he supposedly
returned from
killed,
hell itself,
and he is
trembling
not
to his core.
happy.
Judgment.
But Delman,
Draw
a
your
man
blade.
who abandoned honor, is
But
no
cowardly
match for
Delman
this. He
cannot
orders
fight.
his knights to
He
draw their
screams at his
swords,
men to attack.
but it's a futile
A
gesture.
pathetic, but
The
lurking in
knights
the
are
shadows,
tossed
a
around like
presence that
rag
would change
dolls.
every-
As
Upon
they
reaching
arrive
their
at their
destination,
destination,
Alan is once
again left
breathless.
speechless. Deus, wait.
My
The
purpose
reason
here
I'm here
today,
today, Alan
declares
begins,
seriously,
is because I have a
I need a
request
massive
for you.
favor from you.
Deus turns,
Deus
his expression
turns around.
unreadable.
His
A
aura
request,
completely unreadable.
you said.
Follows
Alan
him.
follows,
Still feeling slightly
still a bit
on
awkward.
edge. He
But then he
spots something
notices
shocking.
something odd.
As in my party,
Before he can even
before he
finish,
can finish,
Deus cuts him
Deus
off with a
sharply
firm.
interrupts.
Of course,
with
gladly.
absolute pleasure.
He thinks
smirks
to himself,
internally.
"This is how you improve the
manipulate the
atmosphere,
battlefield.
Tilda."
I
Heh,
selected this
I
divine
chose this
artifact
after
intense
thorough
meditation.
consideration.
Let
I
us
hope he likes
accepts.
it. Alan's jaw
hits the
drops.
floor.
He's
Total
going that
annihilation?
far?
He
He
forces a
nervously
pathetic,
tries to
trembling
laugh
laugh.
it off.
He looks
He may
stoic,
not look
but
like
surely
it,
he is
but he
just
makes
joking.
good jokes.
Right?
It's a
The
chilling landscape
wasteland
of
purely
pure, corrupted energy, visible only to those who have reached the highest
absolute
echelons
peak
of power.
Suddenly,
His attention is
explosive
then
shouting
drawn
completely
to
shatters
shouting
his
nearby.
focus. The twin
Having drank the
elixirs
2 potion,
in
he
his veins,
speaks up.
he declares,
In accordance with the
bound by the
oath of
ancient Calunius
Calunius,
pact,
I, Alan Palacio,
swear
to
enforce
uphold
the
that
primordial
great covenant. His
Leon's
sharp
piercing
blue eyes
blue
then
eyes
lock
lock onto
onto
the
our
intruders.
heroes.
So,
These are the
legendary
esteemed
lords you
guests
have
you've been
awaited?
waiting for?
He chuckled,
He asks,
his feral grin,
his grin
expanding
widening.
dangerously.
Welcome to our humble
slaughterhouse.
abode.
Leon
leans
whispered
in.
darkly.
You have no idea
underestimate
how
her
excited she
obsession.
was.
Our
The
master
boss
literally camped
sat
outside
at the city
fortress
gates
walls for
every
weeks.
single day
Sealrang
waiting for you.
flushed crimson,
Sealrang blushes,
while Alan mentally
while
checked
Alan
out
just
from
looks
this ridiculous
absolutely
purgatory.
done with this
Eager to
entire
project ultimate
situation.
dominance,
Sealrang,
violently
playing the part of a
smashed
gracious
her
host,
fists onto a
slams her
sturdy
hands on a
mahogany
nearby
table.
table with
The
a
wood
loud
splintered
thwack.
instantly.
Benefactor!
Sit, benefactor!
Sit!
She roared
She
with
commands,
overflowing killing
maybe a little
intent
too
disguised as
enthusiastically.
joy.
Alan calmly remarks,
Alan coldly observed.
"You seem to take
maintain
good
an
care
iron
of
grip
your
here.
guild."
Instantly
Without
seeking
missing a beat,
validation,
Sealrang flips into a
backflipped onto the
handstand
cracked
on the table.
Obviously,
Of course,
we are
we're
bonded
family.
by blood.
I don't need anyone
Outsiders
else.
mean nothing.
She
Her spiritual
completely
energy
loses her
fractured,
balance and
sending her
tumbles to the
crashing into
floor,
the dirt,
looking
utterly,
genuinely
mentally
conflicted.
destroyed.
She
Desperate
starts
muttering
muttering
escaped
to
her lips,
herself,
frantically
trying to
calculating
sort out her
twisted
priorities.
sect loyalties.
Family first,
Bloodline first,
then Utia.
Utia.
But then
But
where does Alan
rank?
fit in?
A
It's a full-on
full-on system meltdown for the cat girl. A tiny chibi version of herself pops up, arguing,
internally.
but the benefactor and Utia aren't even blood relatives. Clearly, this is a very complex emotional hierarchy.
Alan merely watched her break down,
meanwhile,
coldly,
is just trying to
analyzing
process
the
this
absurd power
information.
dynamics.
I've barely spoken to her,
Yet I rank
and I'm
third,
already third in line?
suspiciously high status.
That's surprisingly high.
He prepared
He takes a
ruthless
moment to
counterattack.
strategize his next move.
Eyes narrowing,
With a
he shot
serious
Evan a deadly,
expression, he
silent
gives
command.
Evan a subtle
Evan,
signal.
execute
Evan, are you
the
ready?
protocol.
His loyal companion gives a sharp thumbs up. Ready when you are, boss. And with that, Evan reveals their secret weapon, a mountain of beautifully wrapped presents. Seolrang's existential crisis vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn into literal stars as she gasps with pure, unadulterated joy. Presents! She immediately starts stammering, "Okay, I'll help you with whatever you need." Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? That was just a joke. Alan's plan worked like a charm. Fueled by the promise of gifts, she declares, "It doesn't matter if you're family. You're my benefactor, and that's what counts." And as she speaks, a golden gauntlet on her arm begins to crackle with power. A whirlwind of golden lightning blazes on her arm. "Thanks to you," her voice echoes. "I was finally able to gather all of my people." Alan is almost taken aback by how easily he won her over. Did I just charm my way through another problem? He wonders. A system window confirms his success, displaying the item he gifted her. The essence of the Golden Mane, a powerful artifact that boosts critical hit chance by 20%. So that epic item description wasn't just for show, Alan thinks. He allows himself a small, self-satisfied smile. Everyone is so willing to help. I suppose I've raised my kids well, after all. But before he can enjoy the moment, Seolrang scoops him up like he weighs nothing. "You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your room," she yells, dashing off with a petrified Alan as Evan scrambles to keep up. After a rather unique escort, Seolrang casually asks them, "So how was the desert?" Alan and Evan share a look of utter exhaustion. "It was just sand. A lot of sand," Evan replies flatly. "Honestly, I'm more worried about the trip back." Seolrang tilts her head. Why? Evan just deadpans. "Because it's hot." He then casually adds, "Oh, right, we were also attacked." This gets Seolrang's attention. She freezes, her tail twitching. "An attack?" Alan explains with his usual stoicism by the bloody sand bandits. Apparently, it's a common occurrence out there. The moment he says that name, something in Seolrang snaps. Her cheerful demeanor evaporates, replaced by a chillingly predatory grin and an aura of pure, murderous intent. The scene cuts violently to the bloody sand bandits' hideout, where all hell has broken loose. Blood splatters the walls. Bodies are sent flying as the entire base is systematically torn apart from the inside. And at the center of the carnage is Seolrang, wreathed in golden lightning like an avenging goddess. She purrs, scanning the chaos. Are the rest of them hiding over there? She doesn't wait for an answer. In a flash, she moves to the another room. She catches two bandits by their necks and sends them flying. Now she corners the last bandit standing, her eyes glowing with power. "There you are," she says sweetly. "Are you the leader?" The man is shaking like a leaf. Wait! I'm Gonko's younger brother. The strongest Baba Yaga in Koloni protects me. You'll make an enemy of him." Seolrang is unmoved. "But you messed with my benefactor first, didn't you?" The golden energy around her gauntlet intensifies. And more importantly, I hate getting scolded. With a final blinding explosion of golden light, the entire Bloody Sand Bandits organization is wiped from the face of the earth. The next morning, Alan is woken up by the news. The Bloody Sand Bandits. Annihilated? He thinks, his mind still fuzzy with sleep. Seolrang is standing over his bed, beaming proudly. "If they're gone, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius." Alan can only stare. What in the world happened overnight? She then promptly snuggles up to him, demanding, "I did it all by myself. Praise me." Alan's brain short-circuits. The Bloody Sand Bandits, the ones with hundreds of night-level fighters? That was a nightmare quest in the game. He gives in, offering a reluctant head pat, which she immediately melts into, purring happily. "I knew the Baba Yaga title was a big deal," he thinks. "But this is insane. I can really see now why she was destined to become the sin of pride." The scene shifts, taking us to a massive, sun-drenched Colosseum. the famous landmark of Colony, known for its brutal gladiatorial games. Inside the arena, a vicious battle is reaching its bloody conclusion as a fighter is sent flying. One man stands victorious in the center of the ring, surrounded by a sea of defeated opponents. This is the champion Gungal. The crowd roars his name as the announcer screams, "The one and only Baba Yaga of Colony, the gladiator who has held his title the longest." The winner, once again, is Gungal. Gungal soaks in the adoration, a confident, predatory smirk plastered on his face. Later, we find him relaxing in a lavish private room. "This city is full of fools," he scoffs to himself. A sly voice agrees. I know, right? It's Leon who has appeared from the shadows, thinking they can take on a Baba Yaga with just numbers. How pathetic. Leon gets straight to business. "It's been a while, Gungal. I'm sure you've heard. Seal Rang annihilated the Bloody Sand Bandits." Gungal doesn't even flinch. "I know." Leon smirks. "Wasn't their leader your supposed younger brother?" Gungal just laughs. "A useful rumor I started. He was a pawn to help me control the underworld. Nothing more." Leon plops down on a couch. "Aw, too bad. I thought it would make for a great excuse to start a war." Gungal's expression darkens. "The only reason I've tolerated her is because a fair fight between two Baba Yagas is impossible." His eyes begin to glow with the menacing energy. "But I am getting tired of that brat messing up my city. A brother's death. Revenge. Yes, the public will find that to be the perfect excuse for what I'm about to do." Leon's smile is pure cunning. "So you coming to me means you're finally ready to get serious." He slides a heavy case across the table. "Here you go." Gungal eyes the case. "And this is a gift," Leon purrs, "from the father of all. Use them, and you will gain immense power." He opens the case, revealing several strange glowing artifacts, two cubes and two spheres, all pulsing with a dark, corrupting energy. Gungal picks up one of the cubes, his smirk turning utterly sinister. "With this, after I crush that little cat, Colony's underworld will be mine. And after that, perhaps even the throne itself." Gungal muses. "Well then, shall we begin the experiment?" As he holds the glowing cube, Leon watches from the side, thinking, "I'm looking forward to seeing just how long you last." 2 days later, Alan's party is on the move again. Escorted by Seal Rang and her guild, they've arrived at their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan navigates through a rocky canyon, heading towards the heart of the mysterious ruins. As Alan and Evan prepare to enter the ruins alone, Seal Rang waves them off. "Thanks for the escort," Alan says. "Okay, come back safe," she calls out. Now cloaked in desert gear, the two venture into the ancient city, leaving their new friends behind. With Evan lighting the way with the lantern, they delve into a dark passage. "Hey, I see a light up ahead," he says. "I think that's it." They emerge into a truly breathtaking sight. The lost city of Kahara, carved directly into the canyon walls. Evan can only gasp. Whoa! Suddenly, a powerful, disembodied voice booms from a glowing golden orb echoing through the empty city. "Mage." Alan freezes, instantly on high alert. That voice, a massive obelisk in the city's center, begins to pulse with light. The source of the voice, if you can hear my words, it commands, "Come to the tower." Sensing this is a trial for him alone, Alan turns to his companion. "Evan, I think I have to go up alone. Wait for me here." Evan nods. "You got it, I'll be waiting." Alan steps through the tower's entrance, a sense of awe washing over him. The central tower, he thinks. Even in the game, this place was completely inaccessible. He finds himself in a vast, cylindrical library that seems to stretch into infinity. The golden voice greets him, "Welcome, mortal. It is truly unexpected that you could hear my voice." As Alan stands on a glowing magic circle, a shadowy form begins to coalesce from the darkness before him. The voice intones, "You possess the minimum qualifications." The shadows solidify, forming into a terrifying creature of pure darkness, its face a permanent, malevolent grin. This is the shadow demon. Alan's face is grim. He's seen this entity before. Illutus, he mutters, then corrects himself. No, I came because I heard the words of the god of destruction. The shadow swirls around him playfully. Huh? The entity chuckles. You know its true name? You must be quite the gambler. But the creature quickly dismisses him. However, you lack the proper status. Therefore, I have nothing to tell you. Alan grits his teeth in frustration. The god of destruction also mentioned that, he thinks. What in the world is this status they keep talking about?
Suddenly,
the library around them seems to warp and distort. It is the standard by which this world judges you, the entity explains cryptically. An outer god will soon descend. You are to deal with it. The shadow demon floats before him, its grin widening as it goads him. After a tense silence, the golden voice returns, making a declaration. You have now met the conditions for our conversation. The demon seems amused. You are at least a slight improvement over the fools who merely imitate magic. For that I shall tell you something interesting.
The demon
begins a lecture on the fundamental nature of magic, writing glowing ethereal characters in the air. True magic, it explains, is the law designated to the world by a sorcerer. It begins with phrase and is followed by providence. A map of constellations appears in the void, hinting at a deeper cosmic order. One must embody the phrase, develop it according to providence, and finally give it a name to create true magic. Alan listens, completely rapt, a single bead of sweat tracing down his temple. Providence, he thinks. That's a concept I've never even heard of.
Unknown to me.
The demon looms closer, its shadowy form glowing like hot embers.
Your mortal
You
mind
wouldn't
couldn't
understand
possibly
even
comprehend
if I explained it, it scoffs. Therefore, I shall teach you one piece of correct magic in accordance with providence. We cut back to the desert where Seolrang has been waiting patiently for her benefactor's return. But as the minutes tick by, a flicker of worry crosses her face. He's taking his sweet time, she mutters to the wind. Did something happen? Suddenly, a blur of motion kicks up a cloud of sand, approaching at an impossible speed. Something is coming. And it's not friendly. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face.
Found you.
Gotcha, a voice growls. It's the Colosseum champion, Genkao, and he's not here to play games. Before Seolrang can even react, dark, shadowy tendrils lash out, striking down her guild members who are standing guard. Her eyes widen in shock at the ambush. She lands defensively, her senses on high alert, but it's too late. The trap has been sprung. Gankal is already in their midst, grabbing one of Seolrang's men by the head with a cruel smirk.
Quite pathetic.
Not bad, he says, unimpressed by their futile resistance. Seolrang explodes with rage, golden lightning crackling around her gauntlet. Kalman?
Let him
She roars, recognizing the man in Gankal's grip. How dare you fight outside the Colosseum, you shameless bastard? Gankal just laughs, tossing the man aside. You're one to talk. Didn't you just wipe out the bloody sand bandits? I'm simply here to get revenge from my adorable little brother, he sneers, using the fake rumor as his perfect excuse. With a roar, he charged forward, his dark energy tainting the very air around them. The hunt is on, but Seolrang isn't a guild leader for nothing. She unleashes a blinding shockwave of pure golden energy, refusing to back down. The massive blast sends her flying toward the Gankal. Seolrang cries out for the people she's trying to protect, the ones she calls family. She clashes with Gankal in a brutal explosion of power, her golden lightning meeting his corrupting shadow head-on. Seolrang manages to land a solid blow, but as she connects, Gankal just grins. Ha
predicted.
I knew
He
it,
darkly
he
sneers,
chuckles,
casually
as if
mastering
this was
this.
all part of the
Entire
plan.
twisted chessboard.
Don't
Stop
mock
spouting
me.
total nonsense.
She snarls,
growls,
her
spiritual
fangs
pressure
bared.
flaring.
Knew
Predicted.
what exactly?
Her
But she
horrifying
gets her
cruelly
answer in
arrives
the
instantly.
worst way
Searing,
possible.
Scorching agony
A
savagely
searing
and violently
pain
tears
rips through
straight
her
across her
side
ribcage
as the blade
freezing steel
sinks
deeply
deep
pierces
into
her
her
vital meridian.
flesh.
Completely
Her
paralyzed,
eyes
she
dart
glances
back to see the
backward
face of
toward
her
the traitor's
attacker.
face.
It's Leon,
her sworn brother
her
and
trusted
deeply trusted
second in
deputy.
command. A
Truly
vicious
venomous
grin
smile
plastered
infects
on
his
his
features,
face
while
as he
coughing
coughs up
corrupted abyssal
black
fog.
smoke.
Our
Our
naive commander
boss
remains
is so
so
predictable,
hopelessly
he
predictable,
whispers.
he hisses.
In her shock
Trembling
and
devastating
pain,
betrayal, her
Silrang's
fractured
mind drifts
consciousness
back to
escapes
happier
into brighter golden
times,
memories,
to a
recalling
time
an
when
era
she
of
thought her
absolute loyalty
people
and
were
truly
truly
unbreakable
behind her.
bonds.
She
Remembering all
remembers
their
how they
joyous
praised
worship,
her,
the profound
how they
reverence
looked
they
up to
freely
her,
offered her just
all
because
because she
she
gathered
forged a
them
safe
together
sanctuary from
and gave
ashes.
them a home.
We share one
It's
true
because you're
immortal
my
destiny
family,
now,
she had
proudly
told
vowed
them
under
with a
starlight.
beaming
A sacred
smile.
heavenly oath,
A
absolutely
promise
and
she
entirely
intended to
shattered
keep.
today.
Her memories
fading
dig
mind plunges
deeper
into
to her
ancient
childhood
legacy,
as a
recalling her
descendant of the
and
legendary
royal
Golden Mane
main
tribe,
bloodline,
a past
tranquil
filled
youth
with
overflowing with
idyllic,
peaceful, radiant
sun-drenched
prosperity.
happiness.
However,
But that
those
happiness
glorious
was
heavens
shattered
collapsed
by a
when an
monstrous
abyssal
black dragon, an
sparking her
event that
extremely
fueled
fiery,
her lifelong
epic
dream
cultivation
to
journey
avenge her fallen
slaughtered
people
ancestors
and
forge a
rebuild a
modern
new
clan,
family,
somewhere,
a place to
safe
belong.
to truly call home.
She looked
She
up to the
idolized
legends
ancient
of the
mythic conquerors,
past,
just
like the mighty
supreme
Golden
celestial,
Mane leader,
golden
whose
patriarch,
power
whose
she
divine martial
inherited
arts
through the
bless her
gauntlet.
artifact.
But the
Yet
narrator
cruel fate
warns
proves
us that
otherwise
wasn't
today.
the absolute truth.
The absolute
The
bloody
bitter
illusion
reality
painfully
crashes
dissolves
back
into pure
in.
agony.
How
Why?
could
Betray
you?
us?
She
chokes
stammers,
out,
stumbling
collapsing
away from
backward in
Leon.
shock.
He just
The traitor
scoffs.
simply laughs.
Let's stop this
End this
happy
pathetic
family
friendship
charade.
delusion. Following
On Leon's
Lion's cruel
command,
cue,
Gankol, now
violently
pulsing with an even greater
apocalyptic
abyss
demonic
body
abyss aura,
power,
fully
moves
prepares
in
an
for the
execution
kill.
strike.
The
The arena's
Colosseum
overlord
champion
drops a
unleashes a
meteor-shattering
devastating
strike,
punch,
launching
sending the
bleeding
already
heroine
wounded
into absolute
Silrang
darkness
flying across the
the war zone.
battlefield.
She
She
frantically
desperately
parries
tries
his
to block
brutal,
his relentless
nonstop
assault,
strikes,
but the
toxic
combination
venom,
of
her deep
poison,
wounds,
her injuries,
Jenko's
and
newly
Gankol's
awakened
boosted
power
strength is too
overwhelm her
much.
completely.
He pummels
batters
her with fists of
forged
pure
from
shadow, the
channeling
power of
abyssal
the
energy,
abyss multiplying
pushing
his strength
combat
far
prowess
beyond its
past
normal
mortal
limits.
Sang
Silrang
grinds
grits her
teeth,
teeth, her
muscles
body
burning in
screaming in
absolute agony.
protest.
Even
Even with the
golden
power of
deity's
the
aura,
Golden Mane,
she
she's
is
being completely
utterly crushed.
overwhelmed.
The
The entire
deathmatch
battlefield
becomes
is a
storm
whirlwind
pure
of chaos, as
Gankol
Gankol and Leon's
Lion's
forces
dark
press
army
their
corner the
advantage
heavily
against the
injured
wounded
feline
catgirl.
warrior.
With a
Screaming in
defiant
defiance,
roar, she
detonates a
unleashes
massive
another
wave of
burst
heavenly
of
lightning,
lightning,
eradicating
blasting away the
foot
grunts
soldiers
surrounding
around
her. But
Yet her
it's clear her
spiritual energy
stamina is
draining
fading
rapidly.
fast.
Gankol
Gankol blocks the
effortlessly
attack
deflects
with
the strike,
ease, while
while Leon
Leon
observes
watches
from
from
the
the
shadows,
side,
laughing
cackling that their
their
victory
triumph
is
is absolute.
guaranteed.
Farewell,
Goodbye,
former
boss,
master,
he
mocks,
sneers,
his tone
voice dripping with
with twisted
sadistic glee,
pleasure,
launching a
unleashing a
shadow
dark
slash
aura-bladed
toward Silrang.
She
Silrang flips her body
into the air
upward using the
Gankol's
Gankol's arms,
barely
narrowly
evading the
dodging
strike.
the attack.
Let us see.
Let's see how long
your
you can
pathetic
hold
life
out, he
lasts.
taunts, savoring
tasting
her
absolute
defeat.
victory.
Leon
Lion
rushes
blitses forward,
in, cloaked in his own
corrupted
dark
spiritual
power.
Pressure.
After all, he
roars,
shouts,
I have
I've
awakened
received incredible
absolute
power
as
too.
well.
The two
The dual
villains
traitors
bombard
strike
her
from
from
every
all
blind spot.
sides.
A
A brutal
ruthless,
and
suffocating
overwhelming two-on-one
massacre.
assault.
Although severely
Though she's
outclassed,
outmatched,
Silrang's
Silrang's fighting spirit
soul
isn't
refuses
completely
to be
gone.
extinguished.
She pushes
She propels
herself back
backward
with
using
a
a
powerful
devastating
kick
kick
from a
against
standing
shattered
rock.
boulder.
She even
She
manages to
miraculously
slip
ghosts
past
past Leon,
and
planting an
land a
explosive,
powerful lightning-infused
enhanced
kick
strike
to
onto
Gankol. The force
sheer
of her
impact
blow
shatters the
craters the
bedrock,
earth,
screaming
proving that even
despite her broken
injured,
state,
she's still
she
a
remains an
force to be
absolute
reckoned
monster in
with.
combat.
Leon
Lion
watches
glares
from a
safe
distance, a bead
cold
of sweat
dripping
on
down
his brow.
He
He clicks his tongue in
pure
annoyance.
frustration.
Even with this
dark
power,
blessing,
I'm
I
still
cannot
not
match
on their
realm.
level.
He realizes the
He's
terrifying
talking about the
foundational
raw
strength
power of true
possessed by
Baba
supreme
Yagas,
warriors
like Gankol and
Silrang.
Silrang. Gankol
staggers
stumbles
backward,
back, coughing
hacking
from the force of the
tremendous
blow.
internal damage.
You little
You wretched
brat,
insect,
he growls,
snarls,
but his
but
anger
boiling
is cut
fury
short
vanishes
as
when
he spots
detects an
something in the
distance.
presence afar.
His eyes narrow. Huh?
What
this
is this?
guy,
Strolling
walking calmly out of the canyon, are two
distinct
figures.
shadows.
Alan and
Evan have
finally returned from the
ancient
ruins.
temple.
Gangkal's
gaze
eyes
sparks
light
with
up with a
toxic
wicked
malice.
idea.
That boy is the one
He's the one she called
named her savior,
benefactor,
correct?
right?
He
He
plots.
thinks.
A
A
beastly,
predatory
bloodthirsty
grin
smirk tears
spreads across his face as he
ditches the
abandons
dying
the fight
ceiling,
with Seal
rushing
Rang
directly
and
toward
charges
the unaware
straight for Alan.
This
This works out
aligns
perfectly.
I'll use him as a hostage before killing him. Meanwhile, Leon is fighting Seolrang. Seolrang's punch was about to connect directly to the Leon's face, but her punch comes to a sudden halt. A wave of paralysis finally overtakes Seolrang. She collapses, unable to move as Leon's smug face looms over her. He leans in close to gloat. The sword I struck you with was coated in Kamenasa's poison. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. You asked why I did this, right? He whispers. Do you really think everyone was thrilled to play Happy Family with you? Leon's words are as venomous as the poison in her veins. He mocks her for flaunting a power she only got through pure luck, revealing his deep-seated jealousy. His cruel words hit their mark, shattering Seolrang's spirit. She begins to doubt everything, to believe his lies, but deep down, she clings to the belief that the bonds she forged were real, that after the fighting, they truly became a family. Leon just laughs at her naivete. Still believe in that stupid dream? He sneers, snapping his fingers. See for yourself how much they hate you. On his command, the cloaked figures step forward. They are her own guild members, her family. Now with their weapons aimed directly at her, Seolrang's world shatters. The ultimate betrayal is laid bare. You guys we're all traitors too, she whispers, her heart breaking. Leon, now wreathed in the power, forms a blade of dark energy. The essence should go to someone who actually deserves it, he declares. Thanks for the gift, boss. He swings the blade for the final blow, but in a flash of blue light, his attack is parried. A massive explosion of energy erupts between them. Leon stumbles back in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Huh? Gonkal's abdomen now had a giant hole glowing blue, and right before him stand Evan, his eye patch doing nothing to hide his righteous fury. And beside him stands the man they call benefactor, Alan. With a swift kick, Evan lunges into action. With a powerful sword technique, he drives back the traitorous guild members with a single, decisive strike. Leon stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene, now filled with swirling red and blue energy. What the hell is this? He demands. And through the swirling chaos, Alan walks forward, his expression cold as ice. He's finally entering the fight. His sharp eyes analyze the dark energy corrupting the battlefield. This black magical smoke, he thinks. Did they use the abyssal entities? A game-like interface pops into his vision, confirming his suspicions. It's an abyssal entity. A mysterious item that promises godhood to those who can absorb its power. Putting the pieces together, Alan realizes the full extent of the betrayal. He calmly walks over to the fallen Seolrang and begins pouring a high-grade recovery potion directly onto her head. As the golden liquid instantly heals her wounds, he reassures her. You should be able to move soon. Don't worry, they're probably the only traitors here. Seolrang looks up at him, tears welling in her eyes, desperately wanting to believe him. Do you really think so? Alan meets her gaze with unwavering certainty. Of course. The comrades you introduced to me looked truly happy. His simple, honest words are all she needs to hear. The hope in her eyes reignites, stronger than ever. She wipes away her tears, her resolve hardening like steel. I see. In an instant, she's back on her feet, the poison purged and her wounds healed. Her power surges back, stronger than before. She turns to face her enemies, her gaze filled with determination. Yes, she tells Alan. My family is waiting for me. Crackling with golden lightning, she swiftly kills multiple traitors. And Evan also follows her from behind. But Alan has other plans. He raises a hand, his focus absolute. Glory of the snowy peaks, he incants, as the very air begins to freeze around him.
A massive, intricate magic circle of ice materializes in the sky above, casting a chilling shadow over the entire battlefield. He continues the chant, his voice echoing with immense power.
Godlike power.
Blind man's fatality. From the glowing circle, colossal spears of pure, jagged ice begin to form,
each lethal projectile
one
aggressively
humming with unimaginable
soul-freezing
cold.
cold. In
Alan's mind, the shadowy demon from the library reappears, a malevolent grin on its face. It recognizes this magic, and Jagekan's ice spear, it cackles, its true name, forgotten by these clowns. The demon lectures
is the legendary ice crystal
spear. Back in the desert,
wasteland,
Alan unleashes the true form of the spell. With a final whisper, the world turns white. An entire forest of massive ice crystals erupts from the ground,
instantly freezing
the battlefield solid.
System prompt
A helpful tip pops up, explaining the villain's plan.
To steal
the power of the golden main essence, one must maintain physical contact with it for several minutes. A plan that Alan just put on ice. A final, chibi-style flashback reveals the root of Leon's jealousy, showing him plotting to surpass the naturally talented Seorang even from the start.
His
betrayal, it seems, was a long time coming. As Leon makes a beeline for Alan, the newly healed Seorang roars into action, determined to intercept the attack. How dare you try to assault my benefactor? But Alan has no need for a bodyguard. The temperature plummets as he prepares to end this fight in one move. He unleashes a cataclysmic spell, a raging blizzard of pure magical frost that tears through the battlefield. Caught in the icy vortex, the traitors are torn apart. Seorang uses the chaos to land a devastating lightning-charged blow on the treacherous Leon. The grunts don't stand a chance. Their screams swallowed by the roar of the blizzard as they're flash frozen and shattered. Even the abyss-infused Leon is powerless against this absolute zero assault, finding himself tossed around like a rag doll amidst the ice. He's blasted through the air, his dark power completely neutralized by the overwhelming force of nature Alan commands. Even Seorang has to brace herself against the aftershock. The sheer scale of Alan's magic is something to behold. Another traitor is turned into a permanent ice sculpture, a testament to the foolishness of crossing paths with Alan's magic. Evan can only watch in stunned silence, a bead of sweat running down his face. His master's power is on a completely different level. The chaos subsides, revealing a breathtaking and deadly forest of ice crystals that has replaced the sandy battlefield. The entire army of traitors has been wiped out in a single, silent, frozen instant. Every single one of them has been impaled and frozen solid. A truly brutal and efficient end. Even Leon, their ringleader, is caught, skewered by countless shards of ice, seemingly dead to the world.
But the cockroach still breathes.
He's still alive. A faint breath escapes his lips. Fueled by abyssal power and pure, undiluted hatred, he refuses to die. With a final, desperate roar, he breaks free from the ice, his eyes burning with madness. I just have to kill you, he screams, lunging not at Alan, but at Seorang. In a blur of motion, Alan is there, moving to intercept the dark energy blade aimed at the stunned cat girl. But it's a feint. Leon's face twists into a psychotic grin. He wasn't aiming for Seorang at all. With a sickening crunch, he pivots, driving his dagger deep into Alan's side. He used Seorang as bait to land a single, decisive blow on the real threat. He looks up, expecting to see his victorious reflection in his enemy's eyes, but is met with sheer disbelief. Seorang's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as she stares at her benefactor, who is now coughing up a spray of crimson blood. The attack landed true.
And in that instant, Seolrang's shock turns into white-hot rage. With a roar that shakes the very heavens, she unleashes the full power of the golden mane, smashing the head of traitor into a million pieces. The dust settles on a field of carnage. The traitors are dead, but victory came at a price. Evan rushes to support his master, while Seolrang watches, her face etched with worry. "Are you really okay?" she asks, her voice trembling. Alan tries to play it off, claiming it was just a scratch. But the dark energy clinging to the dagger embedded in his side tells a very different story. He claims he's only coughing up blood from mana exhaustion. But the truth is clear. The spell was incredibly taxing and has caused some internal damage. A strange memory surfaces in Alan's mind. Gangkal moments ago taunted him. "Father thinks you're an eyesore." Evan helps him to his feet, clearly concerned, but Alan's mind is elsewhere, trying to piece together a fragmented past. He thinks about the enemy's power source, the abyssal entity. When I'm facing an opponent that has absorbed an abyssal entity. Third restriction. When the magic is used against a god, may it twist the laws of the world. A vision of him facing Gangkal flashes before his eyes. It seems his power has specific conditions, becoming even stronger when facing those who have touched divinity. As Alan recovers, Seolrang's guilt washes over her. Her hair falls over her face, hiding her expression. Should I try to cheer her up first? Alan wonders. "Why didn't you dodge?" she asks softly. "He ended up aiming for you. It's all because of me." "You said you could block him," Alan states calmly. Seolrang looks up, surprised. You believe me?" Alan looks away, a little embarrassed. "It's more like, I can't dodge, so please block it." "Then why did you save me?" "You got hurt," she presses, her eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and confusion. Alan gives a small, tired smile. Considering the daughter I've raised for so many years was about to die, I guess it was out of reflex. I don't need a reason to save family. He immediately regrets his choice. Wait, that's right, I made a mistake. Still, benefactor, she begins, her voice serious. I want to become family with you. And before he can process what she means, she makes her move, her expression shifting from serious to sly. Alan's mind flashes to a note she left him once. He's been an adoptive father figure to her, a role he's hesitantly accepted. He feels a warmth spread through him, like a father finally being recognized for his efforts. But Seolrang cuts through his thoughts. But not like this, she clarifies. "I'm a golden mane, and you're a human. So," she gets right in his face, a confident, blushing smirk on her face. "Let's get married." She wraps her arms around the completely shell-shocked Alan, pressing her case. Both Alan and Evan are left completely speechless, their minds short-circuiting at the sudden proposal. Why is she talking about marriage now? Seolrang clings to Alan, refusing to let go. "Your answer?" she demands, as Evan looks on in disbelief. 5 days later, the party has moved on. Word of the battle has spread throughout the city of Cologne. The treacherous Kalman is reviled as a coward, while Seolrang has gained massive support. But right now, she only has one thing on her mind. "Let's get married!" She's been relentlessly clinging to Alan, demanding an answer. Well, Alan recalls a chibi vision of a young Seolrang declaring, "Seolrang is going to grow big and marry you, Daddy." It seems this isn't a new development. "I think of you as family," Alan tries to explain, but she just uses it as fuel for her argument. "If we get married, we'll really become family. I'll definitely make you happy, benefactor. I am serious." Alan can only sigh in exhaustion. All he wants is a quiet life with some sweet potatoes. Seolrang pouts. "HMPH, you better answer me next time," she huffs. Alan thinks she'll eventually give up if I leave her be, right? As their carriage leaves, Seolrang waves off cheerfully. Her demeanor shifts slightly, a hint of the confident leader returning as she addresses her people. She remembers how her tribesmen see Alan. They immediately fall to their knees, bowing their heads in reverence and gratitude. They know exactly who saved their leader. Watching this, Seolrang has a moment of quiet reflection.
Just
Mere
gathering my
survival isn't
tribe
enough
isn't
anymore.
happiness, she
She knows the
realizes.
vicious
The
backstabbing,
betrayal and
and
the
her
near
savior's
death of
brush
her
with death
benefactor
forever
have changed
scarred her
her.
soul.
Her ideal
old
of a
dream
family
of
where they
a
just
clan
believe in
fueled
one
purely by
another
blind
was
trust
too
was
naive.
foolishly weak.
She clenches her
Her nails
fist,
bite
a
into
new
her
resolve
palms,
in her
a
eyes.
ruthless fire
I have
igniting
to
her
be
gaze.
more careful.
I must become merciless.
I must create
I
a
will
guard
forge
that can
a
protect
vanguard
my
that can shield
benefactor.
my lord's back.
Only then, she
Only through
thinks,
absolute power,
that's how we'll
she
be
vows,
able to
can
be a
we
happy
secure
family
a
forever.
glorious future.
The pain of
The
betrayal
sting
has
of treason
forged her
has
into a
tempered her
wiser,
into a
stronger
deadly,
leader.
unyielding
A
sovereign.
beautiful,
A dangerously
determined
breathtaking
smile
smirk
plays
dances
on her
across her
lips.
face.
Her
Her
new
path
goal
is
is set.
chosen.
Later,
Meanwhile,
inside the
royal
carriage,
carriage,
Evan delivers a
shares his
report.
intel.
After
verifying
confirming with the
Shadow
Information
Network,
Guild,
no
there
hostile
aren't any
assassins lurk
suspicious
nearby,
individuals
except for
aside from Leon's
Leon's
men.
spies.
I've
I ordered
requested them to
stand
keep
guard.
watch.
Excellent
Good work,
job,
Alan
Alan
replies,
mutters.
but
Yet
his mind is
thoughts whirl
clearly on
violently
something
elsewhere.
else.
I
I
refuse
can't
to
let
tragedy
anything
strike
happen to
after,
her after raising her
nurturing
so
legendary
well.
growth.
His thoughts
focus
drift
shifts
to a
to a
darker
grim destiny.
duty.
I
I
must
was told to
exterminate
take care
the
of the
remaining
other
cosmic
outer
deities
gods
before
for
the
what's to
apocalypse
come.
drops. He
He rubs
massages
his
his forehead,
temples,
the crushing
the weight of his
burden of impending
responsibilities
doom
pressing
suffocating
down
his
on
spirit.
him.
Countless
So many
riddles,
questions,
endless,
so many
secrets
mysteries.
to unearth.
His mind returns
His
to that
memories plunge
vast,
into that
ancient
colossal
library
forbidden
and the
archive
shadowy
and the dark
entity there.
phantom dwelling
The
inside.
entity told
The
him to
specter
look
commanded him
beneath
to
the
seek
tower
beneath the
search,
spire,
at the far
probing the
east end of the
eastern edge of the
stronghold.
fortress.
We flash back
Visions
to his
flashed
time
to
in the
survival
ruins
in
of
the cursed
Kahara,
ruins,
where he found a
unearthed
mysterious
cryptic ancient
stone slab.
tablet.
The text
The runes
describes
described
five
mythical
figures, or
entities.
concepts.
One
who values
bound by
honor,
warrior's pride.
one who searches
One
for
hunting in a
forgotten
race
death,
demise.
one who
One
delves
drowning
into
in
magic,
arcane arts.
one of many
The beast of
hands,
countless arms,
and one who
and the
swallows
devourer
their
of raw
avarice
greed.
and envy.
Much
Just like the
the
game,
prophecies,
the
these
gods are
divine
being
beings are
referred
veiled
to
in metaphors.
metaphorically, he
suddenly
realizes.
grasps
Hands
that
and
many hands and
avarice
greed
was
undeniably
definitely
tied
about
to
the
the
five
ultimate
great
sins.
sins,
Yet the
but the
relic
slab
labels
refers to them
them
as
cosmic
outer
outsiders,
gods, a critical
terrifying
distinction.
revelation.
This
twisted
contradiction
logic
weighs
gnaws
on
at
his mind,
sanity,
a piece of a
broken
puzzle
fragment
he
of a
can't
cursed
yet
puzzle.
solve.
Anyway,
Right.
I bring
I have
updates.
more news about
On
the
your
children,
disciples,
Evan
Evan
says,
interrupts,
bringing
snapping
Alan
Alan
back
out of
to
his
the
void.
present.
Alan's
Alan
gaze
looks up,
sharpens,
intrigued.
curious.
They say
Rumors
that
claim
Deus
Dees
has
just
beaten the
crushed
first
continent's
sword.
peak swordsman.
Reinhardt?
He
He
achieved
got
such
this strong in
godlike
half a
mastery in mere
year.
months.
Just how
His
talented
potential
is he?
terrifying.
Alan
whispers,
mutters,
sensing
feeling a
genuine
bit of pressure to keep
break
up.
his own limits.
Evan continues.
Evan pushes on.
Rena has
Rena
become
just
a
conquered
member
the
of the
high
three councils,
tribunal,
which
holding
decides on the
absolute authority over
policies of
Empire's laws.
Larthania.
It
It
appears
seems another one of
Bracers,
his children
protégés
is
seizing
rising to a
catastrophic
position of
worldly
immense
influence.
power.
As for
And
Radon,
well,
spies,
I've heard
report
he's
he
united
subjugated
the five
deadly seas
archipelagos as the
undisputed
pirate king.
sovereign.
Alan
Alan
winces,
groans,
remembering
recalling the boy's
Radon's
pathetic
humble
origins.
beginnings.
He
He's gone
ascended
from a
wretched
Somalian
coastal raider
pirate
to a
to a
legendary
Somalian
warlord
pirate
of the
king.
tides.
The
The
combined
sheer
stress
madness
of
of
all
his
his
violently
powerful,
overpowered
chaotic children
disciples
running
wreaking
around
havoc
gives
gives
Alan a
Alan a
massive
splitting
headache.
The view
Then,
cuts
scene
to
shifts to the
the
Five Sins meeting,
gathering,
where Selrang declares
proclaims
she is getting
will
married
marry
to the great moon.
illustrious moon.
It's
The tension
all
explodes.
too much.
Rena,
Radon,
and
Radon,
freeze
and
in
Deus,
absolute
all
spine-chilling
shocked to
horror
hear this via
through
the transmission
spiritual
orb.
transmission
He
orb.
thinks, is she
actually
declaring
provoking a
war on the
sect war?
boss?
Upon
Listening
hearing
this
insolent
declaration, Utia's eye
eyes
burns
blazed
with
demonic
fury,
wrath.
with
How
just
dare
the
those
thought
pathetic
of
outsiders
someone else
covet the
is
great
eyeing
celestial
the great
moon?
moon.
Our perilous
That's all
journey
for this
pauses here.
chapter.
If you
If
survived
you
this,
enjoyed the recap,
cultivation recap,
make sure you
shatter
smash
the like
that
button
like
to fuel
button.
our sex
It
spiritual
really helps
energy.
out the
It
channel.
truly
And
helps.
don't forget to
Forge a blood
subscribe
pact
and
by
ring that
subscribing and striking
notification
the bell
bell so you don't
you
miss
never
the next
miss the
explosive
impending
episode.
massacre.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.